I heard that people were saying that he soyed the fuck out a lot, and I don't know if he cut out a lot of the soy.
That's so gross. God, I hate this fucking...
Oh, Jesus! Ooh, damn! As a monolith, it's not fair to stereotype black people as being criminals. It's not fair to stereotype Hispanics as being rapists or thieves. It's not fair to stereotype these people. However, all black people probably want to abolish the police, and all police are definitely racist against black people. And even when black people are meeting against other black people, it's because of white supremacism. And all brown people are Bernie Sanders supporters, because when I was in Equinox, my one guy was like, "Hola, Hasan, me gusta Bernie Sanders."
What the fuck?
Oh God. Oh, it's such a horrible statement to make. It's like the worst. It's like, of all the statements that you could make here, it's like the biggest proof of like what this woman is talking about. Like,
universities, including Harvard.
is this getting everything, or am I gonna miss some of the good Hasanabi comments if I'm just watching this video? Is this like a straight upload, or because I heard that people were saying that he soyed the fuck out a lot, and I don't know if he cut out a lot of the soy. Okay, yeah. The only thing that sucks about watching the Twitch VOD is I don't know if I'm gonna get fucked by ads.
Join our Money Ground Patreon.
Damn, Hasan Parker versus Ben Shapiro? I'm fucking so down for that.
And make Money Ground with us.
I was chosen to read the following prompt. White Americans have way more advantages than black Americans.
I think I'm a rarity here.
It would seem so.
Do white Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have advantages because of historic factors? I think that people want to argue at the end of the day over whether it's because you're white or not. I think that the answer is because you're white in the past, and that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States.
For the record, before people freak the fuck out, guys, Destiny,
Why would they?
the gnome that is in front of your fucking screens.
Wait, why would people freak the fuck out? Wait, why is he poisoning the well so hard already? Wait, what do you mean? Why before you freak the fuck out? Wait, why are people gonna freak the fuck out?
My dad went EV.
Oh, I can't pause.
Don't be shocked.
The guy who's eternally locked out of his email is going EV. Nice car.
Have fun editing these out, August.
That's Kev.
You think they don't charge fast enough or go far enough.
Up to 80% charge in 18 minutes.
Range? Heck, we could go to Mexico.
Are you Kevin Bacon?
Blue or red? I can also make it play nature sounds if you want.
Introducing the all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 6 with up to 360-mile range. When it comes to EVs, we're thinking of every mile.
Okay, has a metric ton of fucked up.
Wait, YouTube upload of the full thing. Oh, I don't know if I'm just scared that there's like edits in that version. I don't know if it's a straight upload or not, because I see there's like there are edits made where it zooms in his face, so I don't want to miss anything. And now you made me pause it by clicking the same video that I had up earlier.
Takes specifically as it pertains to race issues, yada yada yada. None of that matters before people freak the fuck out. Guys, Destiny, the gnome that is in front of your fucking screens, okay, has a metric ton of fucked up takes.
Like what?
Specifically as it pertains to race issues, yada yada yada.
What are my fucked up
None of that
takes?
matters when he is performing in a contrarian manner against black conservatives. Everyone in his audience will understand this. Most of his haters who have seen any of his content will understand this as well. I'm sure he...
What an unbelievable summary. So Destiny has some crazy race takes. Like what? Which is funny as fuck. Unlike Hasan here, who thinks that black people are stealing Nikes to redistribute to the wealth of the common good of the neighborhood. Okay, those are Hasan's race takes. And then I'm only a contrarian? So what, if you stick me in front of a bunch of Nazis, I'll turn into a communist? What a stupid fucking statement. But okay, that's cool. Poison the well, chief.
He's gonna still have some...
Fuck me, dude. Okay, I'm doing it. I've broken down. I can't believe that Twitch installs ads on a pause. How do I give me the ad block for Twitch? I'll do it. This is fucking retarded. You did it, Twitch. You got me, finally.
And we want you to help us decide what the next 112 episodes will be. Join our Money Ground Patreon
Damn, Hasan Piker versus Ben Shapiro. I'm fucking so down for that.
community and make Money Ground with us.
I was chosen to read
The day over whether it's because you're
Out, guys. Destiny, the gnome that is in front of your fucking screens, okay, has
Does Hasan have to say all this shit because he's terrified his audience might side with you a little? Yeah, I think Hasan's biggest fear is me, really. But I think one of his biggest fears is that, like, his audience will see me say things and then they'll be like, wait, hold up. Destiny doesn't sound that crazy. Or why do we hate this guy again? I think that's, like, his biggest fucking fear. So he has to kind of, like, prep them. Like, okay, hold up. Now, you might hear Destiny say some things that don't sound super crazy. But let me remind you, okay? Let me remind you in 52 different ways how he's actually, like, one of the worst people ever.
a metric.
Okay, we're not... I can't do this. Where's... Link me the YouTube video. I feel like you fucking retards in chat are saying it's the same, but you truly just have no fucking idea. And you're just saying it because you just want me to watch something. But the, okay. If I... Remind me who linked this in chat. If I see a single, like, jump or skip cut in this, I'm 1 month banning every single person that linked this VOD, okay? So look for the cuts, okay? What? Does this tab look different? No? Manage.
The fucking Muslims dancing on rooftops, which he claimed, by the way, falsely. That was just me. I was doing a fucking Zumba class. I've talked about this so many times, okay? He was the motherfucker dancing on the rooftop. I'm fucking so down for that.
Community and make Money Ground with us.
I was chosen to read the following prompt. White Americans have way more advantages than black Americans.
I think I'm a rarity here.
It would seem so.
Do white Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have advantages because of historic factors? I think that people want to argue at the end of the day over whether it's because you're white or not. I think that the answer is because you're white in the past, and that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States.
For the record, before people freak the fuck out, guys, Destiny, the gnome that is in front of your fucking screens,
Gnome.
okay, has a metric ton of fucked up takes, specifically as it pertains to race issues, yada, yada, yada. None of that matters when he is performing in a contrarian manner against black conservatives. Everyone in his audience will understand this. Most of his haters who have seen any of his content will understand this as well. I'm sure he's going to still have some weird takes defending certain aspects, but he is so incredibly fucking, like, geared towards being contrarian. So
Yeah.
yes, no matter what, he will abso-fucking-lutely
Okay.
most likely rip the black conservatives a new asshole in a way that many of you will probably agree with, and maybe in some ways that he won't, regardless of what you know about his background or what you know about his own perspective. The worst aspect of this, for me in particular, or for many of you that enjoy my content,
It's so. I'm so curious if people can't see how transparent the identity or the character assassination is. Whoa! Did I just climb up this? Oh, there's a ladder. Like, it's so obvious that he's just trying to poison the well, right? Like, listen, now we're gonna listen to a guy called Destiny, and listen, you might think that he's not an unhinged, racist fucking loser. Okay, you might think that, but he is. Trust me. Like, that's unreal.
is that anytime he gains like a level of prominence off of something, he will inevitably use that to be like, also fuck Hasan. Let's cut millions of videos about how shitty he is. But
Millions! And you are shitty, and you do deserve to be called out. Again, you're the largest political streamer on Twitch. Why do you think that makes you immune to being called out? It doesn't make any sense, right? Like, how obsessed is Hasan about, like, Ben Shapiro or Andrew Tate or Tucker Carlson or any of the other 50 million conservative people that he talks about constantly, right? Like,
but no matter what happens, I'm going to obviously be objective about his performance here.
yeah, right. Oh, somebody has the full unedited VOD. Thank you.
Record, green. Most of his haters who have seen any of his content will understand this as well. I'm sure he is here. No matter what, he will abso-fucking-lutely most likely rip the black conservatives a new asshole in a way that many of you will probably agree with, and maybe in some ways that he won't, regardless of what you know about his background.
But as a passive viewer, you just kind of take it in, though, and not question what he says. You're giving his viewers too much credit to be able to question his... No, I agree. The most... ironically enough, most of the girls that end up messaging me usually come from Hasan's... Why do am I sliding? Come from Hasan's stream. And I usually ask them exactly the question, like, how the fuck did you go from watching Hasan to me? Because it's like we're so different politically, and almost every single conversation is usually like, oh well, I'd heard Hasan mention you on stream before, but I didn't really know anything about you. I just assumed you were crazy, and then like a video got linked in the YouTube recommendation, or I saw something and it seemed like you were way more reasonable than I'd originally heard. So the vast majority of people that, well, I'm assuming that the vast majority of Hasan's fan base that has like incredibly negative opinions of me, usually just because they've heard Hasan talking about me, but they've never actually seen anything I'm saying, which ironically enough kind of goes back to that article I wrote about Vosh, the manifesto section that included him, about the simulacrum thing, the idea that the negative version of me that exists in a lot of people's heads is just a caricature that's been created of me by these other content creators that don't actually directly engage with anything that I'm saying, which is like very, very, very funny to me. Yeah.
Or what you know about his own perspective. The worst aspect of this, for me in particular, or for many of you that enjoy my content, is that anytime he gains like a level of prominence off of something, he will inevitably use that to be like, also fuck Hasan. Let's cut.
Do you agree that your average fan that only sees Hasan from your content also has a disproportionate negative view of Hasan? No, because something that I do that is different than most content creators, I've noted this of Hasan and Ian, is I will show you the full video that I'm reacting to. It is incredible. Not only is it incredibly rare that I'm just reacting to like a 20-second clip, more often than not, when I see a 20-second clip that somebody's asked me to react to, I'm usually always saying like, okay, hold on, let's find like the full context of what he said. What is this from? There's no way that Hasan actually meant this. So there's no, like, for instance, when that shitskin thing came up, there was a 30-second clip of Hasan calling somebody a shitskin, which is a really common racial slur for Indians on 4chan. But there's no way that Hasan is using racial slurs for any of you. I don't believe that. And when I went back and I found the VOD, I was like, well, let's see. What did Hasan actually say? It was pretty obvious from the context that he was calling like a virgin pimply face kid. He just meant that as like a nerd guy. He called that guy a shitskin. He wasn't using it as a racial slur for Indians, right? So, yeah, there's like I mean, like, yeah, I think the difference is that usually when I'm criticizing people, I'll sit here and I'll watch an hour or 2 hour, or I'll give you the full context of the video. And then you can also, I mean, like, I'm sure there are some people that listen to me and they don't even critically engage with the people I criticize, which sucks and it's unfortunate, but I think I try harder to have a fair view of the people that I criticize than the people that view me. Hasan is never watching long form content that I'm doing where I'm debating somebody or whatever, unless it's a really popular Jubilee video, I guess. So, yeah. What about that brothel shit? The brothel shit is probably the closest I've come to being bad faith about Hasan, but it was because he accused me and my fan base of all being Nazis. Fuck him, okay? I technically, it wasn't... Technically, what I said was true, though. Hasan did visit a brothel, and that brothel did get raided by the German police, and I believe that brothel was ultimately shut down because I think minors were trafficked through it. Technically, everything I said was true, okay? In a very technical sense. I don't think I said... Hasan fucked a minor. I don't know, but he did. But I'm just saying, everything I did say, I'm pretty sure was technically true. But I mean, like, obviously I shouldn't. I was angry. But like, it's also like that's in response to him literally making shit up over and 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 over again. If the Lav accusations had happened with the roles reversed, he would have never defended. Yeah, true. That's true as well. I defended Hasan. Not only did I defend Hasan through the Lav accusations, I didn't even let Lav initially leak those accusations on my stream. And I told Zerka and Trainwrecks that they also probably shouldn't leak those allegations because I was pretty sure they weren't true. So yeah, and I would never, ever, ever, I would never get that courtesy back from Hasan or Vash, but that's just the reality of the world I live in. Yeah.
Millions of videos about how shitty he is, but no matter what happens, I'm going to obviously be objective about his performance here, which I assume is going to be ripping a new asshole into most of these dudes.
History where black people try to build wealth, you know, with the Tulsa riots and everything, where yeah, that this wealth has been destroyed. And something that's upsetting to me is when conservatives talk about how we can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent, but then the next breath they'll talk about how important it is to have dual parent households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility passed on from parent to child. And we've seen in the past that because of racial issues, that process has been severely disrupted.
The funny thing is that agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to my standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies dating all the way back to the 1800s, all the way up to the 1960s, and then the purported big switch. But I think it was more so when Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their true opinions of black people and be more...
Yeah, and wait, what are Republicans doing in that situation then? I love this take. I love his take. Now, there's two ways that this could go. He could be a Clarence Thomas style black conservative who's like, everyone's racist across the board.
Oh God, is Hasan gonna do the thing where he kind of sort of proves the conservatives, where he is basically doing like the liberal racist shit the entire fucking time? Like, oh well, he said 7 things. Let's see. I'm being a little unfair to Hasan here, but like, I feel like in the context of like black conservatives versus white liberals, like, well, is he going to be the Clarence Thomas Uncle Tom? Is he going to be like Samuel Jackson and Django? Is he going to be like, bro, let's just, maybe we should just chill for 1 sec, just because of the type of video it is. Maybe like,
I'm going to get mine, and conservatives allow me to get mine, and at least they spit on my face directly. Whereas like white people are just as racist as like, white liberals are just as racist as white conservatives. They just like will you know, soft pedal it and find more aesthetically appropriate ways of criticizing me, a black man. Now,
floor is too steep. Wait,
I
what?
quite literally talked
cable.
about this in the earlier subject that we were covering. One of the very famous ways that white liberals in particular engage in like super racist.
Also, remember, when Hasan is saying white liberals is an insult, liberal is an insult that Hasan can use because he considers himself a lefty. So he's better than liberals and conservatives because he's a lefty. Lefties are anti-liberal. Lefties are not liberals. They don't care about things like personal freedoms and capitalism and all that dumb shit, right? They just believe in communism and socialism, whatever cringe shit. So when Hasan is criticizing liberals, he's excluding himself and his audience from this. Keep that in mind.
Commentary is by pointing to the exact same structures of oppression that exist in every community, including white communities, of course, as a singular thing that black men engage in. I like to call it the root.com style academic criteria, which is when people will be like, yeah, black men are horrifically aggressive towards.
Hold on, I'm sorry. You're an absolute retard when it comes to leftists, but I give you your Twitter broken brain. I'm sorry, Isaac, what do you think I said that was just incorrect? He left?
Gay people or trans people or black women. And that in and of itself is, of course, a phenomena that exists in every community, but singling out black people and then making it seem as though it's a issue specifically with black men or a part of black culture in and of itself is just a more appropriate way, a more civil way for the same kind of white supremacist attitudes and sentiments to be expressed by liberals as well as racist white people on the Republican side of the spectrum.
Yeah. So again, remember, liberals. Destiny, the idea that leftists don't care about individual freedom, socialism, and people's individual liberties are in no way incompatible. Okay, Isaac, that's cool that you believe that, and that's your own personal brand of whatever you want to argue about, but generally, far left-leaning people fight against liberals because, broadly speaking, liberals care a lot about things like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, personal property rights, capitalism, personal enterprise. These are things that liberals, broadly speaking, tend to care about. People on the left don't care about that. The leftists don't care about that because they're more interested in like social equity through like relationship between laborer and capital, right? So they'll fight against things like private enterprise or capitalism or private investment, like stuff like that. Broadly speaking, I'm right. If you want to get into the weeds over arguing that, you can, but I don't know why the fuck you would even waste your. Like, I'm right. Fuck you. Oh, he is a Voosh enjoyer. Vosh doesn't believe in real socialism or real capitalism. He tries to fence it both sides because he's stupid enough to want to be a socialist, but he's smart enough to know how stupid that is.
It's just still stereotyping. It's just done in a more like liberal way. All right. So now that we talked about that, let's continue.
Secretive and more, oh, we want to help you by, doing these things and seeing them as
Doing
inferior.
what things?
Affirmative action, welfare, all sorts.
Is he wearing a Hunter Biden hat? I love that. Okay, I like this guy immediately.
So wait, welfare. So
does he like Hunter Biden? I wonder if he's saying that because he knows something about how aggressive this guy's going to be, or if he just literally said that. That's interesting, but okay.
Ruin our culture and place us where we are now.
So
but I want to get back to the history of it.
I just want to make sure we're clear. Giving them money hurt them, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, giving them, because if your father's out of the home, that's when we give you the money. If you're living in this housing,
so then give them the money while the dad's
rent-free.
Well, then give them the money while the dad's in the home.
If you're working,
oh, he loves Hunter Biden ironically, or it's a meme you dip. He knows it's a community member. He loves Hunter Biden unironically. Okay, I have no idea. Okay. Okay, the quality is low in the video, and that's not changing, okay? There's no way to change it.
Amount of hours and getting less than this amount.
That's such a good response. Holy shit. So he's like, okay, give him money while the dad's in the home.
You're getting money from the government.
The baby,
yes, it is incentivizing.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario because, yes.
Okay, you want
to talk about throwing baby?
Dude, he is getting... Dude, oh my God, this is fucked up. This is racist. You can't have a black teenager on to get fucking eviscerated by a bunch of white people like this. That's racist, man.
We haven't even like barely started the conversation. Wait, what?
Jubilee. We're 2 minutes in, and this kid is getting fucking eviscerated. That is so messed up. This is a hate crime, I think. It's messed up.
Epic, dude. Simply epic.
Jubilee's racist. I'll say it.
Okay, let me break this down
Margaret
for you.
Sanger wanted to exterminate the black.
I mean, if anything, is child abuse. Okay, 100%.
Race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger. That's what Democrat policies wanted to do.
What is he doing? He's doing the talking points. He went. Biden hat is in the chat. Oh, it's Alec Gunter. Oh shit. I remember you. Who's that handsome guy in the red shirt and the Hunter Biden hat? Thanks for saying you like me. I'm in the Frankie shirt. Hello, that's me, man. Ree. Oh yeah, nice. Okay, well you fucked up. You're racist, by the way. You can't be destroying him that quickly. You literally had one ready in the fucking chamber, dog. What is happening? Dial it back a little bit. Anyway, having said that, immediately as soon as he got like overwhelmed with such a simple fact, which is, is welfare ruining single-family parents or creating single-family homes in the black community? There's two avenues you can go to, which is one, why is it not ruining white families then? Or why is there a higher percentage of welfare recipients in the black community versus the white community? If that's the case, maybe there's some systemic reasons as to why that is happening, or the alternative, which Alec did, is much better in my opinion, which is, okay, well then why won't we just give money to parents in general and not?
That's true. Those are both good responses. And I always, like, people are like, oh, well, welfare is destroying the black family. Well, why didn't it destroy the white family? Isn't the same welfare available to both? It's not like welfare is, like, racially targeted, right? And then you ask why, and then you move the conversation in that direction. Yeah.
Not only single family households.
To my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath.
Sure. I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't, but I am, sadly.
A lot of babies aren't.
When I say throw the baby out with the bathwater, you want to completely get rid of welfare, okay? Or at least the I don't want to put that on you, you haven't said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean, sure, if you're talking about a lottery, just take money. But
yes.
there are strings attached to that money.
Take all the money.
There are strings attached
Give
to that
them
money.
millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving money to black people does not hurt them.
And that has not happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened.
It
hasn't been a
you're
reparations.
saying
It hasn't been this
so
or that.
What
it has
you're
been
saying,
a welfare program,
welfare
Great
was
Societies
designed.
Act, that
welfare
was built off of the idea of, hey, we get these families split up, we get these
so
people
then let
living
them
here.
keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean,
There you
I
go.
guess
Boom,
so,
done.
but I guarantee you,
I guess
there's
so.
no way that
Why
would
would
happen.
you not advocate for that?
So in your, I guess, research about history of the
It's just, dude, that's such a good way to fucking destroy him right out of the gate. Oh my God. Like, at that moment, when you can't concede, you're doing it purely because you're debating, and you can't, like, this is why debates are fucking bullshit for the most part. He can't concede because that's weakness. That's losing the debate. But, like, of course, that is the most reasonable thing to say in that situation. If you care about black people as a black person, doesn't matter if you're fucking black conservative or not, you can't literally sit there and be like, no, you're fucking wrong. It would be bad. Actually, are you R-worded? What?
Uh-oh.
What are you saying right now?
Uh-oh. Is he about to get one? Is there about to be one guy?
Now, here's the thing.
Oh, no, he got it.
Here's the thing. The black conservative that has at least read enough Thomas Sowell,
Jesus
okay,
Christ,
would have a better retort, which would be to relegate back to the classic conservative tropes of, well, actually welfare across the board, not just for black people, but everyone is making them lazy, right? Welfare is making everybody lazy. What about opportunities? Or what about, fucking welfare stopping motivation dead in his tracks? Stuff like that. Now, I'm sure Alec, being a 26-month Hasan Abi head, already knows exactly what the retort to that is as well. But at least you're continuing the conversation without conceding.
this country and everything. Do you find like the Reconstruction era and like the failures of like what it wanted to be and then what it ended up being, and then which led into had downstream effects to enter into the Jim Crow era? And
bro, there ain't no way. There
Ain't
are
no
two
way.
motherfuckers with One Piece posters on this. There ain't no fucking way. Two? What's happening?
You have policies like redlining that influence, how schools are funded. The downstream effects of slavery, do you think put black people as generally in a worse off position than white Americans?
I think generation by generation, the effects of slavery have been diluted, but generation by generation, the effects of racism, welfare-based policies, and things of that nature became even more great. So in the 1880s or so, when we had our first black members of Congress, which were indeed Republicans, I think that was a great start for things. But obviously, we had terrible things that happened, like the Tulsa massacre, among black people being chased out of their homes by the KKK.
Sure.
All funded by the Democrat Party, all supported by the Democrat.
Hello?
Hey, since we're on the whole Jubilee thing again, I was actually wondering what your take was on welfare contributing to single mother households in the black community.
I've never in my entire life seen a single piece of evidence to ever support that belief ever. And I think it's wild to insinuate that people make choices around family planning based on welfare acquisition. I'm sure there are some welfare queens. I'm sure it happens. But
Yeah.
like in any appreciable or measurable amount, I've never seen that substantiated with any shred of data ever, that people intentionally keep themselves near poverty lines or do things to like get government welfare by having kids. That's insane to me. But
Yeah, I've never seen any direct causal link. People have made the assumption because of welfare policies, where if there is another income earner in the household, you can't get welfare. But yeah, the idea that that would actually discourage you is kind of weird because you don't get much money from welfare, and having somebody in the home that can actually earn a living, you'd get more of a benefit from that.
yeah, I think
on
the
top
weird thing
of
is that
the
like people,
relationship.
the way that people talk about these welfare recipients, is they make it seem like they live like these amazingly glorious lives, and that's so obviously not the case.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they got iPhone 6s,
Yeah.
driving nice Acuras. Yeah.
Cadillacs and all, yeah, it's really dumb, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, I think there has been some conservative propaganda that's actually targeted black communities, trying to discourage welfare because I've literally never seen any direct evidence of this. So I think, yeah, I think like actual conservative politicians have just claimed this as an argument to try to get rid of social services.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty...
And then black people are just eating it up.
Sure. I mean, it's a compelling story. Sounds good, I guess, but...
Yeah. Alright, well, I will be off again, lurking in the shadows until the next time.
Okay, be careful.
Take care.
Okay, well, I mean, I need to stop you.
Dude, I love this. I love this. He's like, the only time black people were fucked over in this country was when it was the Dixiecrats doing. It's like, bro, who fucking cares what party they're a part of? They're white supremacists, dumbass. Like, yeah, okay, they were in the fucking Democratic Party. This is where liberalism and like defending liberalism or defending the Democratic Party inevitably falls inevitably fall short of what is necessary. It's like, yeah, sure.
This is why that one dipshit in chat, ASIC or whatever the fuck his name was like, oh, Destiny, you're wrong. This is what I mean, and I was right. Hasan is going to take the opportunity to shit on Democrats and liberals because people on the far left don't consider themselves liberals.
Yeah, they were fucking racist. Like, what do you mean? Fine. I agree with that. We're not fucking playing in a team. Like, I'm not a part of that fucking team, dog. I'm not trying to defend this team. You know what I mean? It's so incredibly stupid when people are just like, yeah, the Democrats did this in, 1800s. And it's like, okay. Even if you don't believe that there was a party switch, okay, or the Southern strategy is fake, let's say, who has a Confederate flag bumper sticker on their truck when they're going over to drive and vote for a fucking Republican? It's Republicans. It's not fucking Democrats that are doing that shit. Like, Republican politicians right now in present day American society are unironically defending the rights of Confederate generals and the right to be celebrated as though that's a right, even though it's not a right. Okay? Like, what the fuck? It makes no sense. You have to be literally a fucking idiot. Like, you have to be a complete fucking moron to be like, yeah, no, I think Democrats are still, they're still funding.
That's what I said before. Yeah, like if you look at like who's defending the Confederates, like the Democrats were the party of the people that were the KKK and that were really racist. Oh, okay. So if I go and find out who's defending the Confederate statues and everything today, is that the Democrats then? Or if I go and find out who's mad, who's flying Confederate flags and defending like the old statues of the generals, those are Democrats today? Or if I find like who is that? It's not Democrats. Why would you even say that argument? It's so stupid.
The Klan. It's like, okay, well, why are the fucking Klansmen running on the Republican Party ticket? There was a literal fucking Nazi in Illinois that like won a quarter of the vote. Like an actual Nazi, like out and about. I'm saying like he was a part of the American Nazi Party. And he ran in Illinois for the Republican seat, and he won 25% of the fucking vote, dog. The fuck do you mean? Why is he not running on the Democratic Party ticket then?
Be there. Can you attribute not to the party but to the ideology? Because I think when you think, regardless of whatever the party switch was, traditionally conservative values did not like. That's more aligned with,
the preservation of slavery.
More racist policies in this country.
It's very difficult
like
to
very
compare 2020's conservatism to 1880s conservatism.
But he had no problem comparing 2020 Democratic Party to the Democratic Party of the 1950s. Like, okay, dude.
Wait, I don't get it. Like, was Abraham Lincoln conservative or not? Explain that to me. Like, okay, Abraham Lincoln, Republican Party. Is he conservative? Why is it the charter saying that they want to fucking abolish chattel slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North? Like, what's happening there? Like, do you think Abraham Lincoln was the conservative operating, like, was he operating with the conservative principle, okay? And, like, the Confederates were the ones who were actually operating with the progressive principles in comparison to, like, that back then. Like, what does this take? Oh, God, it makes me so mad. Okay.
Oh, I was loving the 1v4.
So personally, I feel like there's really only one thing that white people have a true advantage over black people with, and it's that white people are less likely to be forced into a box. It happens with black people onto other black people, but it especially happens with...
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why. Wait, hold on. Wait. I feel like this guy is going to deny systemic racism, right? Because he's a conservative.
Good job. He almost said because he's a black conservative, but he said conservative. That's true. Good job.
But like, what he just described is one of the literal symptoms of systemic racism. If you are a part of a marginalized group, yes, you are boxed in to stereotypes that are negative, stereotypes that often justify your conditions of oppression. That's, extrapolate that over hundreds of years, and you literally arrive at the material foundation for systemic racism. Thank you. That's great. Thank you for the PragerU lesson. PragerU guy that is just simply there as like a normal black conservative.
With white liberals onto black conservatives, where we are told that we are supposed to think a certain way, be a certain way, and if we're not, then we're called all these names like etc. And the worst of all is bootlicker, because I hate when a white liberal tells me as a black man that I'm a bootlicker, because then I ask, whose boot am I licking? Because you're telling me as a white person that me as a black person...
What do you mean?
Uh-oh.
You are licking the boots of white supremacy.
Oh, yeah. No.
What's the point? What? Bro, I'm sorry. This is why I do end up triggering a lot of, like, way more conscious people on Twitter, especially whenever I talk about black conservatives, because they think I'm, like, reigniting white supremacist aspects to, like, dunk on, like, a black guy. And it's, like, a go-ahead or something. It's not. I don't give a fuck what people say. If you are a conservative, doesn't matter if you're black, okay? If you're a conservative, you can't fucking turn around and do identity politics. You're like, you're a white man.
Wait,
you're
what?
a white man calling me, a black guy, a bootlicker. Slavery much? It's like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Well, isn't the black guy's argument that he just doesn't want people to use idpol at all? But I mean, you can say, like, I wish people didn't use identity politics. It's annoying when white liberals do this to me. I mean, isn't that kind of the point that the guy's making? Or
you're not a fucking 18-year-old college freshman who's exploring different sexual options in college and is, like, only now coming to understand the world. You can't talk like that. You're not allowed. You're a conservative. Be a fucking man. Be a fucking conservative. You understand me? You cannot do that. I hate when these motherfuckers on the conservative camp literally turn around and they're just like, oh, little old me. I'm over here justifying white supremacy as a black man, and you're denying me of my autonomy as a black man. It's called Bodies in Spaces, sweaty. Look it up. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. The fuck are you saying? There's no bodies in spaces here. You are an agent of white supremacy. Who gives a fuck? Oh my God, that is so fucking annoying. And then other dumb motherfuckers do actually go along with that, for the record, and that breaks my fucking brain. Nothing breaks my brain as hard as that shit. That guy has 6 cop friends, and I called him a bootlicker, but they clipped it out. They cut out the part where he says he has 6 cop friends, and in response, I pointed that out to him, and he said they are 6 very clean sets of boot right now. Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Good for you, dude. You got him.
I love the other part of this where it's like black conservatives love being like, the only racism is when people say that I'm like, you know, an agent of white supremacy, but in a like more embellished way. No one is giving anybody the go ahead to like call you the N-word or something. Okay. That's unacceptable, or variants of that. That's unacceptable. Bootlicker, on the other hand,
Did you
is
hear
not
him
like
say that? Yes, he did. But I think they edited it out of this apparently.
Historically anti-black, which is a perfectly valid way to roll you, because that's precisely what you're doing. Alec gets really cringe later on in this video, by the way. Okay, well, he's one of you, so...
Ooh.
You probably reacted that way because you would probably react in a similar fashion.
And that I'm licking your boot because I don't think in this box that you want me to frame my mentality in.
Yes!
That, to me, is real racism. And that's what we...
Dude, I'm sorry. It's so monolithic, dude. Oh, my God. Black conservatism has one purpose. Black conservatism has one purpose. At least Clarence Thomas is, like, kind of interesting. Black conservatism has one purpose, and that is to uphold white supremacy. Because there is no...
Ro Kana wants to talk to you. Oh, I talked to this guy, a few days ago in the morning. I wonder if he realizes that I'm the same person from the Twitter thread.
No, there is no other purpose for a black person.
Is bootlicker just a perceived safer way for white people to call someone an Uncle Tom? Yeah, or a coon, basically, yeah. Hold on one second. Ever since I found out about Jared Fogle, I've just been loving me some Subway. God damn. Do you know he's their spokesperson? You know about this guy?
In the eyes of the conservative sphere, to like, they don't want to use you for anything. Liberals do this too, by the way. They did this with like fucking Bernie Sanders, where they're like, Bernie Sanders won't talk about prison reform, won't talk about criminal justice reform. Does he not care about black people? And he was like, what are you talking about? Like, one, I have talked about that, and two, like universal healthcare access helps black people disproportionately due to need. That's how it works. Universal healthcare helps everybody, okay? Especially black people. This is fucking so stupid. It's not only talking about fucking the prison reform or criminal justice reform that impacts black people. It's a silly way. It is a silly way to reframe the issue. So that is actually, in a way, unironically, very fucking, it's a little bit of liberal racism.
Hello? I got no vegetables on my sandwich. Why would they do this? How do I see my past orders? It won't let me click and look at my sandwich.
Oh, I'm mad they deny me on this episode. Wait. Sean was trying to be a black conservative? What? Sean appearing in whiteface as a white liberal. Or doing conservative face. Also whiteface. I played it up so much too. No way.
We need to stop allowing to happen to us because black people are so quick now to not branch out and to have new ways of thinking or to go into careers like agriculture and these other career paths that black people don't typically get into. It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for so long that you have to follow this path and you have to think a certain way.
I think.
Wait, what? Bro, did he say black people were not cast out from participating in agriculture? Are you fucking nuts? Wait, what? That's like the worst one you could pick.
Wait, is that what he said? I thought his point was that black people are told that they shouldn't be doing certain jobs and now they're starting to. Maybe I misunderstood. Hold on.
Way.
I think.
Wait, what?
Not like agriculture to.
No way. I played it up so much too. No way.
We need to stop allowing to happen to us because black people are so quick now to not branch out and to have new ways of thinking or to go into careers like agriculture and these other career paths that black people don't typically get into. It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for so long that you have to follow this path and you have to think a certain way.
I think.
Wait, what? Bro, did he say black people were not cast out from participating in agriculture? Are you fucking nuts?
I'm misunderstanding something. I don't understand. It sounds like he's saying the exact opposite of that. He's saying that black people are told that we aren't welcome in these areas. We aren't supposed to do these things. But one of us is misunderstanding. I'm not sure who. It sounds like he's saying literally the opposite of what.
Wait, what? That's like the worst one you could pick. And no, I'm not doing like a slavery joke or something. That would be incredibly out of touch and probably racist. I'm talking very specifically, black people were forced out of farming. Okay? In the abolition of slavery, the only time black people were able to participate in agricultural output was literally around sharecropping and not having not unironically owning land. 40 acres and a fucking mule were a promise given to freed slaves that was not followed on. The only reparations that were given in the United States of America, literally was given to white farmers or white landowners who owned slaves. It was a payment of restitution for the slaves that were forcibly freed. That's so wild, especially because black farmers call for justice from the USDA. This happened recently. And literally, Steven Crowder made fun of the black farmers. Like, there is a racial gap in the agricultural industry. And when the USDA was like, we got to do something about this, we have to offer some kind of help to black farmers. We have to create programs that engage black people with agricultural production. And Steven Crowder was like, oh yeah, what are they going to farm? Hennessy? I remember that. He's permanently fucking scarred in my mind. So, and he didn't do that voice, by the way. He did the fucking Chris Tucker voice because that's the only voice he has for black people. From Barack Obama to...
I think that... I mean, Hasan's not necessarily wrong, but I don't know if the black guy would disagree with him. I feel like he's just not connecting with what he's saying, maybe, but... 40 acres and a mule was not a promise. It was an idea floated by Sherman. I believe after slaves were freed, that never went any further than that. I feel like there was discussion of the 40 acres and a mule thing, but I don't know if any formal promise was actually made. But I do think that there was an issue. I think that in history, I think we have a pattern of you have like an oppressed group, and then the oppressed group gets unoppressed, they get freed. But then when they come back to engage in society as free people, because of the past transgressions, they're kind of like fucked. So black people pick up some kind of agricultural knowledge because they're working in fucking farms and picking cotton and all this shit all day, right? And now they're free people, and it's like, oh, cool, black people are free. They've got some agricultural knowledge. Now they can go and farm. And then black people are like, okay, but we don't have any land. It's like, oh, well, what if instead of being a slave, you come and work as indentured servants doing sharecropping on white farms? And it's like, well, okay. Doesn't seem like we've upgraded that much. And that style of engagement is going to continue to enrich white farmers and kind of continue to fuck over black farmers, but okay. Something similar happened after the Civil Rights Act, to where it's like, hey, you can't get discriminated against for being black for doing a job. And then union people were like, okay, that's fair. No more discrimination. But if you want to work past menial labor and you want to do the really well-paying jobs, you need 10 years of experience doing those kinds of jobs first. And then black people go, okay, well, that's cool that we have the opportunity to promote, except because of racist laws or union rules, we literally weren't allowed to work those jobs. So now you've created a rule that effectively locks all of us out. So we're equal now, but not really. This type of thing seems to happen over and over and over and over and over again, I think. Yeah, but seems to be the case, at least.
Morgan Freeman. Anytime Steven Crowder tries to do the black voice, is Chris Tucker. Me and Sean trying to sneak into this episode.
Why do you think some people who are getting into politics gravitate towards Hasan's content? I can understand if the people watching have been left for a while, but I genuinely don't see the appeal of other political commentators. I think Hasan has got a lot that like works in his favor. He looks good. I think he's like decently funny. I guess like he's decently funny. He networks really well. Those are the personal things. And then on the other side, his brand of politics and edginess is incredibly safe today, especially among Zoomers. So he sits at like the center of just this gravitational center of incredibly safe political content that you are like, anybody could go and say any of the things, even the edgy jokes that Hasan says in almost any setting as a young person, and be immediately socially accepted. So I think that his own personal demeanor, the connections that he's made, the fact that he's like decently funny, I guess, to watch, and then the fact that his political ideology is such a very, very, very safe one to follow, especially for young people, especially in college, I think gives him access to a really, really large audience.
Let's continue.
I think America is a great place for a black person. I think I'm an American. Anything that's available to you is available to me and mine.
I've personally never experienced white people having way more privileges than me. Like, I'm sure you could find certain institutions where black people are treated differently. But
Why is your brand so unsafe? To be honest, a lot of your takes are pretty boring, but 90% of people IRL who've heard of you think you're the devil. It's hard for me to tell, obviously, because now this is my perspective and my subjective lens of analysis, and it affects me. So you can always just spam cope if it makes you feel bad. But I think that the number one thing that works against me more than anything else is probably the caricatures that other people make of me. Now, it's hard for me to know that exactly, but I think I said this earlier, 99% of the time when a person starts watching my content and she'll say like, oh, I used to be a Vosh fan, or I used to be a Hasan fan, or even people that email me and say, I used to be a Hasan fan, or I used to be a Vosh fan, 99% of the time they tell me they're no longer fans of them or they're fans of me. It's never because they were like, I did some big introspection, I did a lot of critical self-reflection, or I think I've grown and I've changed. It's never that. Usually it's just like, then I saw one of your videos. Like 99% of the time, that's the answer. I used to think this and this and this and heard that, but then I saw you debate this guy. Then I saw one of your videos. Then I saw something pop up on TikTok from your content. And once I saw that, it was totally different than because if you talk to an average Hasan fan, who's Destiny? I think he's like a really edgy racist guy. I think he wants like BLM protesters to be killed. I think he's really transphobic, probably homophobic. He hates poor people. But then if you listen to literally any debate I've ever done ever, then it's like, oh, the thing that I had in my brain, yeah, it doesn't line up at all, you know? Yeah, I think that most of the time, I think that's the reason why. Some people say like, oh, it's because you use logic and you don't toe a partisan line, blah, blah, blah. I actually don't think that part matters almost at all. I think it's the caricatures that other large content creators create of me and their fans' minds are very, very, very bad. That would be what I would say, but.
In general, I don't think that I've missed out on anything because of being black. And if anything, it's given me more of a voice because people will want to hear what I say now because I'm black. So if anything, I have more of a platform now just on the basis of being a black conservative and saying what's not popular than I would if I was just a white person who was also conservative.
Wait, you can't do that. No, you just admitted it. What? You just gave the game away.
Wait, what?
Admitted.
Who was also conservative. Being a black conservative and saying what's not popular than I would if I was just a white person who was also conservative.
Wait, you can't do that. No, you just admitted it. What? You just gave the game away. Yeah. No, she literally recognizes. She's like, yeah, if I was some random white chick, like, you know, there's plenty of them out there, but like, if I become the token, then like I get way more options, like way more opportunity.
Why did the character? Yeah, welcome to the world, Hasan. Yeah. Why did the caricatures arise in the first place, though? Could you do that to one of them, or does being more lefty make you immune? Unfortunately, I've built a brand and I've built an image out of being incredibly honest and I'm just jerking myself off. But like honesty and being truthful about people is one of the big things that works in my favor for my brand, but it also works against me a little bit as well. It works in my favor, honestly, because people see that as being a positive trait, so I get a lot of credit from that, especially against audiences like conservatives. However, the issue is that it severely inhibits my ability to lie about other creators. So there's probably been like 2 or 3 times in my career where I've kind of like, I probably shouldn't have said that. I probably shouldn't have said that Demon Mama made that 4chan thread about her, which was, in the grand scheme of things, like a pretty minor lie, and it's not even really, like, she probably did. But like, when I say something about somebody else that's dishonest, my fans will roast the fuck out of me for that, because integrity is a big part of what I do. Now, even though people will say it, integrity isn't really a big part of why you watch Hasan or Vosh. You don't really care about integrity. What you want to hear is you want to hear them roast the fuck out of people you don't like. You want to hear them give you your political partisan lines back at you. You want to hear them make you feel good about watching them and about your takes on the news. That's really why you're watching them. At the end of the day, you don't really care. There's going to be like some baseline of integrity. You assume everybody does, but you don't watch these people because of integrity, right? Like if you're a Vosh or a Hasan fan, these guys can say basically whatever lie they want about me, and it's not going to be a big issue. Like, you don't really care that much, you know?
That's so funny. Why did she admit that? At least she's like open about it, I guess. There's like a weirdly enough, there's like a clarity there, you know? She just straight up said it. I have more of a platform, niche individual media careers have solved racism. Dude, that is literally the conservative affirmative action. Okay?
Not good.
Conservatives are like, I hate affirmative action. And then they're like, we need to elevate some black people because, you know, we need to hear a black person's perspective defending white supremacy. Affirmative action is, in and of itself, not a fucking issue. Unless you are shitting on affirmative action as a black person, then we'll elevate you to a position of power.
That is very true, and it is hypocritical, and Hasan is 100% correct. But it's also true in the reverse as well, right? Don't treat minorities as a monolith. It's not fair to stereotype black people as being criminals. It's not fair to stereotype Hispanics as being rapists or thieves. It's not fair to stereotype these people. However, all black people probably want to abolish the police, and all police are definitely racist against black people. And even when black people are meeting against other black people, it's because of white supremacism. And all brown people are Bernie Sanders supporters, because when I was in Equinox, my one guy was like, "Hola, Hasan, me gusta Bernie Sanders," right? Like, so everybody, this has been increasingly blackpilling for me, but I feel like very, very, very few people actually have political virtues or moral virtues or principles. It's more just kind of like, at the end of the day, what supports my given political position, and then you just kind of run with it, basically. Because it's silly to say like, oh yeah, like, because for Hasan, right, all black conservatives are just bootlickers upholding white supremacy, you know? So it's like, okay. Is that really how you see yourself, Destiny, or is this just your best defense of yourself? How do I see myself? What do you mean? I think I'm more integrity driven than almost everybody in the industry. Like, you can meme on me if you want, but I've been here for 13 or 14 years. I don't think I've ever, I'm trying to remember, I don't think I've ever been involved in like a bad scandal where like I've clearly done something horrible. Like, you can argue that like the Anna stuff is weird, but like I've never been accused of like scamming or maybe like racial slurs, I guess, on like battle.net the one time with that Korean dude. But I don't think there's ever been like a scandal where it's like Destiny didn't pay somebody, he tried to scam somebody, he fucked somebody over horribly, he tried to rape some girl, blah, blah, blah. I've been here and I've been engaging in a really edgy manner for a long time with a lot of people. And I don't think there's ever been like a leak or like some shit behind the scenes. Like, you generally know what you get when you're dealing with me. Like, everything about me is public. I'm pretty open about almost everything. Yeah, I mean, like, you take it or leave it. But there's a reason why like so many people come at me to try to like cancel me, and that's the end of their career, right? Whether we're talking about Bob Seven, whether we're talking about Keffels, whether we're talking about Ari Nina, whether we're like, there's a reason why that happens over and over and over and over again. But
of itself not a fucking issue, unless you are shitting on affirmative action as a black person, then will elevate you to a position of power immediately on the virtue of the color of your skin, like identically to the way that conservatives portray affirmative action as, even though that's incorrect. Anyway, after being timed out, I realized the error in my ways. My take was problematic without context, and I'm sorry for derailing the stream again. It's all good, Mariah. You were timed out for 30 minutes, and there's so much that you can say in this issue. This is also another entirely. What is this? Totally not racist at all? Oh, God. Brother, I don't think you understand. I'm racist, okay? I'm both simultaneously racist and also literally am a white savior who will never, ever in a million years admit if a black person has done something wrong. I'm both of those things at the same time. I've already made my peace with this, okay? You can't come in here and clip something and be like, dude, fucking got him, boys. Because literally every single person that would agree with you, especially on Black Twitter, already has made up their minds that I'm a white supremacist. So who gives a fuck?
Based. The first base thing he said.
Decision to end affirmative action.
I think I'm not going to start. Someone else can start. Sorry.
I think affirmative action has served its purpose. I think that it was necessary for a particular time, and I think that every black person knows how to get into college. I mean, you can pull out the names, the Oprah, President Obama. You can pull out the head of Time Warner was black man, the Forbes was black man. We know what to do now. We don't need a
what the fuck? What are they? What? What's happening?
affirmative action anymore. And to me, affirmative action is offensive sometimes, especially nowadays, because I have 6 children, and 2 boys, 4 girls. And all of them went to Harvard and Columbia, and this one and that one. And it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that.
Yeah. Wait. What? That's like. Yeah. How do you not understand that?
Careful. Be really careful with this.
Like, conservatives are lying. Wait.
They're that.
Yeah. Wait.
I have 6 children, and 2 boys, 4 girls. And all of them went to Harvard and Columbia, and this one and that one. And it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that.
Yeah. Wait. What? That's like. Yeah. How do you not understand that? Like, conservatives are lying. Wait. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Lady, your children deserve to go to those fucking schools. Are you stupid? How did you not understand that?
Oh, God. I know he's not directly saying it, but I'm really uncomfortable because it feels like he's implying the same thing that she's saying she hates is the implication. It feels like he's implying that, like, even if they got in via affirmative action, which this lady would kill herself if she heard her saying it. I can't, it feels like he's implying that, but maybe not, but it feels like he's so close to it.
Go to those fucking schools. Are you stupid? How did you not understand that your very own children deserve to go to those schools, and you're like, and everybody thinks that like they deserve to go to those schools only because of affirmative action. It's like, yeah, no shit. That happened during affirmative action, which means if you personally believe that your children deserve to go to Harvard, you can't be anti-affirmative action. What the fuck?
Oh God. Oh, it's such a horrible statement to make. It's like the worst. It's like of all the statements that you could make here, it's like the biggest proof of like what this woman is talking about. Like, if you're happy that your black children made it into Ivy League schools, how can you be against policies to help stupid black people get to Ivy League schools, lady? Like, what are you talking? Like, oh God, it's like the worst. It's like he's doing exactly the thing. He's doing exactly the thing that she's complaining about. Oh no.
This makes no sense.
Yeah, it's like he looked forward through like 55 million timelines and he tried to pick the absolute worst one.
That's so stupid. Unless she literally is about to say like, my kids are fucking dumbasses. Like they literally took a white person's spot or some shit.
Goal of getting into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that it creates a lot of tension when you have affirmative action. I remember my first week at the university.
No, you fucking idiot. The tension is not affirmative action. The tension is white supremacy.
Okay. You can't say you have integrity and do the most bad faith interpretation of what Hasan said. Hasan said that if you're happy that your children went to this school as black children, then you must defend affirmative action. How are those two things linked at all unless you think affirmative action was an integral part about those black children going to that school? That's what, I don't understand what you're saying. That's what it sounds like to me. Am I misinterpreting that? That's not what he said?
Anti-affirmative action. Your conservatives are lying. Wait, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. Lady, your children deserve to go to those fucking schools. Are you stupid? How did you not understand that your very own children deserve to go to those schools and you're like, and everybody thinks that like they deserve to go to those schools only because of affirmative action. It's like, yeah, no shit. That happened during affirmative action, which means if you personally believe that your children deserve to go to Harvard, you can't be anti-affirmative action. What the?
I'm not. I generally try to be good faith because I know Hasan dipshit fans will say I'm being bad faith. I genuinely don't know how else to read that statement, but maybe I'm just missing something. Yeah, maybe I'm just missing something, but that's how I read his statement. He's not necessarily saying that affirmative action is what got them in, but it's a very heavy implication. And it's saying that like, if you got your black children into Ivy League schools, you must be in favor of a program that accelerates people to get into these schools that otherwise wouldn't deserve to, right? Which is essentially kind of sort of what affirmative action is, right? We're saying somebody can't get there on the merits, but we're going to get them in because of their skin color, which is what this lady is opposed to. You can call me bad faith if you want, or I'm just stupid, I guess, but I don't see another way to read that statement, but.
Fuck, this makes no sense. That's so stupid. Unless she literally is about to say, like, my kids are fucking dumbasses. Like, they literally took a white person's spot or some shit.
Goal of getting into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that it creates a lot of tension when you have affirmative action. I remember my first week at the university.
No, you fucking idiot. The tension is not affirmative action. The tension is white supremacy. Okay?
I also think that, like, and maybe this is unpopular with progressives, I don't think that you should ever be saying, like, white supremacy or white anything like that. It's just cringe. It's just, like, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Everything, especially, like, bro, like, we watch a video of, like, 4 black cops beating up, like, a black guy to death on the street, and it's, like, white supremacy. Like, it's become such a catch-all for every single boogeyman that you don't like. I think it just needs to stop. Unless you're having, like, a very academic conversation, and you want to talk about it, that's fine, but otherwise, it's just like, let's just not do this anymore. It's super soy and super cringe, and I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about half the time.
That's it. That's the tension. What is wrong with these people? They're literally like, oh no, it's the one fucking band-aid that like liberals were able to live with for like, you know, a shelf life, of course, that allowed like just a tiny marginal leg up for certain people that were.
I like how he's blaming liberals. For a little bit, they could live with it. For the destruction of affirmative action. A good one, Hasan.
Plucked from unique backgrounds in order to create a more diverse learning environment, which is good for everybody involved, that part actually is fucking not the, that part is the problem, not the white supremacy that reinforces the dynamic that black people are not worthy of being in that position. Oh my God, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's definitely not white supremacy. It's the affirmative action that made people racist, my man, for sure. Maybe he has to live with that. Maybe he has to fucking believe that internally, because like otherwise he has to recognize that like every single person that's propped him up in his career in the conservative media ecosystem is a racist piece of shit.
Wait, what?
My man, for sure. Maybe he has to live with that. Maybe he has to fucking believe that internally, because like otherwise he has to recognize that like every single person that's propped him up in his career in the conservative media ecosystem is a racist piece of shit.
Is he? God, I feel like you have to be so careful in these conversations, because now isn't he basically saying like the only reason these black people are here is because they're black? Isn't he like kind of proving the concept? Like some people think that affirmative action makes it so you'll never take any black person seriously, and Hasan's like that would never happen. Literally nobody would think that way. And by the way, the only reason people take you seriously is because you're black. Aren't we kind of? I don't know.
University of Illinois. I was sitting with some classmates, and
guys, these guys aren't racist. Like Dennis Prager, not racist. It's just the systems that have caused them to behave this way.
A white student turned to me and jokingly like, "Hey Xavier, like, did you just attach a smiley face when you applied for this college?" And I started asking what he meant, and he said to me that he was like, "You're black. I'm assuming you had decent grades. You could have just attached a smiley face and you would have gotten into the university." So I was livid by that, and I went off.
Again, okay, Xavier doing the same thing that the black lady did earlier, which is, once again, don't hyper-focus on the individual act of racism that Xavier, a microaggression that Xavier had to go through. Maybe more than a microaggression. Focus on the underlying point that he's making. He's like, I deserve to go to this college because I worked really hard, okay? And then people think I got here due to affirmative action. That idea, that you have to have enough processing power, okay, to recognize that in that very moment you're like, wait, I didn't get here because of affirmative action. I got here because I worked fucking hard. Hold on.
Yeah, but the whole issue is that you don't know. That's the whole point. I think that's the problem, is he doesn't know because there is affirmative action. That's the whole confusing issue, right? That's the problem. I don't know if Hasan understands that or agrees with that. I don't know.
Maybe that is the case for every single person, and that the conservative media is greatly overgeneralizing and hyping up the impact that affirmative action has had in an effort to cut white supremacist propaganda, but not directly by saying we should segregate schools. No, it's probably not that. Thank you for the fucking $100,000 a year job, Dennis Prager. Like, you can't be a black person who's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Like, I hate affirmative action. And simultaneously be like, I deserve to be in this college.
I don't have the vocabulary, I don't know how to parse these statements. I don't even know I don't even know how to respond to them. I don't know what to say. I don't understand. I truly just don't understand what he's saying. I can't do it.
Like, you can't be a black person who's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Like, I hate affirmative action. And simultaneously be like, I deserve to be in this college.
Okay. I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, which one is it? Is affirmative action actually not a program that directly is like plucking unworthy black people in the way that fucking conservatives claim it is? Or did you deserve to be there? Do you think that in the absence of affirmative action, that racist white people are not going to find a new and unique and creative way to be racist to you? That's another take as well that I have to ask. It's like whenever people say like porn is the reason why women get like hurt so much. It's like, yeah, dude, in a pre-porn universe, like famously, women had a really good time. Like no domestic violence whatsoever. It's definitely porn that did that. Thank you. Like it's not patriarchy. It's one random fucking thing that is your pet project. Got it.
Got it.
I started naming all my accomplishments, and I felt so confident only for about an hour. Because then an hour later, I started saying to myself, like, wow, like, did I actually earn my way in here? I started to have this insecurity, and I started wondering to myself,
There's no way this fucking gnome isn't sitting across from this dude like white knuckling it right now, because he's saying such dumb shit, even if he fucking agrees with him.
How is it dumb? It's not dumb at all. This would be like one of the few points that I could empathize with somebody on. My ex, that used to work for defense contractors. She worked for, she did satellite stuff. I don't know. But like, she would tell me that like it was incredibly aggravating sometimes to hear people say things like, oh, like, wow, you got a physics and engineering degree and you work here, right? And you're a Hispanic woman. Like, that's really impressive. Like, from what she told me, these were like some of the most condescending comments that she ever heard. It was incredibly fucking weird, because especially when I like talk to her, think about her, like, I don't think of like, oh, like, wow, it's so cool that you're a woman and you're not fucking retarded and you studied physics. Like, good job for being a brown woman. Like, but I imagine, and I can imagine that experience probably goes like forward to other people, other minorities, other women as well, that those are probably some of the most irritating and aggravating comments to hear. Is it like, wow, like you're, or actually it's, it reminds me of,
Whenever Colin Powell on the news, white people always give him the same compliments. Always the same compliments. How do you feel about Colin Powell? He speaks so well. He's so well spoken. He speaks so well. I mean, he really speaks well. He speaks so well. Like, that's a compliment. Speak so well is not a compliment, okay? Speak so well, some shit you say about retarded people that can talk.
Like, I'm very empathetic towards this position. Well, no, sympathetic, because I'm a white guy, so people don't say shit like this to me. But I'm very sympathetic towards this position. Like, I can understand why that would bother somebody. I don't know why he would assume that this is the thing that would trigger me more than anything else on the panel or whatever, right?
That affirmative action is like, even if he agrees right now that Supreme Court decisions, a decision to end affirmative action, in that, like, he did the fucking thing where he's like, yeah, I agree with this actually. Even in that moment, because he's making such bad arguments, you know his ass is like probably sitting there going, I want to fucking debate him because he's so stupid. But that's a stupid ass argument. He's making a stupid argument.
Did I earn this position?
It's not even an argument, bro. He's just talking about how he feels. Like, he's just saying like, these are the feelings that I got. How is it? He's not even making an argument.
Myself, or did my ancestors' suffering earn this for me?
And two, I've seen it in the sense of like affirmative action taking away from other people who are minorities. Like, I had a friend who was Asian and he in high school, and he really wanted to go to MIT. That was his dream school. He interned there. He was super like prepared to go there, and he didn't get in. And you can only assume that it was because of affirmative action, because they have such a large Asian population that they want to admit other people.
Yeah, I was going to actually argue that it's more racist nowadays because it excludes so many Asian Americans from getting into universities who do deserve a spot, and they can't get in because of affirmative action, which, again, like you were saying, was necessary at the time. Yeah. But now it's like anybody, if you have...
My controversial opinion on this matter is that it's good that the Supreme Court actually ended affirmative action, only because colleges are still going to do the same exact measurements that they have.
Wait a second. Do I ever give my take in this Jubilee video? Because this is exactly what I said. I think, did we already go over that in this video? Or, because I came out and I said, listen, affirmative action. I think I was like, you know, there's pros and cons, mismatch theory, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it's probably good that it's gone just because the optics were so fucking bad on it. This is basically my position on it. And there's like other ways you can probably get more black people into college by reviewing essays and shit anyway.
Okay, they're still going to do the same shit because they want a diverse learning environment. That is literally the fucking point. That is the entire point of like leaving your dumbass cousin fucking podunk town or your dumbass Martha's Vineyard ass rich ass fucking neighborhood, okay, to go to goddamn college.
I also, like, this is a super minor gripe, but I love that he'll use these stereotypes for white Americans. Your podunk, fuck your sister, whatever bullshit town. But like, you would never hear him say like, congratulations, maybe you can go buy some textbooks instead of selling crack, right? He'll never make a joke like that. But you know, it's whatever, it's standard bullshit. It's not, it's at this point, I don't even care that much. I'm used to it.
College. They don't want Harvard to be exclusively white people, okay? Because even if you are going to become a war criminal later down the line, as many Harvard education recipients do become, okay, you still need to learn about that shit in an environment that is diverse, where you can at least like you know, work around black people without like blurting out the most racist shit possible, because that is what America is. America is a very diverse country. You still need to Harvard. You are going to become a war criminal later down the line, as many as Martha's Vineyard ass, rich ass fucking neighborhood, okay, to go to goddamn college. They don't want Harvard to be exclusively white people, okay? Because even if you are going to become a war criminal later down the line, as many Harvard education...
He's just referring to the fact that a lot of presidents have Ivy League educations, and he thinks every president is a war criminal. That's what he means when he says that statement. Sorry.
Recipients do become, okay? You still need to learn about that shit in an environment that is diverse, where you can at least, like, you know, work around black people without like blurting out.
Learning how to do war crimes in a diverse environment. I don't even know what the fuck point he's trying to make right now. I don't even understand
the most racist shit possible, because that is what America is. America is a very diverse country, one of the most diverse nations on the planet, as a matter of fact. So it don't fucking matter. You need to get a level of DEI, and colleges know that. And that's precisely the reason why they're like, yeah, shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you took down affirmative action. We're still going to have, and I'm willing to bet that they're still going to have similar fucking percentages where they have a holistic approach to their admissions process, which is completely reasonable, and that they are going to find either other ways, maybe a class-based affirmative action, or, which would be great, by the way, totally desirable, or just the same exact fucking metrics that they have for admissions, which end up creating identical demographic, identical demographics in the applicant process, in the applicants that were accepted in the college. That's it. That's it. Because the reality is, affirmative action is not a fucking like literal solution to racism. It was never that. If anything, it's like, it's a mechanism so that like people who want to churn out white supremacist, capitalist, systemic violence,
Jesus, white
can
supremacist,
learn
capitalist,
in an
systemic...
environment that's diverse enough so they can do it better.
Jesus, so many buzzwords, like it's all like Jesus.
Want to churn out white supremacist, capitalist, systemic violence.
He's like, sorry, we need they've got it. It's like the rule of three, okay? White supremacist, capitalist, systemic violence. Okay, there we go.
And learn in an environment that's diverse enough so they can do it better. Okay, that's it. These are liberal institutions, man. Come on. Like Ted Cruz went to fucking Harvard. What the fuck are we talking about?
Is he also a war criminal, I guess?
The skills to do it, and you're in America, you can get in.
I don't think affirmative action is the worst thing, considering all the different types or aspects of a background you might take into account when somebody's getting into college, whether they were in certain clubs, you know, Boy Scouts, what type of classes they took. That might not be available to everybody. I don't think that factoring in the affirmative action is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like because of everything you guys have said, the optics behind it are so horrible today that even if it is slightly beneficial in the long run for certain people, I think we can probably refocus most of that into...
God, I hate liberals so much. Oh my God.
Is this not like a similar thing to what he kind of said earlier, that the optics are so bad? God, nothing is more, you know what's more cringe than a liberal? It's a liberal LARPing as a lefty who lives the most hyper-consumerist, shallow form of a capitalist life than literally any other capitalist I fucking know. Like, Andrew Tate and Hasan are right next to each other, except instead of Bugattis, his $7,000 shirts and private jet rides from his $3 million Hollywood mansion to fucking Burning Man. Like, bro, come on. You can't have that many fucking rings on your finger and be like, I hate liberalism. Like, Jesus Christ. Ugh, sorry, it's stupid. It's so cringe.
Dude. First of all, he basically just said what I said jokingly. Okay?
Okay, when he said it, he was saying it jokingly. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Dude. First of all, he basically just said what I said jokingly. Okay, but the difference is he's serious about it, and he's willing to say affirmative action should be ended. Okay? But it's fucking frustrating because it's like, who gives a fuck? If it's just simply an optics situation, then yeah, you should, I don't know, fix it by doing a decent amount of propaganda in that direction. But nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to work anymore, except for conservatives.
Nobody wants to work anymore? Bro is literally the laziest motherfucker in the world. The only activism this motherfucker does is donation drives from the seat of his audience, or going out to actually join a strike if he can talk to celebrities because they work for writers in Hollywood. Or the one time he went to a protest because two 15-year-old female fans finally put a TikTok out saying, Hasan, where the fuck are you? Why are you the largest lefty representative online? And the only amount of activism you've ever done is having AOC on to play Among Us. The fuck out of here, dude.
They will work really fucking hard to fix the optics of like unimaginably bad positions. That's why the conversation around abortion is about protecting life. Can you imagine? Like, it's literally a medical process that Republicans have decided is like, nah, that's...
Do you know what else is only a medical process? Is the lethal injection. I mean, what do you mean? Obviously, the disagreements over abortion are whether or not the fetus is a human life or not.
It's actually life. They don't even give a fuck about it. If it was literally murder, they wouldn't care and make ectopic pregnancy provisions, or they wouldn't make...
This is like one of the few things that almost every fucking person believes, is that for like ectopic pregnancy, like I'm pretty sure even that Trek guy, I think most people agree that like, listen, if the life of the mother is in danger, probably, probably should have an exception. I think almost everybody agrees with that. Bro, what the fuck? How do I make this? Can I make this go up? Or does it always go down?
Provisions or exceptions for rape or incest, and some don't, but most do. Why? If it's murder, you fucking piece of shit. Why are you fucking sitting there and being like, well, some murder is fine?
Wait, did I miss something? Do people say some murder is fine? Or what is he talking about? Click then drag
provisions, or they wouldn't make provisions or exceptions for rape or incest, and some don't, but most do. Why? If it's murder, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh.
Why are you fucking sitting there and being like, well, some murder is fine?
I mean, that's true. You shouldn't, if you're a conservative and you're pro-life, is what we would call you. If you're a conservative and you're pro-life, you can't make exceptions for, incest or rape. You cannot do that. You have to be consistent on that. It's the worst experience to have. But that Trent guy even agreed with me when we debated that, yeah.
Why? Why are they doing that? Because they recognize that it's bullshit. Because it's propaganda. Because they know that the optics don't matter. If you scream more and more and more about a particular thing, you can change enough people's minds. And even if you don't change their minds, it doesn't fucking matter. You can still absolutely control the narrative. And get your bidding done through the state legislatures and the court system.
Figuring out like the class that people come from, the neighborhoods, the backgrounds or whatever, without it having to necessarily target race. The only thing that I kind of wonder now that it's gone is, instead of a black person being in school thinking like, man, am I here because I'm an affirmative action pick, is it going to be a kid that is poor or a kid that's from a different zip code?
I think we should do away with all of it. It's just like submit an application, no demographics. Why do they ask your sexuality? Like, why do they ask all that stuff?
What do you mean? Bro, how do people still not understand this? Like, talk to a singular admissions person, please, dude. It's not like colleges are hiding the truth. Like, they literally are like, dog, we have a holistic admissions process because we obviously care about grades and shit, but more importantly, the people, the legacy admissions that we do truly care about, we want to make sure that they're learning in a diverse environment. We want to make sure George W. Bush's son is going to get in no matter what, okay? Papa Bush, he's going to buy the wing of a library. He's at Yale. Doesn't matter how fucking stupid he is. We want to make sure that that stupid idiot is at least learning in a more diverse environment so he can become president one day, okay? That's it. That's the main point. And also, on top of that, we get liberal brownie points to be like, look how fucking, look at this. Look how great we are. Look how woke we are. But ultimately, it's a good thing because it benefits everybody. You pluck a couple people from different backgrounds that, due to financial hangups and systemic racism, may or may not have been able to be in the selections process on paper, because on paper they still have great grades, because it's not like, you know, black kids with like who are getting Fs all year round are being like put into Harvard instead of a guy who's an A+, you know, college student who's white, and they're like, fuck you, white kid, like fucking you're not getting in, or like, oh, fuck you, Asian kid who studied really hard, we're gonna get this fucking dumbass black kid here. Like, that's not how it works. That's just like, that's made up. And that's precisely why the black conservatives on that fucking panel are like, my children worked really hard to get to the position that they got to, and they literally didn't even fucking, everyone said they got there because of affirmative action. That's why we need to end it. It's like, yeah, you just admitted that it's fucking bullshit. You just admitted as a black conservative that the conservative line on affirmative action is bullshit. Okay?
I don't see how he's drawing this thing. He's saying that their black students deserve to be there because they worked hard, but they're worried that affirmative action is undermining the hard work they've done. That's the argument that they're making. I don't understand how... I don't understand. But I don't understand how either Hasan is missing that or I'm not understanding what he's saying. How do I get this to, like... Oh, God, it won't go straight anymore.
Anyway, let's keep going.
So, if affirmative action accomplished its purpose, why do we still see the disparities that we do in the professional workplace? If you average white wealth and compare it to black wealth totals.
Oh, no, wait, it's not.
White people as a whole have about 50 times greater wealth than black people as a whole per capita. So I just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose. I don't see
Curious, why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
What else would it be from?
I mean,
upbringing, economic abilities,
desire to
skills.
go, desire to.
I mean,
So
zip
it
code
was their
does
fault
play
then.
a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma, you're not as likely to do as well in school. Which, if you curious, why?
What?
There ain't no fucking way. Dude,
What?
black conservatives defend conservatism without being like inherently racist challenge, impossible difficulty. Because it is.
Wait, what was the racism part?
It's literally impossible. Like they just sat there and literally went, yeah, it's because we have a different culture that's like inferior. That's a wild thing to say.
And every single, where I grew up, every single black, no, not black conservatives, I don't believe they're conservative, but every single black Lutheran household that I grew up around would have said the exact same thing. I've said this a million times and I'll continue to say it. Like I said, like, bro, the least likely area you would ever find like rap CDs or any shit like that is going to be in like any of those black households. Like, those kids had their pants pulled up. Those kids were not listening to any of that kind of fucking music. Like, I don't think that, I feel like Hasan thinks it's only, or maybe Hasan would say those black fathers were white supremacists. I don't know, maybe he would actually. Yeah, he might actually just say that. Never mind. Never mind. Forget what I just said. Forget it. Yeah, I don't know.
What are you saying? Like, we just culturally are inferior and don't have any desire for success? Like, that's an insane thing to say. You're a black person. Why are you saying that? Like, any white person that says that, I think, okay, here's what I think, okay?
Tell us. What do you think, bud?
I think black conservatives are so permanently one note because, like, the entire purpose in the eyes of, like, conservatives and the conservative movement as a whole is to, like, build that racial gap and be like, you're the black face on white supremacy now. You're going to say the same shit because you believe the same shit that I believe, right? But it's, like, way better. It's way better that you say it because then other people feel less racist about saying it, right? Clan de Sowens. They're so fucking one note that they forget that there are people around them that are going to go, hold up, what are you saying right now? Did you just say that, like, there is a racial component to, like, there's a cultural inferiority across the board on the entire black race? Like, what?
But I think that's exactly what a lot of black people, a lot of black conservatives would argue, that there is an inferior or a bad racial component. I don't even think that, like, I think there are ways that you can tango with that argument, but that argument's not even really that crazy, because you could argue in one sense, Hasan is kind of making the exact same argument about white people. If you consider white supremacy to be a cultural relic of the history of the United States, in a way, white supremacy is like bad culture. Except from white people, right? Now, is that because white people are racially superior or inferior or racially like prone to being racist or whatever? I don't think Hasan would say that, but like you could arguably say the same thing, right?
Like that's if a white person says that, you know, you're conditioned into understanding like, oh, that's just like a guy being racist.
Just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose.
I do like how Hasan gives away the whole game plan there, though, right? Like, as long as I can just write this person off as a racist, I don't actually have to like ever consider ever what this guy is saying. Like, he's racist. Boom, we're done. Whew, don't have to like, whew, no thoughts, nothing uncomfortable. Just boom, he's racist. Don't have to even think about it.
I don't see
Curious. Why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
What else would it be from?
I mean,
upbringing, economic abilities,
desire to
skills.
go, desire to.
I mean, zip code does play a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma, you're not as likely to do as well in school, which means you're.
Why did they grow up in a
Okay, that's great. Oh, Alec, good job. Holy
neighborhood
shit.
that experiences a lot of trauma?
I mean, lots of people do.
Yes, but why specifically do more black people?
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs, like what?
Try redlining.
I mean, you can go into that if you'd like to, but let's take
It
a
is
look
relevant.
at the Great Societies Act, which was.
Wait. Bro, come on, dude. Come on. You're not gonna fucking do the Ben Shapiro line on redlining, right? Like financial institutions were perfectly valid in not giving black people loans because they think that black people are.
Does Ben Shapiro make that argument on redlining? Because if so, that's pretty sad.
Okay, so there's a video that is going around on Facebook and on YouTube. It's from ACT TV called Systemic Racism. Explain, makes some interesting arguments, and I thought it's worthwhile going through them a little bit. So we're going to play the video, we'll stop it, we'll discuss. This video is sponsored by the Benham Brothers' brand new course, Expert Ownership. You can learn to own a business without it owning you. Stick around to the end of the video to find out more details.
This is Jamal. Jamal's a boy who lives in a poor neighborhood. He has a friend named Kevin, who lives in a wealthy neighborhood. All of Jamal's neighbors are African American, and all of Kevin's neighbors are white. Because Jamal's school district is mostly funded by property taxes, his school is not very well funded. His classrooms are overcrowded, his teachers are underpaid, and he doesn't have access to high-quality tutors or extracurricular activities. Kevin's school district is also funded by property taxes, so his school is very well funded. His classrooms are never crowded, his teachers are very well paid, and he has access to high-quality tutors and lots of extracurricular activities.
So let's talk for a second about school policy. The reality is that if you wanted Jamal to be able to go to Kevin's school, what you want is something called school vouchers. You want people to be able to move.
So normally these videos, these little fun videos are dog shit, but everything said in that video so far, I think we did react to this a long time ago. Everything said in that video so far is 100% true, and it is a big problem. And school vouchers are not the correct decision, okay? Are you gonna voucher every single kid out of the poor school to the rich school? Like, are people in the rich schools even gonna be okay with kids vouchering in from the poor schools? Like, what does that say about our poor schools that are now having no funding and no support because now kids are all going to the same school? Is there even enough space for them? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Vouchers are just not a way to do this ever. I don't think it makes any sense.
Away from their school districts. One of the chief reasons that Jamal is confined to his local public school is because of democratic policy that has decided that you must go to school in the district where you live. And this is also why a lot of people have left lower income areas and moved out to higher income areas specifically for better public schools. So if you want Jamal to have the same educational opportunities as Kevin, perhaps you should have school vouchers for private schools, or perhaps you should have charter schools, which is what Mayor Bill de Blasio in New York is fighting against, or perhaps you should break the teachers unions, which are costing a fortune, particularly on a disproportionate level in areas where they're not spending enough taxpayer dollars. So I'm all for improving Jamal's schools. I'm also all for Jamal having all the same educational opportunities as Kevin. The problem is most Democrats are not.
Kevin and Jamal live only a few streets away from each other. So how come they're growing up in such different worlds with such different opportunities for success? The answer has to do with America's history of systemic racism. To understand it better, let's look at what life was like for Kevin and Jamal's grandparents.
In order to understand what's going to happen in this video, you have to understand how systemic racism is being defined. Systemic racism is a really amorphous term. It could mean anything. It could mean that the institutions of today are racist, in which case everyone would oppose them. Or it could mean that all inequality is explainable by racism, which of course is not sustainable. It's not a good argument. The argument that this video is going to try to make is that all of history has meaning. And that is true. History does have consequences for today. The problem is, as we'll see, the video tries to explain all inequality with reliance on history and no inequality with response to exacerbating levels of income inequality, exacerbating levels of single motherhood, personal decision-making, or any of the other variables that could come into creating the gaps we see today.
Decades after the Civil War, many government agencies started to draw maps dividing cities into sections that were either desirable or undesirable for investment. This practice was called redlining, and it usually blocked off entire black neighborhoods from access to private and public investment. Banks and insurance companies used these maps for decades to deny black people loans and other services based purely on...
Okay. Ooh, I should look this up. My understanding is that this video is actually understating the racial aspects of this. It wasn't just that neighborhoods were marked for good or bad investment, or that some people were turned down because they didn't have the money to make the investment in these neighborhoods. I thought some banks literally had like no Negro zoning sections for neighborhoods. Like you were not allowed, even if you had the money, you were not allowed to move there as a black person. Fuck, I wonder if I could find this quickly. My understanding is that some of the redlining was literally and explicitly called out by race. It wasn't just a, fuck, I thought we actually saw documents. I feel like I looked at this, I feel like we researched this like 2 or 3 years ago, and I thought we actually saw bank documents that literally said on the documents, racial covenants on HOAs were common. Can I say HOA? HOAs. Common in certain areas, but that is not redlining. Also, many HOAs and deeds for houses say no blacks, Jews, or Mexicans. My house has that on the deed, and it can't be sold to any of them. Oh, my house has on the deed that it can't be sold to any. I don't ever want you to like take my word for this on anything. Oh, okay. So like this was I believe this was like a document. Philadelphia HOLC redlining zone descriptions 1937. Name of city, suburb, I guess, of Philadelphia or something. Security grade A, area number 1, description of terrain, rolling, favorable influences, highly desirable, well restricted. Inhabitants type, execs professional, estimated annual family income over $5,000. Foreign born, no. Population is increasing slowly. Relief families, no. And if you scroll down on this, I feel like I want to say it explicitly says in this document. You missed it as a near the top. Oh, did I pass it? Oh, yeah, Negro. No. Like, this is not like doesn't have enough money, isn't wealthy enough, can't afford down payment. It's just like, it's explicitly no. Sorry. Normally these like little SJW videos or whatever, normally they're like pretty shitty, but I'm surprised. I feel like even in their video, I think they understate the racism that went into redlining. It was not just they marked areas for poor investment and blah, blah, blah. It was race was explicitly called out to deny people housing.
To private and public investments. Banks and insurance companies use these maps for decades to deny black people loans and other services based purely on race. Historically speaking.
Well, I'm sorry. He did say that there, based purely on race. He did say that at the end. That, to be fair, he did. Okay.
A home and getting a college education is the easiest way for an American family to build wealth. But when Jamal's grandparents...
I'm so curious if Ben Shapiro's going to deny that.
...wanted to buy a house, the banks refused because they lived in a neighborhood that was redlined. So Jamal's grandparents were not able to buy a home, and because colleges could prevent them from attending through legal segregation, their options for higher education were really scarce.
So let's talk about redlining. Redlining became illegal in the United States as early as 1968. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act was followed by the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act in 1975, which was a predecessor to the Community Reinvestment Act, both of which were an attempt to ensure that people who were living in low-income minority neighborhoods could actually get loans. And these things were very effective. In 1992, researchers at the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston tried to look at the data. They collected information on some 30 variables related to lending decisions. They found that virtually all of the difference between minority and non-minority denial rates was explained by those variables. A reanalysis of that information found that black-owned banks were actually lending to white-owned and non-minority. Tried to look at the data. They collected information on some 30 variables related to lending decisions. They found that virtually all of the difference between minority and non-minority denial rates was explained by those variables. A reanalysis of that information.
Oh, he's not denying redlining, but he's using a very crude analysis. And he's trying to say that after these laws were passed, from the 70s onwards, people were no longer making racial decisions. I can probably believe that, give or take, depending on the particular state that you lived in, right? Connecticut, New York, probably. Louisiana, Alabama, maybe not, right? Depending on where you lived in, I could probably buy that. But the issue here isn't from the 70s and onwards, or the 80s and onwards. The issue here is this wealth is generational. Now, as much as from a personal financial point of view, I'll tell you using houses are that's a shitty investment and you shouldn't be thinking about that as your primary investment vehicle. The reality is for most families, that is their primary investment vehicle. Most families build wealth through owning homes. That's just how because people suck at finances, that's how most people build wealth. And when black people generationally are being denied access to housing, you can't say that in 2 generations, that issue is going to be fixed. In 2 generations? In 2 generations? Because one state in 1968 outlawed redlining? In 2 generations, it's fixed? That's wild. Or in 2 generations, or is it in 1 generation? 1968. When was my mom born? My mom is 6 years old? My mom might have been born in 68. We might be talking, you responded to that exact video before? Yeah, I remember watching it. That might be one generation. That might be a single generation that we're talking about. Like, that's such a wildly stupid, yeah, I don't know. Destiny, why is it shitty for wealth housing? Because houses, in my personal opinion, homes are bad vehicles for wealth because one, it's not something that just appreciates in value. It's a liability as well. You've got to pay to upkeep it. Two, it's very hard to pull cash out of a house. You've got to use like annuities. I think you can use an annuity for a house or like a reverse mortgage. I don't remember if you can put houses in annuities or not. HELOCs, home equity line of credit. They just get like houses are very illiquid. You can't pull money out of them easily. They can end up becoming liabilities. It's not guaranteed to be an asset. It doesn't generate any revenue for you like returns on investments will. It could be a bad investment if you get a house at the wrong time or in the wrong area. It's just like, a house is your primary investment vehicle. It's the most common thing that people do, so be aware of that. Where's Caleb Hammer? That guy was watching my stream the other day. I wonder if he agrees with me. It's just, I think it's a shitty thing to do, but people do it. That's just how people view it, but yeah. Destiny, asking his 19-year-old, what are examples of better investments in property? If I can give you a couple of key investment points, just two things. These are two things. These are super basic. Nobody will disagree with me when I say this, okay? Two things. One, max out your IRA. Always max out your IRA. It's such a tax advantage investment. The government limits it heavily because of how tax advantageous. Always max out your IRA is number one. And number two, always, if you work a job and they've got a 401k match, always hit your 401k match. You will never get a free auto 20 to 50% appreciation on your money in any investment in your life. Most companies will match anywhere from 3 to 6%. Usually they match 50%. I've seen less, I've seen a little more. It just depends. I've seen some people match 100%. But 401k matches and your IRA investments, these are like your two fundamental ones. Bro, if you start maxing these out when you're like 20, damn, if you starting balance is 0, let's say you hit your $5,000 contribution. Let's say you start at, let's say 21, and that might be a lot because that's what we're talking, like $400 a month into. That might be at 21 years old. That might be a lot, sure. We'll say we're retired at 65. I don't want gross income or anything like that. If you only, I think this is true. If you only did an IRA, oh fuck, hold on. If you only did an IRA contribution, you would have, this is literally only your IRA, you'd have over $1 million just at $400 a month, right? That's at 65 too. That's if you start at 21. Yeah, IRAs are very, very, very tax advantaged. And technically, this would be your IRA, you would get this before taxes because if you're traditional versus a Roth, you can avoid taxes on the front or back, depending on how it goes. But like, yeah, IRAs are very, very tax advantaged. You're ever getting an HSA and rollover memes? I don't do HSAs. Ha! Because my health is perfect, and I don't need to invest in my health. So suck it, suck my dick, suck my dick. Bitch. Ba-dick. How can a mortgage be a bad investment if a significant portion of your income goes to rent for like lower middle income people? Because when you pay rent, you're paying for a place to live. Same thing when you pay a mortgage. Bro, most of the money for your mortgage also evaporates into thin air. It's called interest, okay? People be like mortgage heads. What's like a slur that we could use for people with mortgages? Like we've got breeders for heterosexual people. We've got mongoloids for monogamous people. What can we say for morgies? Yeah. Morgies, okay? Morgoids. I like that one, okay? Morgoids in chat will attack the renter Chads. Amortization? Is that the right word? I spelled that correctly. Morgoids in chat will be like, oh, well, when you pay rent, you're just throwing it into fucking thin air and it's disappearing. And they have no idea what their average payment looks like on their fucking mortgage. On a $330,000 loan, after 10 years of making payments, you've got $60,000 of equity and you've paid over $160,000 in interest. And that, we're not even talking about all the other shit you pay as part of your escrow account, which is a separate payment that you make from your mortgage account. In your mortgage account, you pay into your mortgage, and your mortgage is going to be your interest plus your principal. And for the first 15 years, you're paying more interest than principal. Then you've got something else called an escrow account. And from that account, you pay insurance, You might pay mortgage insurance. You pay property taxes. There's so many things. So morgoids are sitting here setting their fucking money on fire. And if you move before 5 years, fuck it, you've lost money. Chances are, if you buy a house and you move out within 5 years, and it's probably even worse now. If you bought a house a couple years ago when interest rates were 0, and now interest rates are 15 inches of Jerome BBC right up your fucking financial ass, okay? If you bought a house a few years ago, now you're triple fucked, okay? Because you bought into the memes of like, oh, houses are always appreciating assets and they should be fine. And oops, did interest rates just increase 6 fucking points? Fuck me. You're gonna be upside down on that loan for a while, okay? But anyway, okay, I don't care. This is random shit. Don't worry about any of this. Hold on. Let me use the restroom real quick. Oh. Okay. Destiny owns a house. Oh, I am a morgoid. But that's because I need a house for my kid to live in, okay? But don't worry. My kid has 6 years left. Once he's 18, I'm gonna kick both of them out of that house. It's time to go get a fucking job, Nathan. Get the fuck out of my house.
Found that black-owned banks were actually lending to white-owned businesses at higher rates than they were lending to black-owned businesses. Furthermore, if it seemed that banks were discriminating against black borrowers on the basis of they needed to have higher credit qualifications, what you would see is lower default rates from black clients of banks, from people who are borrowing money from banks in the black community. There are 0 studies that show any white-owned businesses at higher rates than they were
a video into a video into a video deep. I just realized that. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me finish watching like 20 seconds.
lending to black-owned businesses. Furthermore, if it seemed that banks were discriminating against black borrowers on the basis of they needed to have higher credit qualifications, what you would see is lower default rates from black clients of banks, from people who are borrowing money from banks in the black community. There are 0 studies that show any of this. So the bottom line is this: redlining was an evil and awful policy. It was made illegal in the 1960s. By the 1980s, the banks were not lending at disproportionate rates. In fact, if you look at among different communities, as Thomas Sowell has pointed out, Asian Americans.
Okay, Saul. He brings up Saul. Okay, so Ben Shapiro doesn't deny redlining. He's using a very crude and dumb way to analyze that redlining should have no or little impact today.
Or what? Culturally inferior? A line on redlining, right?
Righties Act, which was.
But also, oh, hold on. So also, I don't like Ben Shapiro. Obviously, he's my mortal enemy. Not really. But like, so you can see an example here. Also, notice the difference between how Hasan deals with somebody versus how I deal with it. So Hasan made a claim about Ben Shapiro that I could believe Ben maybe saying that, but when I found the source of the video, I looked at the video, I listened to it, and now I understand what Hasan is saying here about Ben Shapiro is not true, right? But notice how Hasan gives a caricature of him, and his whole audience can always come away from it thinking like, oh yeah, Ben Shapiro doesn't believe that redlining is real, but I went and found the original video, I watched it, and now I know Ben Shapiro says something stupid. To imagine that one generation is enough to wipe away the effects of redlining is stupid, but it's not like he denies that redlining happened, right? That's the difference between how we engage with people we don't like.
Wait. Bro, come on, dude. Come on. You're not gonna fucking do the Ben Shapiro line on redlining, right? Like financial institutions were perfectly valid in not giving black people loans because they think that black people are what, culturally inferior and.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It's not even that he misquotes him. Hasan gives a far more bad faith. Not bad faith. Hasan just straight out lies. Ben Shapiro explicitly says that redlining was a horrible and bad and evil policy. I think he explicitly said that verbatim in the video. He just doesn't think it's impactful today because from the 90s and onwards, it doesn't seem like there was racially motivated decisions in lending people money. So Hasan is not just like misquoting or making a mistake. He's making a grossly incorrect characterization. He's flat out lying, and he's giving the contrary, the opposite opinion of what Ben Shapiro has about redlining here. Okay, that's the difference. All right.
Line on red.
Oh, I'll give one caveat. Unless maybe Hasan is referring to a Ben Shapiro quote that I don't know, that I haven't seen. Maybe Ben Shapiro said something different recently that I haven't seen. That's possible, sure.
Lining, right? Like financial institutions were perfectly valid in not giving black people loans because they think that black people are what, culturally inferior and can't.
But no, I'm sorry, actually, because I know Ben Shapiro's shit. I've watched enough of it. I don't think Ben Shapiro would say that. Ben Shapiro's, if we're gonna call Ben Shapiro's racism, it's gonna be like in the rap music makes black people bad people. It's not gonna be like in the you should be able to be racist. Ben Shapiro's. If we're going to say he has racism, it's going to come out like a neocon does, where a neocon's going to be like, no welfare for black people, they need to work harder. It's not literally going to be like, we should be able to discriminate against them because of the color of their skin. That's a really old school style of racism, or a very deep South style of racism that I don't think has had like mainstay popularity in the conservative movement in the United States for at least in my lifetime. But you know, I don't know.
Fucking pay their loans, is that what you're going to say? That's the Ben Shapiro justification for redlining, by the way. It's like a bank is supposed to give money to people that they think are going to pay for it. And it's like, yeah, well, that's the point. Like, the banks did that, and that's racist.
Wait, what? No, that's not even. No, that's not what they did, and that wouldn't even necessarily be racist. How does he come away summarizing Ben Shapiro's take incorrectly, and then also somehow giving the wrong or incorrect take on it? Wait, what? Okay.
Anyway.
Created to kick black fathers out of the home and get black mothers on welfare assistance. These things aren't beneficial for economics. These things aren't beneficial for actually paving a way for success for black children and black families. I mean, reducing a 2-family household to a 1-family household isn't going to make them the richest man in the world. It isn't even going to get them out of high school. Nonetheless, the ability to even get to college.
You mean two-parent?
The child, yes, but a 2-parent household in comparison to a 1-parent household, that child.
Bro, I love this take, man. It's like you're recognizing that there are. It's such cope. It's such fucking incredible cope from black conservatives to be like, yeah, it's actually the systems that are at fault, certainly, because you can't say that, like, openly. You can't openly be like, yeah, black people are inferior, because everyone's going to say you're fucking Jesse Lee Peterson if you say that as a black conservative. So you're like, yeah, the systems are at fault, actually, but, like, the systems are at fault for giving welfare to everyone, but it just, like, somehow hurt black communities more. And it's a hilarious cope to claim that systemic moves can impact the black community in this negative way, but not the criminal justice.
Oh, sorry. Apparently that brothel that got raided was not shut down for child sex trafficking. Okay, there you go.
Justice system. Like, how can you fucking sit there and be like, welfare ruined black families, and that is a systemic problem that impacted the black community, and not recognize that the criminal justice system has done infinitely worse? Like, how? Like, how? You can't just fucking say, no, it's not racial inferiority. Oh, come on now. It's actually the systems, but it's the welfare. Why does everyone assume that 2-parent households are awesome? What if they're both shitty people? That's such a funny thing to say, Neurotic Toes. No, it's just there is plenty of empirical evidence to show that, yes, 2-parent households have better results in child rearing and development. It's just a fact. It doesn't matter if they're 2 dads, 2 moms, doesn't matter. It's mostly a concept that revolves around disposable income. That is the major component, and also free time that a parent may have to engage in child development. It's not like the traditional ways that, like, conservatives try to describe it. And clearly welfare is laughably low and not enough. I'm a single full-time dad, so I'm a little biased. Yeah, my point doesn't actually contradict yours. My point is that it's money. It's literally money. It's money and free time. If you have more income and more free time because you have 2 parents instead of 1 in the house, then you have better results for child development. That's it. That's literally
this chat is getting pointers from Central Committee throughout the vid. Ugh, how sad. Has Hasan recognized that guy's existence for like the past year or 2?
It's as simple as that. And it's pretty funny that, like, people try to make this into a racial thing, or a racial thing without factoring in the criminal justice system, which is like, I wonder what's worse on the black community having only 1 father or only 1 parent, 1 mother in the home. I wonder if there's like some other underlying thing that has, I don't know, played a pretty significant role. I don't know. It's probably the welfare thing, I assume. Why do these people think bullying people out of poverty works? It hasn't and never will. Because their job is to say that.
Child is not going to be nearly as successful. That child is more disposed to being sent into prison by doing crimes or not doing very well in school. So how are they even supposed to get that, that wealth disparity shrunk if they aren't even able to get out of the community that is causing these problems for them.
Something I think that this conversation illustrates is that like affirmative action is literally the very end of the line of a lot of different parts of a person's life. And by that point, trying to rectify all of the inequities that have existed, to try to remedy any of that at the very end with affirmative action, it might just be too broad a brush. And maybe
That's correct.
Thanks.
That is correct. That's why I always say affirmative action is a Band-Aid solution. He's right. He's not wrong.
Thank you.
Okay?
True.
He might be the most biased demon on the fucking planet when it comes to issues that
What?
pertain to me, or whatever flavor of the month has like pissed him off personally. So now like every person from that marginalized background is now a villain, and he will do anything and everything to be like incredibly fucking annoying about it. But he's right about this. He's correct.
I love how every single time he agrees with me, I like how he has to caveat like so hard, like 50 million different ways before he says anything nice. It's so fucking funny.
Affirmative action is a Band-Aid solution. Why? Because there is a metric ton of other shit that goes wrong before you even get to that position of elevation where you can like finally go to fucking college. That's it. It's fair, but that doesn't mean you have to remove it because of optics. Yeah, no, it's the major reason why I don't like removing affirmative action is it's twofold. One, there are no legal protections for discrimination when that happens, or at least like it's one.
There are no legal
other
protections for
aspect
discriminations? Wait,
in
what does
the
he mean when
way
he says
of,
that?
like, implementing further legal discriminations. Okay, so that's number one. You're chipping away at it slowly but surely. That's what Republicans do, and they're just now feeling more. They're feeling more confident than ever to do so. Two, it has a really shitty. It has a really shitty, like, I guess not spiritual effect, but it's basically just like telling black people to listen, like, we gave you this fucking Band-Aid, right? We bullied you with this Band-Aid to make it seem like any black person that has risen to a position of power was put there, was plucked and placed there when they didn't deserve it. And then now we're taking the fucking Band-Aid away. Fuck you. And like, what does that do? That galvanizes white supremacist perspectives in society.
Ugh.
And it tells black people, like, double fuck you. We've been fucking you, and now here's another one, okay? Fuck you and fuck you. Here's two of my friends. They came along for the ride. And it's like, that sucks. So I do recognize that, like I said, affirmative action, Band-Aid solution, clearly, like, material restitution needs to happen. There are way bigger scars that impact the black and brown communities, impact poor communities in general. But, like, sometimes it's fine to have a fucking Band-Aid, guys. You know what I mean? It's okay. You don't have to sit there and defend it like it's the most significant thing on the planet, which many people don't even do. Okay?
Okay.
But, like, it's okay to have a Band-Aid from time to time. You know what I mean? It's okay to at least, like, have the federal government be like, yeah, fuck these racist pieces of shit. Yeah, we are going to actually help, marginalized communities a little bit. It's the least we can do.
Okay.
What? Oh my God! Please stop. Why are there so many fucking both sides Andys in here? Please just
not both
listen,
sides
man, if you're like a
Andys.
fan of mine and also Destiny, just shut the fuck up for the duration of this, okay? I don't give a fuck about your perspective. I genuinely don't care. Suck my dick.
Damn.
Okay.
He's getting triggered.
Shut the fuck up.
maybe we'd be better served focusing on the earlier issues
Jesus,
and trying to
I don't know what level of fucking brain rot some of you dumb motherfuckers are on, but like, you know, just shut the fuck up, please.
Throw a kid who maybe, you know, can barely read at a 6th grade level into a college to hope that that's the thing that fixes the problem at the end of the line.
I think affirmative action wasn't really supposed to, like, send kids to Harvard that weren't prepared to go to Harvard. I think that's quite a myth, in fact. I think those that have the qualities to get...
Someone should have asked the parent. Or the prager you dude. Do you think you're a recipient of affirmative action? Is that how you got into a school that you got into?
To Harvard were, before affirmative action, were just completely overlooked. You know, Clarence Thomas is like the perfect example, you know, regardless of what you think about him. he was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action, because it focused on finding people that were again like just overlooked for those.
But things.
Oh shit! Nope, that's not. You're not supposed to say that. What the fuck, bro? He did not just, as the white liberal, be like, Clarence Thomas only got to Harvard because he's black. That's crazy. Like, what the fuck? I mean, it's funny to see.
Yeah.
It's funny to see this because, like, honestly, get mad at me all you fucking want, but it's kind of funny to see him say that as the white liberal, okay, in that panel, because now you have this weird moment for all the black conservatives to be like, wait, what did you just say? No,
What?
I think he's trying to say Clarence deserves it, even though he obviously didn't.
Okay. I don't know.
No, he worked really fucking hard. Like, Clarence Thomas, the only stupid thing that Clarence Thomas did was after he went to college. If you know his background, he was dumb enough to believe Thomas Sowell. That's it. And when you get fucking red pilled by Thomas Sowell, you are the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Okay? But academically speaking, especially coming from his background, like, he deserves to be at fucking Harvard for sure. As the rest of the fucking freaks that get to Harvard and go there and live their fucking freak desires. You know?
Okay.
I mean, my man loves bestiality, dude. You can't.
Jesus Christ.
That is so.
Is that true?
That's so Harvard. It's not even funny. You know, when you're out there talking about horse porn or whatever your favorite horse porn is, like, you definitely deserve to be out there with the rest of the fucking freaks. Oh my God, how is it that every time I talk about Clarence Thomas, there's so many new people that are like, what the fuck is
there
going
something
on? You
about
guys also
Clarence
know that
Thomas
at the top
and
of the hour,
horse
there's a 3-minute
porn?
ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite podcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. He said, bro, I ain't even heard of the dude. Clarence Thomas? Supreme Court Justice of the United States, Clarence Thomas? Okay. Let me try it again. Harlan Crow's best friend, Clarence Thomas. Harlan Crow's sugar baby, Clarence Thomas. XR3, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm better with faces, not names. Anyway, he's a Supreme Court Justice. Let's keep going.
It ended up changing. It morphed into something else. So what started out as a good program of giving all black people or people with a lesser chance or lesser opportunity, it started out as that, and then it morphed.
Wait, what?
And I'm not sure who morphed it, but it morphed into, okay, so now we have that one black, one.
Wait, what?
What?
Wait, I'm telling you, he just crossed their wires, bro. He crossed them up.
What?
He crossed them up by being like, Clarence Thomas is a recipient of affirmative action. And now she's like glitching. She's like, actually, it was good at first when he was there. And then it's no.
Didn't she initially say, wasn't the first thing she said about affirmative action was that it's run its course? Which implies that she does believe it. I thought that was the very first thing she said. So I don't think she's contradicted herself at all, but maybe he just doesn't remember her saying that.
Longer good. To which your response should be, okay, what about your 5 kids? Now,
what?
That, optically, is not a great thing to say, especially if you say it like, well, your kids are affirmative action recipients.
Why does he keep harping on this point that the other Hasan fans in my chat said that he wasn't making, by the way? You guys keep saying this isn't what he meant, but he keeps making this point, which I feel like is like the worst fucking point to make.
The more careful and delicate way of covering this would be, I think your kids deserve to go to Harvard. Why are you undermining their accomplishments? Or if you recognize that they deserve to go to Harvard, then you understand that affirmative action is not just simply elevating black kids from black kids who are not worthy of going to Harvard to get to Harvard.
Hispanic, one this, one that.
That's not how that works.
But hey, talk to the corporations, talk to the people who hire, talk to the board members who say we need to have a woman on the board, we need to have a black on the board, we need to have a Latina, a Latinx, whatever on the board. So it morphed from helping us into now
tokenization.
Yes.
Bro, there ain't no fucking way this dingus is sitting in the worst way I've ever seen, by the way. Anyone said is gonna.
Wait, why are we coxing? Hello? No cox for me. Okay.
Sit there and fucking agree with these arguments. There's no fucking way. There ain't no way. These are the worst arguments of all time.
So you have to have one of this, one of that.
Well, when you start with a country where people only hire you if you're white, that's necessary. And I know that you said that it started good and then ended whatever. And I don't think that affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequality. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action, what's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
There's no meritocracy.
Oh God, meritocracy, a laughable concept. Get the fuck out of here.
This country. You look at Elon.
Bro, that's how you know capitalism is America's fucking religion, dude. Real religion. Straight up. And straight up, no matter what, black, white, at a certain point when that fucking penetrates your brain, like the American capitalist brain rot seeps in and you believe that dogma, you're like, meritocracy, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Sure.
Musk, he's destroying Twitter.
The funniest thing is one of the greatest successes of like capitalism and the kind of global culture we have right now is it's so seamlessly and fluidly able to integrate its criticisms into itself. That's why we're watching a guy who is supposedly a socialist making millions of dollars from an organization that's owned by Jeff Bezos that he lambasts every single day, right? This is capitalism integrating its very own criticism into itself and then becoming part of itself. It's one of the big successes of, broadly speaking, global liberal capitalist society.
It's not even just Elon Musk. How can you say there's any meritocracy in a structure where black people have literally been enslaved and no economic restitutions have been made, and this conversation in and of itself is one where we are denying all of that and refusing to even and justifying the one fucking band-aid that we gave to black people that wasn't all that significant at all, and celebrating that we took that away. How can you say that there's any meritocracy? Equality of opportunity has never existed in this country. It's never existed anywhere around the world, let's be real. But it hasn't even existed in this country. It's so stupid. Meritocracy fails when the starting lines are 10 miles apart? Yeah.
Meritocracy, that's ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to bounce back to is it's not a myth that there are like minorities that are being put into colleges that they're not ready for. If you look at a lot of these top universities, including Harvard, Yale, etc., you're going to see a lot of minorities on academic probation because they are being placed in universities that they are not ready for. They are not cut out for that just yet.
That's awesome. Bro, this guy is just a racist. Holy fuck.
Well, so what he's talking about, this is called mismatch theory, and there is some research to support this idea. Although, to be fair, I've seen like conflicting research back and forth. Although the conflicting research, I think we read it when Fire was on stream. I'm actually not as convinced by the opposition side to that. But yeah, but I mean, like there is research on this. It's called mismatch theory. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and take a hard stance one way or another on it. But
he said black people are just not ready for Harvard.
That's not what he said at all. What a horrible summary of what he just said. Jesus.
Dude. I have two takes on this. One, this is irrelevant to the main point of contention here. Anytime you see like a fucking normie ass looking white guy with a shit ton of tattoos, imagine them without tattoos, okay? Also, I forgot to run the ad break again. I'm going to run it now. 2. Okay? Remember that. Adam Levine or whatever, imagine him without tattoos. He just looks mid, okay? That's number 1. Number 2, anytime you fucking see a black conservative just say some out-of-pocket shit, just think for a moment how you would feel if a white person said it. Because their job there is literally to repeat an incredibly racist, incredibly white supremacist take.
Notice how he's doing the thing. Hasan is the reason why, like, I think Jubilee, people like him are the reason why the people that work at Jubilee like to make these videos. Because Hasan is literally, I feel like half of his criticism has been like, black guy says something and Hasan goes, notice how he's black? Notice how the black guy is saying the white supremacist talking points? So something that I think is really interesting is that this guy is black, but yet he's racist. Notice how this black conservative is actually a white supremacist. Imagine if instead he was black. Imagine if he was white and he didn't have tattoos and he was white instead of black, saying these like that's like half of his criticism for this. Like, Jesus.
But because they're black, you're not immediately conditioned to be like, what the fuck did you just say? Okay? There is 0% chance, dude. You are like a monster if you legitimately are like, man, those blacks, they just don't fucking know. They don't know what Harvard's like. They're not ready for it. Like, that's crazy. You're a crazy person. What the fuck are you saying? Like, this is the type of shit that like Steven Crowder says. You know what I mean?
Guy.
And it even just makes sense if you look at how...
So what he said was not true? Oh my God, bro. Of course he's not fucking telling the truth. How are you a 10-month subscriber? What the fuck is happening? Dude, come on. Come on, dude. Especially not for fucking Ivy Leagues, you fucking dingus, you dumb donkey, you fucking idiot. Ivy Leagues are hard to get into and incredibly easy to get out of. It's literally a gentleman's C is the agreement in fucking Ivy Leagues, you stupid fucking idiot. Fuck! It's literally, the reason why Ivy Leagues are so fucking hard to get into is like, because once you get there, very hard for you to fuck up after that, because now you have access to like the wealthiest people on the planet, okay? It's not the things that you're learning. The education is not top-notch or anything.
I thought the education at Ivy Leagues is considered pretty good, no? Like, do people come out of Ivy Leagues as dipshits, or am I wrong on that?
It's that you quite literally have now personal access, to some of the wealthiest people and their children, okay? So you will always get a fucking job. And in order to maintain Harvard's incredible, it's incredible aesthetics of like being the beacon of intelligentsia, everybody that gets into Harvard, while it's really difficult to get into Harvard, will usually at the very least get a C. You're not being fucking placed in academic probation. It's bullshit. If you are, it's probably for some really fucked up reasons. Remember, I would say that those resources succeed aren't always known. One of my buddies went to an Ivy League school and said the grade inflation is crazy. It's harder to fail a class at Harvard than it is to pass with flying colors. Yes. Yes, because guess what, dude? You think fucking the wealthiest people and their fucking dumbass, drug-addicted, failed children are actually fucking brilliant? No. It's established that they're going to go to a position of power no matter what, okay? Due to intergenerational wealth. So therefore, if you are able to get into fucking Harvard, then, you know, you and the rest of the fucking dumbasses are all at the very least getting C's, okay? At the very least. Because
I feel like in high school, some of our AP and dual enrollment classes, I don't know if it's like this in college, and I don't know if I'm self-reporting for my high school, but for some of our AP classes, we had some wild curves and some tests that were double curved. Now, I never understood the point or why. Is it like that in some college courses? Are you ever in college courses where they're curving or like double curving like fucking classes? Some of our teachers in high school say like, yeah, at some colleges they do this, but that seems wild. Yeah, they were always in the calc and the, I never took AP physics. I only took honors physics, I think, right? Or did I take only honors chem? I didn't take AP on both of those, but I remember even hearing in other classes that there were some wild, what do you mean curve? Like on some tests, they would do like a divide by 2, add 50 twice. So like the lowest score you get would be like I think like a 75. It was wild sometimes. But I think the professors were looking at the essays and just making sure you understood the, like chances are if you were in any of those classes, you were decently smart anyway. But I don't know how common that is at, in like at college where they're like curving or double curving or they're like doing some insane shit for pass rates. But I doubt if they do it at Ivy Leagues, I doubt it's only at Ivy Leagues. But maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. 50% was a B in my calc too, guys. Yeah, there were some wild, things. Yeah.
How the fuck can you justify how successful they got after college? You know what
I took BC with Goodrich. Oh, what up? It's a prepster, dude. We get like 40 to 50% and we all got Bs. Hi, TensorFlows. I love you, buddy.
I mean? Yes, Harvard has a 4% dropout rate when the national average is closer to 24. If you were to look at it, that 4% dropout rate probably comes from economic circumstances too.
Whoa, wait, what? Hold on.
Yes, Harvard has a 4% dropout rate when the national average is closer to 24. If you were to look at it, that 4% dropout rate probably comes from economic circumstances.
I would be shocked if that was the case. I'm only going anecdotally here, so I could be wrong, but I've heard this said a lot. My understanding is that, like, if you have the grades and you can get into Harvard or anything like that, you will never be denied because of financial reasons. They'll give you, there is financial aid, there are scholarships, there's Parent Plus, Perkins loans, there's a million different ways. You will never be dropped from an Ivy League. If you deserve to be there, that you will, like, never get kicked out or dropped because of financial means. I've heard that repeated by professors and other individuals, so that might be wrong. That might be not true. But I'm 4% dropout rate, Harvard. Why? Can we just find the data on this? I wonder why. Harvard graduation rate is 98%. Why do most students drop out of Harvard? Bill Gates and Zuckerberg dropped out for economic reasons? I don't think that's true for either of those, no? Fuck, if somebody can find this, let me know. I'm curious.
Too. Like medical debt or some shit. Like a death in the family. 50% of all the grades at Ivies are an A. Princeton has an average GPA of 3.45. You think these guys are getting those grades because they're fucking brilliant? Legacy admissions certainly aren't. How the fuck is everybody getting such incredible grades, dude? How the fuck's that happening? Oh, wait. It's because if you go there, you're going to get a job regardless, okay? You're going to get a job regardless, so it doesn't fucking matter what your grades are. Because all of that is a lie! And that's why they want to fucking hold on to it as best as they can. And
I'm pretty sure that at the end of the day, if those people are getting jobs, the people are also probably performing well. Like, firms aren't going to hire people just because they came from Harvard. I'm sure there's a little bit of nepotism, Andy shit that goes on. But I don't think that... I don't think that people are gonna be like, yeah, we've got all these Harvard grads and they're kind of stupid and they don't really perform well, but like, damn, bro, they're from fucking Harvard. How are we not gonna hire these guys, right? I seriously doubt that's the case. I could be wrong, but I would be shocked if I was wrong. I'd be shocked, shock and awe.
And try to sneak in as many people as they possibly can. They're like, oh no, fuck affirmative action, blah, blah, blah. Everyone, my child deserves to go to Harvard. Colin Jobs got his first job ever, was SNL after Harvard, and he got married to ScarJo. You know his ass is just a genius. Yeah, it's true. Well, he's not the best person to use in this example because it's like he didn't get married to ScarJo because he wasn't a genius. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue.
How much they have to achieve in order to get there.
What?
Asian students on average have to score 450 points higher than a black student in order to get in the same university. So if you think of the universities that have courses, etc.,
That's crazy. I didn't realize it was... Dude, I love these fucking arguments, man. I didn't fucking realize that, like, your college entrance examination scores was the only reason as to why you're getting into fucking colleges. That's crazy. I had no fucking idea, dude. That's wild.
The push here, what I'd be interested in hearing Hasan say that. Do you think that Asians are uniquely unqualified? Because that's the implication. I don't know if he realizes that's what he's implying. He's implying that Asians are actually really kind of, they have things that make them very unqualified to get into school. That's why they need such high test scores. What is the implication there? I'm so curious. I built the wrong fucking machine here, didn't I? This shouldn't be a smelter. God damn it. Or no, I can just deconstruct it. Okay.
It's so frustrating to make this example because it's like a student who self-identifies as Asian will need 140 SAT points higher than whites, and 320 SAT points higher than Hispanics, and 450 SAT points higher than African Americans, right? One, it's a 2009 study, but it doesn't matter because even in 2009, the study is fucking stupid because the SAT scores are not the only reason as to why people are getting into these colleges, okay? That's it.
Okay, but then what else is it? Hello?
Standardized tests are bullshit and cultural bias? No, I'm not even saying that. No, fuck that. I mean, there are some cultural biases, but that's some lib shit, okay? No, the real reason, the real answer is standardized tests are bullshit, and they do not show how great of a...
I will continue to admit that I could be wrong, but every time I bring this up, nobody's challenged me successfully on this. I think that standardized tests are incredibly G-loaded. I think that they probably test for your aptitude and intelligence probably really well. That's what I feel. No one's ever shown me anything to change my mind on that. I think that standardized testing is a pretty good job at being highly G-loaded, and the idea that they're just like bullshit, you just practice it, blah, 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 I don't believe that. I do not believe that for 1 second. I think that people have gotten rid of standardized tests, and I think they've brought them back now. I think MIT did that, didn't that, the last time I looked it up? They're like, okay, we're gonna get rid of standardized testing. They're like, let's bring it back. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of cool, but
student someone can be, especially when we already know that it doesn't matter. It's more about getting into the fucking college. It's not necessarily, especially when you go to an Ivy. Okay. The value that you get from going to an Ivy League school or one of these top educational institutions is not that you're getting the best education. Anyone who tells you that is fucking lying to you. It's who is in your social circle. Okay?
Partially true.
When you are automatically placed in a freshman class and sitting next to you is some fucking Arab sheiks.
While that's true, that kind of is your education a little bit though, right? Because didn't Hasan say earlier that black people going to school is good for us just because we get like the diversity of black people being in our schools? Isn't that in and of itself kind of a good thing? Being in certain social circles, running internships or externships with certain companies, having opportunities in certain frats because of certain people in the companies are like, it's part of your education. It really is, you know?
Grandson, and on your right is like some goddamn billionaire hedge fund owner's grandson or child, okay? All of a sudden, look to your left, look to your right. It's impossible for you to fucking fail after college. The networking opportunities are insane, okay? That's it. Let's keep going.
That grade on a curve, you can only have so many people with an A, so many people with a B, etc. So that means that the bottom percentile is going to fail. Who is most likely, just based on logic, going to be the ones failing? It's going to be the people who didn't have the credentials.
Yeah, this is silly as fuck.
To get there in the first place, and then I have to bounce back to.
I want to get you on that point because I would posit that the people who are least likely to have good outcomes in an academic setting are those who have to work 2 jobs, are those who have to drive there from home because they can't afford a dorm, are those who have to go into crippling financial debt. These are and have other stresses in their life they can't afford.
I actually, you know what? Now the more that I think about it too, when we do research, I feel like these institutions tend to be pretty good research institutions as well. So if you have the opportunity to work alongside like researchers at like Stanford and shit, that's probably good. Now I could be wrong, but like I don't know the last time I read a study that was like submitted to the NBER from like economists from the University of Nebraska. Right? Not to knock my school or anything, but like yeah, I think that these, or like Johns Hopkins or like I feel like these institutions tend to have like really good really good I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, like good research bodies as well. But okay.
A doctor, they can't afford a dentist, they can't afford anything.
I had to do
so
that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's
if we're looking at
overwhelmingly.
straight numbers, there are more white people in poverty than black.
White liberals who like be like
what?
Oh man, well white people suffer like that too. Gross me out. It's like, yeah, we know it's a class-based problem. Like, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Please. Like, we're talking statistics here, okay? Like, we're talking averages. We're talking, like, you know,
Thanks.
who is more likely to be in a dire economic circumstance. Okay, white lady, can you please just like not fucking chime in one time?
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Black people.
If you look at the raw numbers, but if you
I don't know,
actually
what are the
understand what
wrong
you're talking
numbers?
about.
No
The issue is poverty in general, though. I don't think it's like who's in poverty. It's like poverty sucks. It
Maybe we
shouldn't
should make
matter
college
who's in it.
free, and maybe we want to have affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
It'll get even more ghetto.
If you have a program that says if you are under a certain income.
That was a wild comment. That ghetto comment was a stupid comment.
Who said that?
Maybe we want to have affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
It'll get even more ghetto.
Who the fuck said that?
I think it was the black conservative guy. This one right here? There's two of them, sorry. Well, there's the black conservative guy, and then there's the black conservative kid, so who's the black conservative guy?
Have affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
It'll get even more ghetto.
In a different timeline, he's writing for The Root and talking about how fucking homophobic black men are.
What?
This is the avenue that he found himself in, so he has to portray himself a certain way. That's it. This dude is just like a chameleon, okay? A charlatan.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
And like things, if things were like, I don't know, like 3% different in his life, he would literally be writing, like he'd be talking about the incredible, the violent, and misogynistic and homophobic black men. Just, you know, which is like, again, as I mentioned, just a different way of churning out similar white supremacist talking points.
Yes, white supremacists.
But, in a
black guy criticizing black people is white supremacy. Yes.
Matter that is more acceptable to liberals. You know what I mean? He'd be doing that instead of this.
If you have a program that says if you are under a certain income level, this is how we'll help you, that will overwhelmingly help black people at a far greater percentage than it will help white people.
Trump supports black lives.
Damn, bro. I feel like a lot of my answers got cut from this. I'm starting to realize I feel like I've spoken one time in this whole fucking video. What the fuck?
I mean, I would fucking, dude, what? I would say yes to that. First step back, baby. Donald Trump, dude, Donald Trump, dude, he was great to black people. He loves black people.
Say it. Do the thing.
I think that President Trump supports all lives. I think that he looks at all American citizens as equal. I don't see him doing anything that would make you feel like he does not support black lives. That's, of course...
I think a lot of people fail to understand
what?
Why Donald Trump, despite being like openly fucking racist at every step, was able to reach a larger percentage of the black vote, and more black people voted for him than any other president prior. And not only that, but also that change is still currently happening. Like, you could say, oh, we went from like 2% to 8%. That's not that big, right? I'm not even
He
kidding.
meant Republican
Like,
president, I think. He must have.
that's not a real number. No, wait, what? That's not fake. I said any other Republican.
Yeah, that's what he
wait,
meant.
Did
That's
I
what
not
he
say
meant.
that?
He didn't say that, but that's
yeah,
what he
that's a
meant.
given, guys. Okay, we're talking 90% voting for the Democratic Party. Okay, no, I mean a higher percentage of black people voted for Donald Trump than any other prior Republican. Of course, I'm talking about.
See how I'm so
in
good faith
comparison
I
to
can
every
interpret
other
what Hasan's
Republican
saying, guys?
president.
Fuck you guys.
Sorry, clearly, and not only that, but also. You did say Republican? Oh, okay. But regardless, I think there are reasons for that go beyond, like, not because Donald Trump was like good to black people or in general, but I think it mostly is. I think it's mostly the same principle that we have discussed before, with respect to a decision that black people made between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. It's like, the idea is that, you know, everyone's fucking
Bring an audio
racist.
recording device to all your next shows so they can't fuck you, and they didn't fuck me. They just like, my God, how much longer does he spend on this? There's just like not much in here of me talking.
And it's true. Everyone is. So it's more so about like, is this racist more entertaining? Did he do some good things? Are there other external factors that played into your consideration, like vaccination campaigns, shit like that, or being like more open about it? Part of the reason why he got he was able to captivate a lot of people is the same as how he captivated white people. It's beyond just racism. It's just, he's telegenic.
Of course, going to lead into the conversation of Black Lives Matter, which was a movement and an organization with so much corruption. Donald Trump not supporting that organization doesn't mean that he doesn't support Black lives. It just means that he doesn't support the fraudulent organization that's stealing so much money from so many people to do absolutely nothing with it, nor does he support a destructive movement.
How long does Hasan eat for? Holy shit.
Destroying cities, communities, lives, etc. So I don't see why someone would think that President Trump doesn't support Black lives.
I've heard him say he knows all the best black people. He has all the best black friends. I do support black people all the time. So, sorry, that was...
He would roast the dude, but
Bro,
he knows he's in his chat,
you
so.
can't do that in public, Alec. What the fuck? Come on, dog. What the fuck? Bro, you can't.
Oh no.
This
poor
dude definitely
Alan.
watches it. Yeah, he is. He's in here
chat,
right now.
yeah.
He has been a community member for a very long time. We've like talked to him or about him in the past. I think he's a nurse, if I'm not mistaken. I might be getting that wrong. Listen, it was a swing and miss. Yeah, they kept that shit in there, okay? So bad.
I mean, it
It's a
wasn't.
very bad impression.
It wasn't that bad.
I don't think Donald Trump wants bad things to happen to black people. So in that respect, I think he does support Black lives. But the other side of that is he's not really doing anything. He didn't do anything as president, certainly, to uplift black people.
The economy affects black people.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that point. One of the biggest things I
What does he do for the
supported
economy?
personally. Well, yeah, we'll get into that one later. One of the biggest things he did is
Wait,
he
why?
secured permanent funding for HBCUs. One of the largest increases we ever saw for HBCUs, personally done by his administration, among many other things. The First Step Act, which there's a lot of debate about whether it was really the best thing to do, but that was definitely a kiss of love to the black race. Freeing
This
Alice
kid, dude.
Johnson for
Oh my
menial drug
God.
crimes she committed in the past that had her locked up. She did not get to see her family for years.
Yeah, but that's not like, okay, I did say I agree, but I agree in the sense that Donald Trump doesn't literally want bad things to happen to black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do. So I think that he just says the most,
Jesus.
yeah, I do think that. I think he says the things that will get him elected. So I don't think that he has any personal grudges against most people.
I don't even agree with that. I think that he's just as racist as every other fucking person from.
I don't think. As much as I love to hate him, I don't think Donald Trump is a racist. I think Donald Trump is like, if Donald Trump is racist, I think Donald Trump is like old person racist. He like believes some weird shit. He probably used to use the word colored. But I don't think he's like, I mean, like, guy's a real estate dude from New York. He might have some bad takes about like the style of like tenants, maybe, except I'm pretty sure most of his shit is like fucking commercial anyway. But like, I think if here's the thing, if Donald Trump was racist, I think it would have come out by now. Okay, I don't think we would be guessing whether or not he's racist. I think we would just know. But
from his background would be like, because he literally, I mean, he was investigated for housing discrimination. You know what I mean? Like he's
yeah, but like housing discrimination is probably is this like, is it racism, or is it like a guy trying to just like maximize his shit? And I don't know. I think there's a lot of things you call Trump, but I don't, like, would I call him racist? I don't think I would. But I mean, if you want to understand.
definitely not a good dude. He's definitely racist, but like He's yeah, default a mirror racist. Exactly.
How is he not racist? Are his Mexicans or drug dealers racist comments? Muslim countrymen is not racist. So this is kind of an interesting line to straddle, but I would say he's xenophobic. And I think, oddly enough, I think oftentimes, actually almost always, I think xenophobia and racism go hand in hand. But I think with Trump, I don't know if they do. He's such an odd one out, right? Like I've said this before, Trump isn't even really a conservative. And it's so strange that the conservatives like worship him. But yeah, I would say Trump is definitely xenophobic, but I don't know if he's racist. I'm not sure. But I wouldn't say he loves like black people. He doesn't love racism people. He's just, I don't think he's racist.
And then the Central Park 5 shit, obviously, you know what I mean? Like he definitely has a bunch of shit. He's a wealthy boomer, of course, he's racist. Yeah, that's the point. Like, yeah, he was a racist liberal. Yeah, he used to be racist.
How is housing discrimination not racist? I don't want to argue about this too much. I'll just give you a really, really, really uncomfortable analogy, and then you can sit with it and you can figure out how you want to figure it out. Okay, go find a friend that you have who works at restaurants, who's a server, and then ask your friend, hey, when you're doing tables at IHOP, Denny's, steakhouses, and black customers come in and people are talking about who gets the Canadians or whatever like that, and people don't want to serve those tables, are those people racist? That's a rough one. You can, you figure out what you think about that, how you feel about that, and yeah, I don't know, explore, do some self-exploration. Is it shitty? Is it unfortunate? I definitely agree with those things. Is it racist? That's a really hard one. I don't know. That's a challenging one. I think that's a challenging one to sort through. I'll say that much.
Liberal way before, in a way that like conservatives would shit on him for, most likely. Anyway, what you mean? The hood loves Donnie Reels, Little Pimp? No.
Sorry, I think the Canadians comment was not. I think I had a friend once. I don't know if this was on stream or off stream. I don't remember if this was a real life friend or on stream, but they would use coded language and they'd say who's getting the Canadians for like a new table that comes in. But that was like their coded language for black people, because sometimes they don't tip as well as other people. And if you're a server and you're working certain nights and you don't want to take a table, like that's yeah. But maybe that's not ubiquitous slang. I'm not sure.
First of all, okay, I'm not gonna do the Zenny Jardine, homie, what set you from bullshit, but like. Yeah, no, Donald Trump was a permanent fixture in a lot of black culture. I've talked about this quite a lot. Not because of fucking Little Pump.
Little Pump.
In the 80s, yeah. 90s, in the early 2000s especially, Donald Trump absolutely was considered a relatively iconic figure that was mentioned in a shit ton of rap music.
Did you try to avoid dealing at black tables and casinos? I didn't deal. I worked at the cafe. However, depending on the shift you were in, whether or not somebody tipped well or not, especially in the mornings, had nothing to do with if they were black or white. It had to do with if they were old or not. If you had a racist server or somebody that didn't like working with black people, that actually worked to your benefit, because especially... I don't know if there's like a reverse racism thing that goes on, but if you're a friendly, polite, handsome little white dude, and you're talking to old black ladies coming from church or whatever in the fucking morning, oof, you can get some nasty tips there. You get some great money. Whatever blackness in them keeps them from tipping, the oldness in them completely overrules it. So I don't know. That's a personal opinion. In my personal opinion, older people, especially that went to casinos, that would frequent like cafes and shit, they would usually, as long as you were friendly with them and you talked with them and you flirted with them or whatever, they would be super, super friendly, and they'd usually tip you really well. So if you're avoiding an old black lady because you're racist, you're probably just losing money yourself. But yeah.
I think a lot of people don't remember that for some reason.
How often did old ladies hit on you or try to hook you up with their daughters? Well, it's not that they're not like actually hitting. It's just fun. You feel young and it's fun to like flirt with staff, but they're not, well, unless maybe some people are. Unless some people are trying to Maybe some of them fucked people. I don't know. Maybe. You said old black women. Did the gender matter? I wonder if there's a statistical breakdown. I feel like for older people, I feel like it was usually women. And if there were men there, it was the husbands of the older women. But I could be wrong. I might just remember that for some reason. I don't know if that's actually true or not. But I feel like for gamblers and like slot players and stuff, for older people, I feel like it was generally older women. And then if there were men there, it was because there were husbands of the women there. But I could be totally wrong on that. That's just what I remember. That's what I remember in my mind.
And a big part of why Donald Trump was actually seen as like not as horrifying of a figure by plenty of black and brown people was because of, I hate to admit this, but The Apprentice.
Wait, what?
The Apprentice was very unique for the time period that it was in. It was incredibly diverse. It was a very diverse TV show with a very diverse cast, and the actual marketing materials or the actual marketing sales sheets reflected that. The demographics were more diverse. The demographics of watchers of The Apprentice were much more of a diverse audience than other shows at the same time.
Okay. And?
No, I'm not talking about Mac Miller, Donald Trump, chat. Jesus Christ. I'm not talking about Mac Miller. I'm talking about Black Rock.
Wait, who's Mac Miller, Donald Trump? Does he mean Mac Miller, the singer? The guy that died? Am I crazy? I got lost in this conversation. I don't even know. Oh, Mac Miller, Donald Trump is a song. Oh, I have no idea. My bad. Okay.
Rappers. Okay, I'm not talking about Mac Miller's Donald Trump song.
Oh, he just said it. Okay.
But that was the reason why a massive audience, a massive diverse audience, knew Trump and kind of liked him as a television man. That's important. That's important to recognize.
He just says the most popular thing. So I think like Ron DeSantis would be, Ron DeSantis would be somebody that I think actually wants black people to be hurt. So by that standard, yeah, Donald Trump supports Black lives by leaps and bounds.
You think Donald Trump says the most popular thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Then why do so many people hate him?
He got elected as president.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He didn't win the popular vote.
Whoa!
That's a...
Whoa! Oh! Yourself, though. You kind of owned yourself. You fucking lost the popular vote. Wait a minute. What?
I like how Hasan soyed out the same way that Alex soyed out instead of like dealing with the reason why he brought that up. And then we never actually get to hear like, is Donald Trump popular? That's so funny. Because he's going to bring up that same point.
I don't fully agree with Alec here anyway. I don't know what trail of thought he had here. I'll be honest. Maybe not his best performance here, but it doesn't matter.
Well, Alec was trying to claim that Donald Trump is just going to say whatever appeals to his base, whatever's popular. Now, Alec got caught in a trap by the two black conservatives because they're saying, oh, you're saying he's popular? He didn't win the popular vote. But that wasn't the point initially that Alec was making. Alec was trying to make the point, which I actually agree with. Alec was, I think I broadly agree probably with most of what Alec is saying. He just comes off as a pretentious asshole. But the point Alec was trying to make was that Donald Trump is just going to say whatever he feels plays well with his base. That's what he's saying. But...
That's what your side likes to say.
That's a liberal talking
I'm
point.
helping you here. I'm trying to see the logic in this. Obviously, he says things to be elected as a politician very similarly to how Joe Biden did, except Joe Biden actually has a history of racism.
If he said things that people...
Yeah, whereas Donald Trump don't. Like, get the fuck out of here, kid. Oh, my God. Okay, now I'm doing the debate brain. Bro, I'm sorry.
Kid.
You can't fucking be like, oh, Joe Biden is so racist, but like, and then act like Donald Trump isn't then. Okay? I'm sorry. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, this is the only thing, the First Step Act, which was literally a bipartisan crime bill, a prison reform bill, a criminal justice reform bill that, you know, Democrats wrote as well. Get the fuck out of here. And if it was a Democratic president that wanted to sign it, the Republicans would have vetoed it. Shut the fuck up. The only reason why it happened under a Republican president is because some of those bills only pass under Republican presidencies because Republicans are only obstructionists when a Democrat is president.
people didn't like, he wouldn't have been our president.
So you like everything that Donald Trump says? You think everything he says is popular?
I love a lot of the things he says. I think he's hilarious. When he said big water, that was one of my favorite quotes. Big water.
Water, big water, ocean water.
He has the funniest one-liners, so I love a lot of the things he says. As far as policy, he sucks, but...
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of one line.
Oh, I know, conservatives love talking about his...
No, coke.
Oh, Hunter Biden hat. Now I understand at the very beginning of this what Hasan was saying, how he likes the Hunter Biden hat. I was thinking Joe Biden. That just clicked for me. Derp.
It's different. Coke, not
Trump is less of the issue.
Such
and
a
more
Hasan
so the
Abi
people that
head.
support
Holy
him,
fuck.
like Die Hard. They facilitate that kind of like hate, I think, for a lot of people, not just black people, but like.
I mean, this man took out like a full page in a newspaper.
That kid is freshly 18, by the way. He's never voted in a presidential election. Yeah, that's like literal fucking grooming. This and like the other
What?
fucking little baby that
Dog,
was
the average age in your audience is probably 19 and a half. Let's slow down, buddy.
like portraying AOC or whatever is like unironic conservative grooming. Or they're just like, they just like get these like young little babies and be like, say the conservative things, and then weird freak nasty conservatives will love you.
They're calling for the public execution of 5 black kids. His hotels, all of his businesses have rampant history of denying black people apartments or whatever. So
I forgot about that. I should not have stepped forward.
Look, I mean, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, so I don't think he really cares about anyone, I guess, unless you're like super rich or whatever.
When you look at his history on racial issues, whether it's the shithole countries comment, the plethora of comments he made about Mexican people, just the comments he made about Muslims, the idea that Trump cares at all about some particular racial minority, I think is a little bit silly. I think Trump will say whatever he needs to say to rile up his base and to get elected.
I don't necessarily think
Good
those
point,
statements
Destiny.
come from a place of hatred. I don't think he was ever saying specifically, oh, if you pray 5 times a day towards...
Wait, I don't get it. Hold up. How can you say Mexicans are rapists in a non-hateful way? That's wild. How can you say black people come from shithole countries? Why can't we get immigration?
He didn't say black people came from shithole countries, to be fair. I think he was referring to one singular black country there, but...
From good countries like Norway, but like say it in a not racist and not hateful way. You can't say that. God damn it, dude. What a fucking insane take.
the east or towards Mega based on wherever you are, you're a bad person. I think he was saying if you like to fly planes into towers or behead people or throw people off of buildings, maybe you're not the most virtuous person out there.
I supported Trump because he
Yeah, bro. The problem is saying all Muslims want to do that. What the fuck is wrong? Okay, well, I can't.
I don't remember, but I feel like I had an objection to that. I was like, if he really cared about the flying into the planes thing, why didn't he ban Muslims from Saudi Arabia? I think I said that here, but I don't think my interjection here was got. I think a lot of what I said wasn't caught here, but whatever.
Fault him. He is literally a kid. He's got a kid brain.
Kid brain.
I know it's identical to like what adult conservatives argue, or how adult conservatives argue, because adult conservatives also have kid brain. But he's like literally a baby, so maybe it's a little different. But yeah, overall it's like, it's a wild thing to say.
That's it.
He's got to stomp out the kid brain now, otherwise he grows up.
made he made the economy good, and so the economy.
Yeah, that's not even try. He said a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims. Yeah,
That's what he wanted to do initially, but yeah.
it's so stupid. It's like, yeah, he just doesn't like people who fucking pray 5 times a day and then like fly planes into the Twin Towers, which, by the way,
Nobody does.
No, he fucking doesn't have an issue with people who do that, because look at his dealings with Saudi Arabia. Who the fuck flew the planes, idiot?
Wow, good job, Hasan.
Saudi fucking Arabia. And then, you know what else they did? The Saudi kingdom, under Mohammed bin Salman, fucking killed an American legal permanent resident. Maybe he was a bit of a CIA guy, but who cares? He was an American legal permanent resident. They chopped his ass up in a fucking in the Saudi consulate in fucking Turkey. There's video footage of it even, allegedly. Maybe the Turkish consulate is bugged. Who knows? The Saudi consulate in Turkey is bugged. Who knows? Okay. And then Donald Trump was like, "Yeah, of course I'm going to keep giving them money. Do you have $10 billion to purchase my money? To purchase my weapons? No. So if I don't sell it to them, Russia will." You think that fucking guy cares about 9/11? Get the fuck out of here. When 9/11 happened, he literally, I think it was the morning of, the next morning, he straight up went on a fucking talk show and said, well, it's really bad, but guess what now? Trump Tower is the tallest tower in Wall Street. Silver linings. He said that. He fucking said that. You think he cares about 9/11? Fuck you.
Trump almost assuredly cared about 9/11. I think you'd have to be a demon to be from New York or New York City and not care about 9/11. I'm sure everybody from New York cared about 9/11. But
he didn't even care about 9/11. It wasn't the fucking Muslims dancing on rooftops, which he claimed, by the way, falsely. That was just me. I was doing a fucking Zumba class. I've talked about this so many times, okay? He was the motherfucker dancing on the rooftop.
that's a wildly weird statement to say, but okay.
Get the fuck out of here.
Economy then impacted black people, white people, Latino people. It impacted everybody. But Trump, he didn't think specifically, I don't think, about black people.
Oh my God, he said that 10 minutes after the final tower collapsed. Get the fuck out of here. I thought he said it the next morning or something. That's crazy, dude. He literally was dancing on the rooftop. Here.
Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. I watched as...
It's pretty fucking... I would have to see the full interview. I'm curious why he said that there. That
okay, but was he wrong, though? No, he ain't wrong. He just shouldn't say it. You know, it's a little insensitive to say on the day of 9/11. It kind of comes across like you're gloating. You know what I mean? You're like, Muhammad Atta did a lot of good things. Okay, very good pilot. Made my building the tallest building in Wall Street. Thank you, Muhammad Atta. Inshallah. Mashallah. Muhammad Atta will see Jannah. Nah, you saying insensitive things about 9/11? Yeah, I love saying insensitive things about 9/11. Just not on 9/11. You know what I mean? Not on 9/11 2001. Okay? 9/11 2002, catch me saying insensitive shit. 9/11 2003, I'm saying insensitive shit. I'm leveling up. Okay? 9/11 2023, I'm saying whatever the fuck I want. Okay? Let's be real. 9/11 2001, kind of out of pocket to be like, literally, as like people are still falling from the fucking building. You're like, hey, you know.
What?
My tower is now the tallest tower again on Wall Street, which is pretty crazy because when I first bought it, that's what I bought it for, you know? Like, motherfucker, people are still dying. What's happening? Yeah, and also I'm saying it on my own stream. I'm not calling into a news show to brag about it, you know what I mean? Pretty wild stuff.
People jumped, and I watched the second plane come in parts of New Jersey, Jersey City, but parts of New Jersey. I saw people getting together and in fairly large numbers celebrating as the World Trade Center was...
Guys, it was a Zumba class.
What is a Zumba class?
What are you doing?
About?
Why are you leaning into me? Stop.
Oh, his dog just wants love.
Oh, you're so heavy. You're so heavy. Why? Why? What? 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 Speaking to the microphone. Oh, don't lick it. Oh, don't lick me. Oh,
He's memeing that he was the one dancing on the roof, but it was due to it being in Zumba class, which is yoga. Oh, interesting. Okay. I haven't heard this meme at all.
It's hard to be mad watching black conservatives say unhinged shit when I got this little demon on my lap. But I digress. Let's get back to it. This is a beefy ass video, and we're only halfway through it.
He thought about himself, and he thought about how can I make America great for me, and making and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go with this guy, and the reason I'm gonna go with this guy is because if he can make America great and he can make that it rise for everybody, I'm gonna benefit from that. So that's why I went, and that's why I voted for him. That's why I supported him.
How does that specifically benefit black people? Again, he's a businessman, but he's also a racist businessman, like well documented so. So like,
and Biden's not?
Yeah, see, this is why it's like, yeah, everybody's racist, but Trump is like sometimes extra racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like Biden's racist too. Fuck Biden.
Fuck you.
Biden's not.
Yes, he is. He created the crime bill. So that's.
Do I correct this in this video?
Address the Central Park 5.
Oh,
that's what you brought up, right?
Oh,
How do
God
you
damn
feel
it.
about that?
Well,
he took
actually,
a full page on
okay,
after they were
so I haven't.
He wanted them to be killed, executed, just because they were black.
That story.
And he bars people from attending his businesses or like renting apartments from all his like stupid Trump towers.
I think Trump at that point was, like many people in this room, particularly liberals, a victim of the media.
Particularly
I think he was
liberals.
scared. I think he was ashamed of the things that he heard in the news and wanted to take action himself as a businessman, not as a
Why
racist.
are you infantilizing him?
I don't like
Bro, Trump was like 3 times this little fucking goober's age at that point when he said like those teenagers should be executed. What is he saying? Oh, Trump was a Trump was a neurodivergent minor. You don't understand. He's a little baby. He didn't know any better. Like little baby Kaya. Except Kaya's not racist.
Real quick, because people keep bringing up this comparison to the '93 crime bill from Biden. That crime bill, this was at the height of like violent crime and the crack epidemic in the United States. The Congressional Black Caucus supported that crime bill. Everybody in the United States supported that crime bill. The idea that crime bill was like some racist piece of legislation that Biden just wheeling out.
Yeah, you know who was a Congressional Black Caucus supported? Fucking Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. That doesn't mean it.
Okay, and Barack Obama didn't support gay marriage. What is even the point of that? I'm sorry. Black people fucking loved Bill Clinton. Wait, am I missing something? My understanding is that I thought black people loved Bill Clinton. Am I wrong on that? I was young at the time. Maybe it was just Republicans that said that, but no, I know they got into some weird shit later on with that super predator comment and shit. Or maybe that was just Rush Limbaugh playing up Bill Clinton's popularity with minorities, but
anything, okay? I supported fucking Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama.
Also, why are you comparing the CBC in 2016 or 2012? No, 2008 versus in 1993. Like, but
doesn't mean anything, okay? I hate that justification. The Congressional Black Caucus is a Democratic Party cutout. That's it. Like, they care about what the Democratic Party is saying and doing. They don't give a shit.
Okay. So black conservatives' opinions don't matter. Black Democrat opinions don't matter. So which black opinions are okay in Hasan's world? Like,
that's not like a good representation, in my opinion, of the attitude at the time. And even then, saying, well, everybody fucking thought it was like a necessity is not exactly great. It is not exactly great when, like, we know the impact of the bill itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the impact of the bill doesn't play to the intent of the bill. When we passed the Hart-Celler Immigration Act, the goal wasn't to have a whole bunch of foreigners immigrating into the United States. Quite the opposite. But that's what happened. But that doesn't mean that that was the intent.
I guess if you're trying to justify it by saying, like, oh, Joe Biden wasn't racist for the crime bill, it's like, well, he certainly was. I mean, Joe Biden has said a fuck ton of other racist shit as well. You know what I mean?
Okay, a fuck ton of racist shit?
That's a wire. That's an XLR cable. That's not edible.
A fuck ton of racist shit. I can't argue with that, I guess. Okay.
Not edible. Oh, God. Stop flopping around like a fish. Heavy, you're going to break me. Why are you licking my arm? My little baby. My big baby. Wait, so does he believe prison helped the crack epidemic? He strikes me as a legalize all drugs kind of guy. Yeah, also the crack epidemic is a hilarious way to fucking frame this when talking about how it's not racist. Lamau,
Does he think that the crack epidemic in black neighborhoods wasn't real? Or was that just fictitious? Or maybe in West Hollywood behind gated communities, you just don't see the issues that drugs can have on especially disadvantaged communities, maybe.
Congressional Black Caucus endorsed a white man over a black candidate is just some of the most right-wing Dems in the House. Frequently, Dems in super blue districts get tons of right-wing GOP donor money for the most conservative Democrat candidate. This is a well-known point from anyone who's a total fraud. Yeah, I mean, the Congressional Black Caucus is a representation of, like, you know.
Okay, what about the fact that I'm pretty sure the majority of black people in the United States also supported the crime bill? Racial polling, crime bill, 1993 support. What? This doesn't make any sense. During the 1960s, blacks argued for full socioeconomic inclusion and an end to discriminatory policing, which they argued was a root cause of the decade's urban unrest. Instead, they got militarized police forces and riot tanks and the omnibus crime control. I mean, like, obviously everybody wants, like, the world, or you want heaven promised to you for legislation, but that's never how it actually works, right? Oh, Jamie from the Majority Report, of the Majority Report, is looking for people to talk about Stop Cop City. I don't think she'd talk to me about it. Maybe in December, did Bernie sign onto the bill too? I believe that Bernie, Bernie did sign into the 93 crime bill. I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did. The Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, commonly known as the Crime Bill, was sponsored by Joe Biden 26 years ago. According to a 1994 Gallup survey, 58% of African Americans supported the crime bill compared to 49% of white Americans. Most black mayors who are grappling with a record wave of violent crime did so as well. As he joined a delegation of mayors lobbying Congress to back the bill, Baltimore Mayor Kurt L. Schmoke said, "We're trying very hard to explain to Congress that this is a matter that needs bipartisan support." Clyburn, a member of House leadership and one of the most powerful African-American elected officials, reflected on the reason for his vote in favor of the bill. Crack cocaine was a scourge in the black community. Yikes, racist much? He recalled, "They wanted it out of those communities and they'd gotten very tough on drugs, and that's why yours truly and other members of the Congressional Black Caucus voted for the 94 crime bill." Oof. I wonder how he can talk with all those white police boots in his mouth. Yikes. Writing 20 years earlier, another prominent African-American scholar, Harvard law professor Randall Kennedy, argued that blacks have suffered more from being left unprotected or underprotected by law enforcement authorities than from being mistreated as suspects or defendants. I wonder, do we have a link to this Gallup survey? I doubt they would just lie, and this brings it up. But it'd be interesting just to see the actual survey, just so I could have my eyes on it. But yeah, anyway, this idea that it was like this racist bill, is stupid. That's just dumb.
Congressional for the most conservative Democrat candidate. This is a well-known point from anyone who's a total fraud. Yeah, I mean, the Congressional Black Caucus is a representation of, like, you know, conservatism. That's it.
Yeah, okay,
like,
dude.
Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Guys, oh, shit. Hey, you're hurting yourself. Stop wagging your tail while you're looking. She's looking back at me and wagging her tail like she's like, I know what I did over there. It was well deserved. Oh, here we're back. Okay. She's like, yeah, I fucked your shit up. It's all good. Yeah, you're set up. I don't give a fuck. You deserve it. Okay.
Because he hates black people, and that's somehow comparable to the Donald Trump's treatment of the Central Park Five that were already exonerated. That wasn't a victim. The media said they were done. They were exonerated in court. They weren't there.
As I understand it, the prosecutor of the five, he was a black guy, and so in being a black guy, he went and he looked at all the evidence and said these guys are guilty.
Black people can also be racist against other black people.
Or just make mistakes.
So if anybody does anything you disagree with in regards to the Central Park Five, even if they themselves are a black person,
I mean, they're cops. I like that. I like that. He's like, it's a simple mistake.
Yeah, it can't be a mistake. Correct. It's racism. Like, it was so silly to assume that people could fuck up or make mistakes for other reasons. It's got to be racism. Ha, true.
A simple mistake that a cop engaged in, you know? It's just like whenever police brutality happens and it's like a black cop, I'm always thinking, oh, there goes another simple mistake situation.
oh, they're just a self-loathing black person. They're just a racist black person.
If they disagree
that
with me, they're
prosecutor was
racist.
doing his job.
That's my policy.
What? You're oblivious to the hate you spread now, but in the future you will live in a mansion of regrets surrounded by melted wax figures of the fake people you love to suffocate with your own ego-driven ideas with a non-existent amount of compromise.
Jesus.
Real humans value compromise rather than bigotry? What the fuck?
Damn, my God. Are you okay, dude?
It's pasta? What kind of fucking copy pasta is? First of all, I'm already living in a fucking giant mansion, I guess.
Bare necessities,
I have to pee
boys.
so fucking bad. It's a pasta that someone typed in here. Oh. Yeah, there's Sephiroth posting again. Classic.
If they disagree with me, they're racist.
I think Trump has shown a history of ignorant at best and racist at worst behavior. I didn't vote for him or Hillary because I just don't see him as a conservative hero. I don't even think he's a conservative.
Fake
personally.
conservative. I voted Trump in 2016, just so you all know. So I'm just saying.
So I need you to elaborate on if people disagree with you, they're racist, just in general.
I was just kidding.
He's just, yeah.
You never know.
Just like
One
the
of those
hat.
kind of moments.
Sorry if I triggered you. I'm sorry.
You made a point. You made a point.
Sorry if I triggered you. I triggered
Said,
you.
he just kind of says these things to rile up his base. Why does he need to do that at the expense of black people then?
He doesn't do that at the. I am a member of his base, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, this is amazing. And I don't know. You can call me self-loathing. You can call me self-hating.
So you're
you can call
saying
me
calling
racist.
for the public execution of 5 black men that were exonerated to
When
rile
has he
up
done
his
that
base?
during the campaign trail? He didn't do that when he was a politician.
Well,
he did
again,
that when he was a
it's
scared businessman
everything.
in New York.
It's
feeling
everything
bad.
Steve said about the comments about Muslims, the comments about Mexican immigrants. Why
Not
does he
never
need-
about Mexican immigrants, never about Muslims, about terrorists and about criminals and rapists. These are very important delineations to make. And if you believe
I
that
think
what
you
were fed the media
understand,
about,
or
oh, it's
I
all
think
Mexican immigrants, I think it's more of you being, oh man, oh, these poor Mexicans, they need to be supported. It's more of that savior complex. Wow,
What was
we're
the
back
rationale
again.
behind axing or trying to axe DACA? Were these people were registered with the federal government? They were in school. They were doing everything that they needed to do. They had no home elsewhere. They were brought into this country as minors. Like, what's the explanation for
I
that?
think that requires more nuance. Like I mentioned before, I think there were some
for their
people.
education.
I think
Why
there
would
were
you
some
wanna
people feeding him bad policy advice, thinking, "Oh, this will be really good for your base," and he's doing a lot as a president.
That's okay. That's okay if we feel that way. But
So,
at the end
if I take
Well,
responsibility
why
for
do I cough
something,
there?
if I say he has responsibility for something, well then you're right. But if I'm saying, well, maybe there are some people around him advising him falsely,
Dude,
it's infantilizing.
He was the president.
There's no good way.
He called the shots. What are you talking about?
The only path forward to solving illegal immigration starts with amnesty for everybody here. The reality is there's some 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants here. We're not deporting them all.
With the people who are already here, that's a lot more of a messy, nuanced conversation. But as far as people coming in, I do think we need.
I love that conservatives do this thing where like every time they've got a policy, it's like very clear and very obvious what needs to be done. And then anytime you've got a policy, like, don't you think we should? Well, all of a sudden things become very nuanced very quickly. When it's something that we don't like, it's very nuanced very quickly. But when it's like affirmative action, that's clearly wrong. Like, oh, affirmative action, pfft, dog shit. Like, okay.
Stronger borders and actual like vetting happening.
And I just want to say, in Ronald Reagan's day, he was given the promise. He said, look, if you go ahead and you pass this particular bill, we'll give these people amnesty and we're done.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Valorant with a special guest later tonight. But
Oh my
trust me, even if you
God.
don't like Valorant, you will want to see this.
Oh
Okay?
my God. Who is the special guest, guys? Was it Obama?
Yes, that's right. It's Donald Trump.
Oh.
Done, and it didn't happen. We didn't. Illegal immigration continued even after Reagan already said we would give these people amnesty. So that's why we get a burr up our butt, because he had already done it.
Hopefully the devil's giving him amnesty.
True.
That's terrible.
No, that's base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
Ninth circle, baby.
Wow. Wow. Tasteless. Bro, you're 18. Like, have fun with your fucking life, man. What the hell is going on?
My political beliefs have changed from the past.
Fuck. Tasteless.
I grew up in a conservative household, actually, in Ohio. And my parents were always pretty political, so I always stayed political. I was very religious as a teenager.
Typical.
Sometime during college and then afterwards, especially during COVID, my sister actually indoctrinated me into a more leftist position. And
shouts out to Alex's sister. Yo, who else indoctrinated you, man? Huh? Who else? A lot of people love saying, okay? A lot of people love saying, like, Hasan, you're actually horrible for the fucking leftist movement. You're actually really bad for the leftist movement. There are so many people like Alec in this community for one particular reason, okay? And that's because I serve the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, and it's right on time, okay? Right on the fucking dot. And if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Fuck! People are always like, Hasan only talks to an audience of people who believe him. And it's like, no. I did have an opportunity to speak to a much broader audience back in the day and change their minds. That's been effectively shut out by fucking cringe lord, dumbass libtards, radlibs, and psychotic fucking communities online that have been hunting me viciously.
Is he really crying as a streamer that gets 20 to 25,000 and falling concurrent viewers that he doesn't have a big enough outreach? He's one of the largest political streamers, the largest one on Twitch, and he's mad that he doesn't have enough outreach? How can he honestly complain about that? That's wild to me.
Stalking me. And even then, we still have the impact. We still have the capacity to fucking change people's minds here, regardless of all the fucking fake baggage that people have hung on me. If I started as a pretty normie liberal, but due to you and my wife, I'm full social now. You made space extremely easy to end up for normies. Yeah. It's crazy that, like, so many people actively have played a role in shutting off a broader audience from, like, legitimately understanding what I have to say, or even coming to me in a charitable way. It's
actually, I have so little sympathy for this Weasley fucking liar who constantly tells lies. We listened to him do it earlier about Ben Shapiro. He does it all the time about me. This fucking loser constantly locks his audience out of. Listen to anytime he says anything positive about me. He has to poison the well so hard. He explicitly goes out of his way to be bad faith and dishonest about the people that he doesn't like, and he's going to sit here and cry about other people not giving them access to his audience. Like, seriously? What an unbelievable thing for this fucking loser to say. That's such an unbelievable statement. Holy shit.
Genuinely frustrating. I will never forgive them, but I also know that you know, they are, all those people are just, like, permanently fucking stuck in their own echo chambers, and they're sad.
Oh my God.
Losers, so whatever.
He's trapped in our echo chambers. He's mad because he's been searching for why recently his viewership has been basically falling. I think this is the first year that he's had like consistently decreasing viewership over like a long period of time, and I think he's trying to figure out like if his viewership ever slid off, like if he was getting less than 20K concurrents, I think he would legitimately off himself. But he's probably looking for excuses for what's happening. I guess he's going to blame other people. It's insane that he's like in such an unbelievably nepotistically granted privileged position where he's legitimately unbelievably popular, and he's still crying about not getting enough exposure. Like, what an unbelievable statement to make.
I used to hate you, and now I've been here for I don't know how many months. What? 58 months, bro. What do you mean you used to hate me? That was so long ago. That was a different you, dog. That was a different world. There are still people that are right-leaning or right-wing that come in here and have the capacity to change their minds, and that's good. It does suck that that impact is definitely limited.
I overcorrected a little bit. I started becoming pretty cringy as far as like, sit down and let the minorities all talk, right? Don't say anything, don't speak over them, etc. They would, it was like the whole you can't speak over Candace Owens even if she's literally a Nazi kind of thing. So I stand by that. So yeah, I kind of leveled out thankfully, and I'm less cringe now.
Did you? Are you?
I cringed.
This is leveled out. Imagine if we would have been here a year ago.
I mean, maybe I am being cringe. Who cares?
So I grew up conservative, but I did have more left-leaning ideas about like Black Lives Matter and critical race theory.
It's great, man. Hey, good job winning over this fucking group, Destiny. You did it.
He's so mad about my one comment, my one joke, when the entire Jubilee audience, I'm pretty sure I could go recheck the comments, were ubiquitously shitting on Alec for being the most combative motherfucker in this entire show. Like, and we didn't even get to see his bootlicker comment, bro. It actually became uncomfortable. The lady running the show had to like pull us back from the edge multiple times because of Alex fighting with the other people. Like, he kept cutting people off, he kept asking really aggressive questions, he kept getting personal for ad homs. Like, this happened multiple times during the show. Like, bro.
Dumb.
And I was watching a lot of YouTube, and I did agree that Black people were oppressed and all of these different things, and that we were kind of got the short end of the stick. And during 2020, when there was, everything crazy was happening, and I started organizing rallies against the mandates because I thought that they were just totally.
Oh, there it is. Bro, there it is.
What is?
Oh, God, 2020 broke so many people's brains, some for the better and many for the worse. Oh, my Lord.
Totally.
You know that it's like, it's so weird because like, it's weird that Hasan has to do this. I wonder how uncomfortable it is because normally socialists don't like to do like idpol. They don't like to talk about like black people and shit. They just want to focus on like class. But I wonder how uncomfortable Hasan would be if he knew how many black people had bad feelings about like vaccines and mandates and Tuskegee and like all this. Is it I still don't know if it's Tuskegee or Tuskegee. But like somebody should look it up. Our vaccine acceptance rates, I'm pretty sure they're lower among black communities than broadly the white community. Pretty sure that's the case. But I have to go and check for it. But this
unconstitutional and un-American. And then George.
I saw you at Spaghetti Factory in San Diego in
It's just. What is this? Hold on. Hey guys, a lot has happened in the past few days. Oh, this is Alec. And as you can imagine, I've been getting all kinds of comments and messages about my Jubilee appearance. I had some great moments in the video and also some things I'm not proud of, but no matter how you feel I performed, I do not like the way I appeared. I was angry, overbearing, and annoying. It's not the laid-back and fun-loving image I have of myself. For that, I'm sorry to you all and moreover to myself. Up to this point, I've largely been winging the whole online content creator thing. I feel with this appearance, I was thrown into a pit of sharks without a life jacket, and I flailed around a lot just trying to stay afloat. Jesus. I have a lot of work to do to be an effective advocate for the position as a whole, and I want people to realize I'm capable of taking constructive critique. But that said, I feel like I've been online too much and for far too long with 2 breaks. My IRL job is easygoing, which gives me plenty of time to tweet and watch political YouTube videos, and when I go home, it's largely the same thing. Let me be perfectly honest. What is he doing? Is he taking a break from? Is this guy even like a? How big is this guy? Alec Gunter. 2,000 YouTube subs. Okay. It's probably the most attention he's gotten online in a long time, to be fair, I guess.
2019, and I didn't like you back then. Now I'm a 9-month subscriber. You know what's funny about that?
What?
First of all, that's awesome. I love that. I was there at Spaghetti Factory in San Diego in 2019. That's true, literally, with a massive group of individuals because it was TwitchCon. Now, what's hilarious is that there are probably people like this that are in my orbit when I'm existing out in the real world, and not a single one of these motherfuckers actually come up and ever say anything, which I'm glad you didn't, Chicken Adobo, because, you know, I probably would not have reacted all too positively.
Why are you pretending? Wait, didn't Hasan like literally awkwardly shirk away from a guy at TwitchCon that approached him? Am I making this up? Wasn't there a guy at TwitchCon? Who am I thinking of? He was like another streamer person. Was it Zerka or was it somebody else? But then he found like some short 15-year-old kid and he like pressed the fuck out of him or something. Fuck, I'd have to go back and find the video.
Okay. But it's so funny that, like, you know, but that is the reality, is that people who are like, I fucking hate this guy, and I'm willing to bet he probably says some unhinged shit, which, by the way, no issues there. It's fine. You know, you're here for 9 months. I love that. It's like even if you have like hatred in your heart for me due to whatever echo chamber is telling you that I'm like a piece of shit.
It's so wild that he like projects so hard. Maybe people don't like you because you're the piece of shit. Like, damn, the wild mischaracterizations he has of other content creators, and he is out here crying about people doing it to him. That's kind of unreal.
It's like you're not going to express that.
And it's funny too because Hasan is like self-admittedly an echo chamber. Like, he doesn't like debate. He doesn't like arguing with content creators that don't agree with him. He doesn't like going into spaces where people are hostile. Like, there's a reason why Hasan didn't ever get involved in like the red pill shit and doesn't make the rounds on any of those shows. Like, Hasan explicitly, and I'm pretty sure self-admittedly, has set his shit up as an echo chamber. So it's so funny that he's getting upset that people that he could have access to but chooses not to associate with have negative opinions of him. That's so wild to me.
Real world. Most people in the real world do not engage in content unless they are like totally mentally ill. You know what I mean? Like, unless they are totally, absolutely unhinged, probably schizophrenic, you know, they usually just keep to themselves when they're like, I don't like that person. But we can't do that in the online sphere. We just can't do that. It's odd. Anyway, let's continue.
Floyd dies. And initially I was like enraged like everybody else. And then it started to become this weird like political like agenda masquerading or behind his face. Like, it just, the face of what was actually happening started to peel off. And
I thought you were a fake leftist grifter.
This was Hasan when Zerka found him. Hold on. I think.
Oh, it's a Hasan Piker! That's it? It's alright, man. Bro, this guy, bro. This guy looks...
This is Hasan when like a 15-year-old walks up to him.
I want to give you respect for that. Oh, thank you. And I have another question. I think Sam Hyde, he called you out on like a boxing event. Are you interested in like the boxing scene, or not?
No, I don't know why you guys are so into this shit. He's a Nazi. Like, I don't know.
What's happening right now?
It's so whack, bro. Like, I don't understand why all you motherfuckers have to like run around with this shit.
What's going on? What's going on?
Nothing. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. You fucking asshole. Yeah, what do you mean, damn, bro? What the fuck do you mean, damn? What do you mean, damn?
Chill.
What the fuck do you mean, damn? Why do you do this shit?
I'm asking questions. I don't know.
You're not asking.
Alright, bro.
Yo, chill, bro.
Get the fuck out of here. Pussy.
That was whack. Fuck that guy.
I felt like if Zerka would have been 2 feet shorter, I feel like Hasan wouldn't have just looked at him and brushed him off. I ran into you at LAX and you talked to me the same way. I did, that's right. I hope I not molested. Think of a different word. I hope I did it to you.
Who didn't know what the fuck he was talking about versus like bread tubers or something in 2019, 2020 when I started seeing your YouTube videos. Now I have watched you nearly every day for about a year and a half now. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Anyway, mass mandates.
And I was like,
broke
oh,
her
I mean, I
brain.
would counter-protest BLM activists at my town square when I lived in Texas. And they were some of the most just bitter, vile, horrible people you could ever meet. Meanwhile, like the Confederate group that would protest there against them also, they were like the nicest people ever to me, ironically.
I grew up in a Democratic, not a Democratic household, but kind of apolitical, but everybody was Democrat. And then I got a job. And when I got a job and I saw all the taxes come out and I started looking to the left and to the right and going, oh, my money's whittling away over here. And I said, you know what? After Reagan, I'm just going to go ahead and declare myself a Republican. And I've been a Republican ever since.
My mom is pretty liberal. She married my stepdad when I was like 15, 16 in high school, and he's super conservative, like loved Trump, diehard Trump fan. And they had a lot of like back and forth, hearing the two sides, like people who are on such polar opposites just like argue all the time about stuff, seeing that there's a lot of similarities in both sides, like the far radical left and the far radical right, they have a lot of similarities. They just don't want to come and
Yeah, no, totally. Like, let me give you examples. For example, as a far leftist guy, okay,
I want equality for all
that
people.
We should have universal health care,
Yeah.
a national health care system, as a matter of fact. I'll take it one
But as a far right person, I believe in Nazism and killing all homeless people.
step further. We should have free college, and the far right don't want any of those things. So it's pretty similar in many ways. Like, or maybe they want ethnic cleansing.
There you go.
Depending on how far right you're going, which is pretty similar to like offering free university education to everyone unconditionally, and also making people pay their fair share in taxes, which the far right doesn't, which is very similar to the far left, I think, in many ways. That's basically the same thing, because I'm a fucking idiot. I'm the dumbest person you've ever encountered, and I believe these things. Fuck.
Jesus.
At least the fucking black conservatives are like very clearly grifting. You know what I mean? What the hell? Like, they are obviously there to grift, okay? Or maybe they just like have genuinely believed this dumb shit. It's like, how do you believe this? Oh, never mind. All right.
like see it.
I started off actually kind of similar to you. I went to a Jesuit high school. I grew up very conservative. My mom is Cuban, so ride or die Bush supporter, who is now a ride or die Trump supporter. I think the point of my life when I was the most like libertarian was probably the lowest.
Where's the
point of my life.
The far radical left, what they imagine to mean is the annoying rich rad libs who don't want any economic justice. The thing the Trump supporter and Biden supporter have in common is the exact opposite of what centrists in politics espouse. It's economic leftism that has very little actual purchase in the political class. Yes, and it also, unfortunately, has not been able to captivate enough people due to their material hang-ups to go out and, like, vote. People are not... Like, if you're looking at it, if I put my fucking, pollster Andy fucking hat on for a brief moment, the unfortunate reality is that, like, Bernie Sanders, for example, has not been able to captivate people with that message due to a shit ton of,
manufactured consent and bad press, the media attacking socialism,
anti-media, anti-Bernie media, and all this other stuff. But that is the unfortunate reality. Like, people don't fucking respond to that on the messaging front. And even if they do, I don't know how the fuck, I don't know how you would ever be able to push that legislative agenda. Because we do not live, there is no real democratic process, and this is a bourgeois democracy.
Logan's fiance is suing that Dylan Dennis guy for no less than 150K. Based.
3 years ago and strong, it's your private old voice going on the things you mentioned about the manosphere continue to help me set students straight and stop them from growing up to be shitheads. That's great. Anyway, let's hear what else he has to say.
And I think it's because something that conservatives do really well is they make you feel like you can always like succeed as long as you work hard enough. And that's something that progressives and liberals suck at. That you're a victim of systemic racism, you're black, so you're going to be discriminated against, you're a woman, so nobody's going to care about your feelings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas Republicans will tell you, listen, if you work hard, you can do whatever you want, like just as long as you're willing to put in the work. And I felt that way up to the moment where I was losing my house, where I had an ex-girlfriend that was pregnant, where I had been fired from my previous job. There was a whole bunch of horrible stuff going on in my life, and I very, very luckily got into online content creation. And from there, as I started...
So any reason why she should win that case against Dennis? I think that's probably something to be said for targeted harassment of a person over a long period of time. It's not like... it might actually even be defamatory, maybe. But maybe she should have to get a restraining order first. But is clearly, I don't think this is like just a freedom of speech thing. I think it's like pretty easily and clear. Whatever the line for harassment is, it's pretty obviously gone past that.
Started to make more money. I started to pay more taxes. When I get older and I look at taxes that come out of my paycheck, I mean, I care a little bit, but it was just so funny to me that back when I was making $15,000, $20,000 a year, I'm like, I gotta vote for the lower tax bracket, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm barely paying any tax anyways. And, you know, now that I'm older, like, if the government wants to take, you know, a few, you know, 10, 20, whatever, how many more thousand.
I never know what to say for a number here because I make a lot of money and it feels weird to say, like, if I say too little, it's kind of silly. But if I say too much, it feels like I'm bragging about my income. I never know what to say on this.
Was out.
You just said you worked hard.
I did, but I got very, very, very lucky doing so.
Yeah, he's right about this part as well. Obviously, that like.
Whoa, hold on, Hasan. Don't just give me credit. Make sure that you can attack me. Bring up that I also have a lot of crazy far right views. Bring up the fact that my mom is probably a Gusano pig. We own slave. You make sure you qualify the fuck out of this. Don't give me just credit for nothing, okay?
Meritocracy clearly is a fucking lie. Luck plays a tremendous role in this. Again, I agree. Hard work is very important. I talk about this all the fucking time. I work very hard. There's one thing you cannot shit on me over. It is how hard I goddamn work. Maybe to a detriment, to a fault. Okay? But that is not the end all be all. There is also a tremendous amount of luck that factored into my success. It's just the truth. And it's very frustrating when people are just like pure denialists of and will advocate for the myth of meritocracy, especially when they're on the when they're on the receiving end of the ass fucking.
Okay.
Anyway, he's not wrong. Leftism feels hopeless. At least you say stuff like unionize and believe the blah, blah, blah. But you know, it's not. It's very nice to think that my actual hard work will pay off. But your actual hard work will pay off. Leftism, at the end of the day, is about understanding why society is designed a certain way to churn out certain outcomes. It doesn't mean that that should stop you. It's more so, here is your starting position. You can fucking complain about it all day, every day, or you can be the change you want to see in the world and at least make incremental gains in bettering your life, bettering your bettering the lives of those around you through engaging in the act of collective bargaining, doing something by unionizing your workplace, creating a system in the words of Trainwrecks. Okay, that's it. That is the way I view it. That is the way I analyze the situation. It's just, you know, that pisses off a lot of people because they're like, fuck you, you're a rich guy and you're a nepotism recipient. And I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do about that. You know what I mean? I wanted to max out. Yeah, I mean, this is a great example, actually. I think people just don't think that politics can do anything to change people's lives because it's been like 2 generations since anything good happened for the government. I agree. Union pilots just got a 47% raise this year because of their strong...
Why do people keep saying that? I agree that what Dylan Dennis is doing is kind of fucked, but it's called promo for the fight. Fighters usually go to each other's family as commonly seen by McGregor as such. Is that true? I might not... I don't follow that much UFC, but is it common practice that for UFC or MMA, people are just, for months, posting about other people's family members? And if so, can somebody link me or give me an example? I can understand like somebody making 1 or 2 comments or even a few, but like this guy has been posting about this girl for like, I'm pretty sure for over a month. Also, keep in mind, I'm pretty sure McGregor is like probably one of the more extreme examples too. But it's not just promo if the girl's suing the guy for it, so.
Union UPS full-time drivers making 170 grand a year. A better world is possible, folks. Exactly. Also, union participation is still at that fucking disgusting 10%, unfortunately, in the United States of America. However, the positivity is at an all-time high. People do view unions right now in a more positive way than they have in the last couple of years. I think I heard on NPR this morning it went from like in 2019 a positive impact from unions, like positive opinion on unions went from like 19% to like 30+%, which is really good. Really fucking good.
very lucky.
You think it's just luck?
It's not just luck, but the difference is that born into a wealthier family, you can make so many more mistakes in life. And when you're born poor, you
He's
get
right.
like 1 or 2 before your life is over. And that's really sad to me.
Yeah, so I used to be a liberal. I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, as much as I regret that now. My family was pretty left.
Wait, what do you mean you regret? Why? Like, even you could be a Trump guy and still like Bernie Sanders, for the record. Well, I guess you can't be a Trump guy who's like, praise your you Trump. You know what I mean? Because praise your you checks come in, and
What is
you
he
can't be
is he
fucking
really
talking about big
Prager?
government. I mean,
I thought
get
it was
the hell out of
Prager.
here.
Wing. Some of the people in my family were like radically left, like would refer to white people as blue-eyed, red-headed devils, things of that nature. And as I got older,
True. It's true.
I actually started being really
Good one.
outspoken for BLM. I was supposed to be on a reality show teaching people how to be a BLM activist. At the time, I did a deep dive on BLM, and I started to realize.
That's so gross. God, I hate this fucking. I hate this medium.
Oh, Jesus. Ooh, damn. Whoa. Did anybody else feel that? The hairs on my neck stood up for a second. Oh, Jesus. Am I the only one that felt that? Did my Call of Duty radar just go off? Oh my God.
To realize.
That's so gross. God, I hate this fucking. I hate this medium. He literally doesn't realize. He said, "Oh, reality." I was. I hate
BLM show teaching people how to be a BLM activist. At the time, I did a deep dive on BLM, and I started to realize.
That's so gross. God, I hate this fucking. I hate this medium. He literally doesn't realize. He said, "Oh, reality." I was. That's how much of a grifter he's been. I was so fucking right when I said that this guy was like.
I got goosebumps. I got chills.
If things were like
Anybody else got
3%
chills
different in
there?
his life, he would have been a dude who was talking about how like black people hate gay people. Okay, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even joking. I fucking nailed it from the jump. He was doing a fucking reality TV show where he's educating people on Black Lives Matter. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, this guy is just like, you know, they started paying my paychecks, and I realized it's a better way to fucking go than in the other direction of being like another type of grifter.
All of these lies. So then I took a step back. I'm like, okay, what else am I being lied to about? And I started looking at the Democratic Party and questioning my own loyalty to being on the left.
I personally think both sides tend to be racist in different ways. I don't think the government is on the side of the people in general, and that's just me being, you know, a radical.
When I was young, I used to jump for joy and say, oh yeah, Obama, black president, that's so amazing. He's the same color as me. But when
What do you mean when you were young? You are literally a fetus.
You're 18,
like, what
that
do you,
is true.
When you were a zygote? Like, what are we talking
That reminds me of that. What was that girl that I debated on? Are you not allowed to build this on a floor? Does this only go on the ground? Who was that? There was like an anti-abortion girl I debated who was like 20, and she's like, I've been debating this my whole life. And I'm like, bro, you're not even alive yet. What?
Here, when I was protein, okay, before I was in my father's ball sack, you know, I would jump for joy for Obama. It's like, bro, you are literally like 8 right now. What the fuck do you mean?
I started to do more research. One of the biggest things I was confused about is, well, why is he a Democrat? What is a Democrat? I did more research about the Democrat Party, and sure, you guys are going to pop off about the head saying, oh, there's a party switch in the Southern strategy and all these things.
Which is true.
Which you may say is true. I don't believe it is true at all.
You're
I
wrong.
understand, you know, you may think I'm wrong.
You are.
However, one of the biggest questions I have is why is
I say you are.
Obama in the same party as the people that started the KKK, the same people that voted against the Civil Rights Act, the same people that are on the news talking about how black people aren't able to accomplish anything and need to be on welfare and need to be promoted with affirmative action and things of that nature.
I also, in terms of, I guess, of my political journey, I was raised conservative, actually. And then high school became, I guess, sort of apolitical. And
I feel like, Alec, you can speak on this, but I feel like Jacob doesn't like. Jacob gives me the vibes of the type of person who like watches me, but probably not too much, and he hates my Ukraine takes or something. Like, I feel like that's. I don't know. I don't know why I get that vibe from him. Maybe I'm wrong. He's a One Piece fan, and I feel like that's not true at all. Okay, I don't know. Alec Gunter said they were driving and couldn't talk. Okay, don't write anything then. Not everyone watches you. I'm literally talking to someone who is in the video who
Can you
definitely
terraform in
watches
this
me.
game? Like, can I? Or is
And,
that not possible?
Like, written in the chat about it. That we know he's a long-term community member.
No,
This wasn't coming out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
And then throughout college, and I guess just throughout my life since then, I guess you can call me a progressive, you can call me, you know, socialist, whatever you, but I guess that's, in the area of where I fall. You said that you were a Bernie fan in 2016, and then you transitioned to being, I guess, more conservative.
I mean, there's a guy who watches me religiously in this beyond Alec. Probably more than Alec himself, and he's in the fucking blue shirt, okay? Like,
bro, how much do I even? How much Hasan shit have we even watched over the past like 6 to 12 months? I feel like I've been doing like red pill shit like constantly.
There's one guy who definitely watches me non-fucking stop. Is that little hobbit right there?
I guess, I don't know. To me, Bernie Sanders, from what he said
My
to
biggest
what you
fan.
think now, what was the shift?
For me, it was socialism, because back then I was a very broke college kid, and I just had this mentality that everything should be free, and I was feeling a bit entitled, like everything should be handed to me because I was black, because I was very much in that mentality. As I learned more about free markets, as I learned more about capitalism, I started to appreciate that much more. I started to appreciate small business much more,
Yeah.
limited government, low regulations. I just started to
What
like
is he
that
even
much
saying that's so
more.
hard to
But I
believe?
would say just more when it comes to economics. I don't agree with him.
Reparations are necessary.
When we talk about reparations, I think
Okay,
that
never mind. Take it back.
doing reparations in the way that a lot of people think of it, where we just give it to black people. I'm not an expert on this, but I think it would be more income-based, and that in itself, like I said earlier, would disproportionately benefit black people, because if you recognize that they are disproportionately affected by a systemic injustice, then doing it on like a class level would uplift proportionally more black people than white people or any other race.
Yeah, I think like mostly like black GIs that were left out of like the New Deal, for instance, that to be able to come back and as a white American, as a white veteran, to get a home loan and then build that generational wealth.
Were there better prompts that got cut?
you
Maybe. I
could
think
not
we had
get
like
that
10 or
as
15
a
of them.
Black American.
I don't know how many made the video.
There needs to be, I think, reparations. I don't care really what form it comes from. I think free healthcare, free college, so that everyone has like an equal opportunity to educate themselves, to build a better life for themselves. So it's sort of like
They cut a lot. Yeah, like I said,
and I
we
think,
filmed for 3.5
Germany
hours and it
is
got cut down
also
to
a perfect
45
model
minutes.
to
So
follow, you know, by issuing, first of all, a formal apology, which we haven't even done that, but also just like donating to like different funds, and you know, just I think a more equitable society striving for that is reparations in and of itself.
Germany's not a perfect model to follow. Do not follow Germany's example. Yeah, listen.
Listening.
I mean, I love these conversations because, like, it's just never going to happen because of how insanely racist America is. Okay?
Insanely racist America. If America is insanely racist, I wonder if there are any countries that he considers not racist. I'm so curious.
Like how unimaginably racist America is. But the reality is that you know,
yeah.
It's just. It is ridiculous. This conversation is a ridiculous conversation to be had. Like, if we're not talking about like what is possible, okay? For a brief moment, if we're talking about like purely hypothetical conversation that it is, okay? It is the correct thing to do. And I'm not even talking about like what mechanisms of delivery you can engage in. Like, are we talking councils designed specifically to take a lump sum of cash and then distribute it to programs like education and social safety nets, or direct cash compensation, or maybe a combination of the two? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, babe.
it's just like, if reparations are not possible, then why the fuck did we pay reparations to white landowners? Oh, sorry, I meant reparations are not possible for black people. Reparations were very possible for white slave owners. It happened, as you also correctly pointed out. England was literally still, I think, paying reparations, or they were paying reparations until recently to also slave owners and their children. Like, that's a real thing that England did.
I have no idea anything about that or not, but okay.
Isn't the premise of reparations that black people don't have the same intergenerational starting position, and reparations would bring them in line with white people? Not an American. Sorry, stupid question. Yes. Kind of.
Yeah, probably.
It was also what was promised.
But also not true, but okay.
The point is, though, it is like, it of course will never happen because, like, as Puerto Rican vegan socialist is correctly pointing out, our entire economy has been based off of the oppressive structures of slavery, and basically legal slavery by a different name, right? The 13th Amendment and the utilization of the criminal justice system to still have a permanent underclass is precisely what we've done. Or in some instances, we've also outsourced the slavery into victims of America's imperialist actions. And we, of course, continue churning out.
How much longer is this? Fuck, 30 more minutes. Jesus.
I'll be honest. They're all good. They're all good. The guy is fucking so good at Twitter.
It is. Yeah, it's impressive.
No, it's top tier trolling.
Yeah.
Which is why I chose him as an opponent. You know.
But you didn't know it was gonna go this hard.
No. I had no idea. But I mean, got people interested, right? At the end of the day, it's all fight promo.
Is there a little bit of jealousy from Tommy and KSI?
I don't.
John was jealous.
John was fucking.
He was furious.
Yeah, he started kicking tables over.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm so curious. Do you think that Logan's girlfriend or fiance suing Dylan is all part of the promo?
Awesome. I mean, it was like something out of Shrek.
Bro, he's Game of Thrones, isn't he?
He is.
The Furies are the best family. Okay, I think it's fine. All right, yeah, no, John Fury's a legend. The whole press conference was crazy. Dylan hates me. I don't give a fuck about him. I think he's an excellent troll. I think he's very parasitic, which is why I'm honored that I get to be the one to like take him out and embarrass him. That's why I took the fight. I was like, okay, I know this guy's gonna promote the fuck out of it. People are gonna be interested because if he shows up, I get to be the one, and that excites me.
And you have no question what will happen if he shows up?
Nah, I don't. In fact, can I get a drink?
Yes, you can have a drink, my boy. You know what I'm saying? We're drinking while you're training.
Nah, typically not, but it's still Dennis, bro. What are you talking about? Okay.
Listen,
you gotta back up all this talk, bro.
You know you're in New York, bro.
Yeah.
You might get the gap pulled up on you again, bro.
Yeah, he said that last time I was here.
You said it.
What?
You said that when you were on the pod, you were like, "Yo, Mike got the pistola pulled on him."
Yeah, but then he started telling people that I had to like check in when I came to New York.
Huh?
How my last name Sparrow? Because your mom was topping me off so graciously. My nuts splurted so goddamn far across the room, you would think that my fucking ejaculation had wings. Dumbass nigga.
Get that ass banned.
Get that ass banned. Don't ask me stupid ass questions. Let's go ahead and ban you quickly. Mods, take care of this dude. Thank you. How my last name Sparrow? Because your mom was topping me off so graciously. My nuts splurted so goddamn far across the room, you would think that my fucking ejaculation had wings. Dumbass nigga. Get that ass banned. Don't ask me stupid ass questions. Let's go ahead and ban you quickly. Mods, take care of this dude. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. Sorry.
New eviscerated areas all around the world, specifically so that we can, one, extract their natural resources, and also to utilize their labor force for cheap manufacturing. So there was a bald guy by the name of Lenin who wrote about this, imperialism, the final stage of capitalism. It's in how it necessitates. Capitalism necessitates imperialism. Highly suggest you guys, some call him Lenin. Highly suggest you guys read him. But ultimately, those are some of the many reasons why this is purely hypothetical. But it is also kind of weird that even spiritually speaking, like, people don't want to come to terms with people don't want to come to terms with reparation, even as a pure hypothetical. Like, they don't even want to, they can't even engage in it from that perspective. It was wild to me.
Wild.
I have no problems with reparations if they had happened initially during the slavery or the civil rights movement or any of that. But to try and do that now logistically, it just doesn't really make any sense. And
Oh, okay, never mind then. Fuck it, YOLO. That's fine then. No. Don't correct it. Don't correct it at all, actually.
Where would this money come from? Like, we're in so much debt as a nation. Would I get this money? I'm biracial.
We never equalize society. Black children still go to segregated schools. They get significantly less money per child. True. Look at the Chicago public school system if you want to learn more. Black families never had their housing purchases subsidized by the government loans, and much of the New Deal excluded jobs overwhelmingly held by black or brown people. Also true. That's before we talk about the war on drugs targeting black communities or Jim Crow. Yeah. And remnants of systemic discrimination that still exists today. Direct and indirect forms of discrimination.
Racial or triracial, like, do mixed people get it? And like, do Irish people get reparations when they were indentured servants?
I think for reparations, if you can find specific instances of somebody being like actually deprived of something, whether specific instances of like the 40 acres and a meal promise, or whether you can find specific cases of like Chinese people building railroads or Irish people or whatever, people being deprived of things, that's okay. But otherwise, yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. There's no possible way that we'd be able to do it well.
Yeah, America's unique because we have bent over backwards for decades now, putting minorities in a position of privilege. I feel like we have.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm always saying, dude. I'm always thinking, you know what these minorities have too much of? Privilege. That's a great take, man. Thank you. N-word Andy is a lib. Yeah, when you plays him in front of black conservatives, he will be the biggest liberal of all time.
Have
okay?
done so much to give back to the communities that were
I'm
obviously wronged. And I agree with
True.
both of you. Like, had this happened a long time ago, I would understand it. If we had specific incidences that we could trace where people were just completely screwed over, I would respect it. But right now, I don't deserve a payment for something my great-great-great-great-grandparents went through, and I don't think that white people are responsible for paying that to me.
Bro, this is like, here's the thing that I don't understand, okay? This is actually peasant brain, okay? Low key, or not even low key, high key. Rich people have never said, please don't give me money, Mr. Government Man, okay? I only hear this from fucking dumbass poor people, okay? Broke boys. Like, I remember when the Trump bucks were coming in during COVID, and motherfuckers would come into my chat and be like, dude, I don't feel comfortable taking this money. It's too much money. I'm like, what are you saying? This is the first time in your entire fucking life the federal government has actually got your back, okay? Take the fucking money. I've never heard a rich motherfucker be like, these subsidies, perhaps they're a little too much. As a matter of fact, they do the exact opposite. They say, hey, why aren't you giving me more of the fucking tax dollars in the form of subsidies, you fucking asshole? Give me more money. And also, cut my fucking taxes at the same time. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Americans are so fucking cooked. Their brains are just like fundamentally broken. They're like, oh, please, I don't want reparations as a black person. Like, even conservative, liberal, doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Let's say in a hypothetical scenario, the federal government's like, sorry, black people, for the whole slavery thing. We're going to give you money. What the fuck are you saying no to that? Like, what's wrong with you? What is fucking wrong with you? Fuck morality, okay? What the absolute fuck is wrong with your brain that you quite literally are just like, nah, the debt ceiling, though, like the budget, how are we going to budget this? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Kind of true, yeah.
It's like, this guy's a bootlegger, though, so, yeah, I mean, it just frustrates me to see how much conservatives basically advocate against their own benefit in the dumbest ways possible, and not just black conservatives, okay? Because the black conservative thing is like a meme. You make fun of it. Anytime you see a black conservative be like, oh, 1776, greatest nation on earth, I'm like, dude, the people that literally designed this country would have an aneurysm thinking of the thought of like a free black person, okay?
Literally.
What the fuck are you saying? It's not for you. You're not a part of that team at all, okay? You're barely part of the team now as is, but you certainly weren't back then. What the fuck are you LARPing about? But also, beyond that, conservatives in general literally turn, like, advocating against their best interest into a virtue for some reason. It's like, no, you're just an idiot. You know what I mean? You're
Kinda
just
true, yeah.
stupid. You're a dumb person. You're advocating for being fucking stupid. Like, fuck morality, okay? Just think about it from a pure capitalist, gritty, self-interested perspective, and you will recognize that you're just being a fucking dumbass, okay? Libs definitely do that shit too, though. 100%. That's why I said it's like an American thing. It's quite literally being like, yeah, fucking raise my rent, dog. I'll just grind harder. Like, that, it's that meme, but turned into reality. It's like, yeah, my landlord raised rent. Fuck it. That just means I gotta grind harder. But like, unironically, that is the perspective of like so many fucking Americans. It blows my mind, okay?
Either. I know we don't want to use the word virtue signaling, but it's sort of like a bribe for a vote in a way, at least in my opinion. In states like California, where they've been throwing around the idea of, oh, we want to pay out this much money to every black citizen in there, in this state, it's like, oh, are you serious? Because this is kind of like a joke, in my opinion.
I think that if we impose reparations now, I think it would rip America apart. I think that we're already separated enough as it is, and now you're going to have people walking around going,
I mean, yeah, these people think that fucking affirmative action is responsible for racism. Yeah, of course Renee, who thinks affirmative action is responsible for racism and not the racism in and of itself of how the society was designed, is going to be like, reparations would rip this country apart. I mean, come on.
you owe me money, you owe me money, I'm not paying you any money. It would just...
Actually, I agree with that. Reparation would cause the right to go bananas. Yeah, it'll never happen. So that's why I'm saying it's a pure hypothetical of a thing that will never happen, okay?
Okay.
It just won't. That's the reality.
Okay.
Matt Christman nailed this perfectly. The reason Americans don't vote in their own interest is because they don't view politics as a mean to improve their material condition. They view it as a tool to punish their political enemies. I agree. To a certain degree, I agree with that, yes. That's what happens from the Reagan era all the way till now. Okay? When you have lost complete confidence in the federal government doing anything right by you, or even your local government's doing anything right by you, whether it be fucking fixing potholes or forcing the cops to actually do their jobs, you know what I mean? It's never gonna happen. So now you're just like, well, maybe I can just like annoy the other side. And Republicans are much better at spite-based politics than Democrats are for the most part.
Really rip us apart.
Giving somebody money doesn't mean anything if they don't know what to do with the money or how to handle the money. So if the primary issue...
Bro, that's just...
Bro,
Again, close your eyes. It's a white person saying this, okay? You're just racist. You're like a racist person. The reason why we have to play this role here is because no matter what, Americans and everyone else is like conditioned. Everyone is conditioned into thinking that like, one, black people do not have the capacity to be like actual white supremacists when that is absolutely the case, because white supremacy in and of itself is obviously a product of social conditioning. So if you live in a white supremacist nation and you're a black person, you can still be, you can still become, with some, maybe financial help as well, a white supremacist and out about white supremacists.
Wow, thanks, Hasan.
I've heard this argument before, which is, black people don't know what to do with the money. They'll just go and like buy dumb shit. It's like, wow, that's brilliant. Thank you. Yeah. Classic. I mean, they say the same thing about poor people on welfare. Yeah, I know. I know they do that. It's really, really fucking gross and really stupid.
In black culture or with black people is generational trauma, then maybe they need more therapy than they need money, honestly.
Which conservatives are also against.
Well, that's kind of my argument. Like, if there is like that, like generational trauma or whatever, like
Hasan's about to get triggered.
Examples of like free healthcare, they could see a therapist and not be, fall into debt. And I think the argument of like the logistical nightmares of it, I think if we want to pay for something in this country, we usually find a way to do it, especially when it comes to the military. So, I mean, we pay for multi-billion-dollar jets all the time.
It's not the dollars, it's who's supposed to get them.
not to attack progressives, but that is like the most progressive idea in the world. Is like I can see the headlines like reparations voted on in Congress to be paid in the form of free therapy for people in the hood. That just sounds like the funniest thing in the world. But.
Well, I also don't think it.
Bro, those are your people, Destiny. Those are the libs. Like, I thought he was like a Democratic Party defender. I'm surprised.
What? Those are my people?
That he would be making fun of the Democratic Party like this. Because I don't think that he said that, but...
Okay.
It's gonna come directly from like, you know, white person to black person. Like, oh, your lineage affected his lineage.
It is though. Like in San Francisco, they were going to raise the average family or the average household in San Francisco.
Bro, I'm surprised he didn't fucking rip a new asshole into the black conservatives more. Like, that's legitimately shocking. It's poor performance, and I know he has that dog in him. I mean, this is a guy who sent a burning cross to a black conservative on Twitter, okay? He literally sent a burning, like a Klan burning cross to a black conservative and said, "Is it lit?"
This is where I said, keep in mind, the name of the show is Middle Ground. Not fuck me in the face with facts and logic, but okay.
He did that. That's wild to me that he's just sitting here like a little pussycat years later and like me. Like, what's happening? That's wild.
Wild.
Francisco was expected to pay $600,000 each with the...
He held back here, and for people being like, "Oh no, he's a Twitter tough guy." No, like he's very good at debates. That's not the debates don't necessarily mean that you're right, righteous, truthful, have facts on your side. It means that you're very good at rhetoric. He is very good at rhetoric. Something that I have maintained, a position that I've maintained for a very long time.
Okay.
But one other thing that you have to understand here is that despite, Destiny being a keyboard warrior, he performs very well in public on debates as well.
What? None of the things he's saying even make sense. A keyboard warrior? Don't I do like more live shows than online debates at this point? But okay.
I'm just, like I said, shocked at how tempered he is in this situation, in a antagonistic situation where he's supposed to be like ripping, and he has the go-ahead to rip into.
You didn't get the go-ahead.
Conservatives here.
Yeah, I didn't get the go-ahead at all. They said literally the exact opposite. They said the name of the show is Middle Ground. Make sure that you give other people an opportunity to respond and try not to be too aggressive in the conversation. The name of the show is Middle Ground, bro. It's called Middle Ground.
The $5 million per black person proposal that they had. And I used to live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I was repulsed by that because you have so many homeless veterans on the streets, and they were going to give black people a home for as little as...
Wow, dude. Wow, the homeless veterans narrative. It's like, dude, this guy hit the conservative bingo. Bro, you don't give a fuck about homeless veterans, dog. You literally don't care about homeless people.
True,
okay?
true.
Like, you just don't care. You're a PragerU guy. Why are you fucking lying and acting like you give a single shred of a shit about homeless people? Okay? I hate this fucking mentality. It's like, you're standing against that too. So what the fuck do you mean? Why are you bringing this up right now? Why are we acting like you now? What do I have? Whenever I fucking talk to conservatives, I have to like shut off my brain to act like I don't have fucking object permanence so I can just like believe their argument for that brief moment. It's like, okay, then let's give housing to every homeless person, veteran or not. Okay, can we do that? No. Then shut the fuck up. Then shut your stupid fucking mouth.
This is true. A lot on the Ukraine arguments too. Like, guys, we're sending $100 billion to Ukraine. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh, okay. Let's make a bill next year then. We're going to say we were going to send $50 billion to Ukraine. Let's do $0 to Ukraine and a $50 investment into homeless populations in the United States. Would you be in favor of that? I just think that there are better ways to be expected. Like, come on, bro. You're never saying yes to this as a conservative. You're never going to be okay with that. Why even pretend? Why even wheel that out as an argument? Like, come on.
Because you don't give a fuck. You can't just use one societal problem as a cudgel against another one simply for the sake of that argument and hope that, like, No one that is talking to you is going to examine your perspective on the matter. What the fuck? It's just a prop. It's just a fucking talking point. Shut the fuck up. God, I hate these people.
$1 just for being black. Mind you, slavery wasn't even in California. So why that was going to be the case, like, I don't understand, but it's extremely unrealistic to think that.
How did black people get to California, man? Like, how did black people get to the continental United States? Like, what do you mean? Slavery wasn't in California. Oh, okay, never mind, dude. How did your fucking great-great-great-grandparents get here, dog? How did that happen? Huh? How? How did that happen? Were they 1776ers? Were they on board? They're like, hell yeah, dude. Love this shit. Did they teleport? What the fuck is he saying? Like, what? Do black people not have the capacity to move from state to state?
Based.
Like...
What am I supposed to do?
What is happening
I don't even know what I'm
here?
supposed to be doing right now. Oh, I should build that assembly thing. That's what I should do.
But the average family in San Francisco can afford that.
That's because Newsom wants to get reelected.
Okay, but you don't really care
Precisely.
about homeless veterans, right?
Oh,
I don't support
You don't know
I feel
me.
like all your arguments are
But
ad hominem.
but you're
Literally
here as a
every
conservative.
single one.
Okay, dude, this is a great take. Great take, Alec. Be like, oh, okay, what are the initiatives you have to combat homelessness?
That
Because
probably
I know
would've been a
Dennis
better-
Prager's opinion on it, and he's paying your paychecks, okay? I know he don't give a fuck about housing the homeless, veteran or not. Ad hominem, ad hominem. What the fuck do you mean ad hominem? That is a genuinely important talking point that you brought up voluntarily. I didn't fucking say, what's your thought on homeless people out of nowhere? You brought it up, bitch. What is your fucking solution? That's not what an ad hominem is. Fuck, I hate these fucking stupid debate perverts who, like, literally don't know the logical fallacies that they're just dropping in a fucking argument.
Oh my God.
Ugh.
You're here as a conservative. So what policies do you support for homeless veterans?
There's ways to address, I mean,
Specifically.
for homeless in general.
That's a whole different conversation.
No, it's not. No, it's not. He brought it up.
That's nuanced.
Then it's a deflection, okay? He brought it up
She
as a
did
way
the
to
thing.
misdirect, and
That's
now
nuanced.
he's holding him to account. You brought it up. You can't just say it's a different conversation. Why'd you fucking bring it up then in this conversation? You fucking idiot. You can't bring it up and then be like, oh, well, this is a different conversation. Why'd you bring it up? Why'd you bring it up then? You think there are no black homeless veterans? You think there are no black homeless people? Why'd you bring that up? 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 Fuck you! Oh my God. I fucking hate debates so much. I hate debates so fucking much.
But he wanted me to debate more?
Stop strawmanning my steel, man. No, it's like, it's so stupid because, like, they're not used to, like, conservatives, especially, like, commentators, are just, like, not used to any fucking real valid pushback from someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, okay? Which is doubly why I'm mad at the fucking Hobbit sitting in the weirdest way possible in the middle of the goddamn fucking debate stage right now. Like,
He's
sitting
so
there like a
fucking
fucking little
mad.
kitty cat. What is he doing?
Are you okay, dude?
I have heard this man say unhinged shit to like trans activists or whoever the fuck he has perceived to the left of him, who that he is mad at on any given day. Like, he's fucking lied, knowing full well about my background, lied about like, oh, well, Hasan shouldn't speak on fucking, sex trafficking minors or whatever the fuck. And,
Oh,
and
he's
he's
so mad
over here
about that
sitting there like
brothel.
a little cutie patootie, not even fucking ripping a new asshole to these guys making horrible arguments. Even from the aspect of like being a guy who wants to see a little bit of blood. If you're into blood sport, like this is wild to me that he's just not fucking shitting on him more.
Let's say that we didn't find a middle.
Wow, Mark Off the Park, thanks for the 19-year
Yeah.
host, buddy.
But that's a great ending note.
White liberals have a savior complex.
White liberals are, oh, this is like the first question they asked, I think. The first or second one.
Well, I gotta say, this is a shock. I never expected all four of you to just come forward and admit it, but you know what?
You like saying you pay for porn stars to stay on Twitch? Wait, what? I pay for porn stars to stay on Twitch? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means.
I'm happy with these results.
Oh, back when the
I
only
just
money
think
Hasan would use to donate would be
a
to
lot of
porn
people-
stars
a
on
lot
Twitch
of,
to get
I
attention
guess,
from.
people, you know, of the left, whatever, you kind of fall into that trap of thinking that, you know, black people as a monolith need to be
Your point about him hating you and doing anything to shit on you is proven here, FYI.
saved as like
Yeah.
as a whole.
I have no shame about it. I have a savior complex as an older brother, and I will save you whether you like it or not. So that's just me.
Well, it's definitely not.
White liberals have a savior complex. Wait, why is she not there? It 100% is true. Yeah, it is true. There are plenty of white liberals who do have a fucking savior complex, who do actually come from a perspective of a different kind of racism or racial discrimination in general. It's the classic meme of like, it's the classic meme that I shit on regularly of like white people that will turn around and be like, they'll see, it's like the Michael Che joke, right? You turn around and you see a black person, you're immediately like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about racism. I'm so sorry about police brutality during like the BLM protests and shit. It's really fucking stupid. But literal liberals though, not leftists, like, I don't give a shit. I know that I'm sure Destiny will use this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, I know people that have this. I've debated people that have this. I'm assuming he will, or people will assume that he's talking about me. I'm sure. Ultimately, if I was...
Wait, what am I missing? What?
Yeah, I know people that have this. I know that brutality during like the BLM protests and shit. It's really fucking stupid. But literal liberals though, not leftists, like, I don't give a shit. I know that I'm sure Destiny will use this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, I know people that have this. I've debated people that have this. I'm assuming he will, or people will assume that he's talking about me. I'm sure. Ultimately...
Oh, we saw the XQC LSF clip. Oh, okay, gotcha.
If I was that much of a white liberal with a savior complex, I wouldn't be fucking called a racist all the goddamn time by Black Twitter, I suspect. But then again, it doesn't take much. You know, I'm both the most racist man against black people and the most racist man against white people simultaneously at the same time. Equal opportunity racism for the most part. But let's see.
Because a lot of us are really just exhausted of being viewed as our skin color. Because when you have this mindset that you need to save black people and we're just sitting here minding our own business and living our lives the way we want to, I don't know why it is that people feel this immense pressure to be so apologetic and just always trying to cater and coddle to black people when we just want to be treated like everybody else. We're equal for a reason.
I think especially recently with a lot of riot stuff that's going on or protest stuff that's going on, people on the left tend to infantilize a lot of different types of protesters, and especially even talking to you know, some of the other black content creators I do content with, when you hear a lot of progressives come out and say, well, they don't have a choice but to riot or break into the store, or, well, they're stealing, you know, these electronics or shoes for...
I hate how fucking reductive this take is. It is so unimaginably stupid and reductive, but it doesn't matter. America is a white supremacist nation, and no matter what happens, reductive ass fucking takes like this.
Yeah, my take is reductive. By the way, America is a white supremacist nation. 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 I really hate how reductive he is on everything he says. And America is a white supremacist nation. And America is a white supremacist nation. And America is white supremacist... Bro, like, come on, broken record much?
Will always be prescient. It will always gain prominence. It will always be celebrated by a bunch of dumbasses who agree with it, but agree with way worse versions of this as well. Okay?
Good reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look both...
Like, no one is saying fucking people are stealing shoes for good reason. Like, I hate this fucking argument.
I'm sorry. I need the clip. I need the redistributed back to the neighborhood clip. Can somebody please give me that clip? Load it up. Who's got it? I'm sorry. Who's got it? You don't even need it. Keep watching.
Versions of this as well. Okay?
Good reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look both...
Like, no one is saying fucking people are stealing shoes for good reason. Like, I hate this fucking argument, dude. I hate this argument so much. It's so stupid. It is no different. Do shit, okay? There's good stuff happening on the protest side always. Like, you only see the looting of Target. You don't see the redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community. way worse versions of this as well. Okay?
Good reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look both.
Like, no one is saying fucking people are stealing shoes for good reason. Like, I hate
of Target. You don't see the redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community. Like, because a lot of these neighborhoods are now turning into fucking food deserts where you have to drive 30 minutes to an hour to go get food. If you live in those neighborhoods,
that feel when shoplifters at Target stealing broccoli and bananas for the neighborhood.
I hate this fucking argument, dude. I hate this argument so much. Okay, or where they're stealing bags, like Gucci bags and shit, is because you can pay your rent with a Gucci bag that you sell to a fence, or you are basically getting hired to steal by some other dude who is still extracting your surplus labor value, this time in the form of theft. That is your labor. Okay? You sell the Gucci bag to buy fucking loaves of bread for a month. You steal one loaf of bread, you can only eat until that loaf of bread goes bad. That's why people steal shit that is valuable but small. Okay? And okay, it's so stupid. It is no different than what like racist dumbasses say on a regular basis, but that's not too shocking.
And it's a little bit weird that there's such a complex on the left to excuse like every single possible negative behavior from somebody as long as they're a skin color that you're kind of in charge of protecting.
Okay. Motherfuckers will agree with this and try to MLK would be on their side. I know. I love this fucking take, and no matter what I say about this particular subject matter, whatever I say about this take, is that everyone has already made up their minds. He admitted this comment was about you. Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, great. I'm glad that I have a permanent fucking occupying space in his mind that he unironically cannot let go of, and that it's been fucking years. And big homie still hasn't let go. You know what I mean?
You still say dumb statements. Why would I not make comments about that? I don't understand why he thinks that like we haven't talked in a while, so I can't talk about the statements that he makes. He's a political streamer, bro. Retire.
Fine. This is the first time I've reacted to a video with like Destiny in it in like probably I would say what 3-4 years. There's like
but what does that say about you versus me? I'm not saying I'm the biggest figure around, but like I've made the rounds. I've been on quite a few big shows. Why would you brag about the fact that you haven't talked about or covered me at all? I'm so Voldemorted in your head. It's like, I don't know why Destiny's looking at anything of mine. I didn't even look at a single video for anything that he's been in ever. Like not even one time. Like why would you brag about that? Why do you think that's a good thing? Why do you think that's admirable?
Been some clips where he's in it. Anyway. So, having said that, okay, in like 3 years, yeah, rent free. Having said that, my analysis, if we're talking about, you're in like 15% of his thumbnails though, weird, yeah, I know. Oh, well.
I'm in 15, he's in 15% of my thumbnails? Interesting. All right.
Whenever you guys see random dumb shit that is like popping up about me online, know that it's coming from a particular place. Okay.
Oh, does Hasan blame every single bad thing that he gets online on my fan base? Am I both simultaneously irrelevant and not worth even covering a single time? Yet my community is so large and powerful, we are like single-handedly shutting down Hasan's reputation online?
Huh. Crime doesn't happen because people are good or bad, for the most part, okay? The overwhelming majority of crime happens as a consequence of people's material conditions. This is a constant fact that people have known about since ancient Greece. It's not that different, okay? No matter what happens, this is why crime happens. In order to genuinely solve crime, you must not simply focus on the externalities, okay? And focus on a justice that is draconian, focus on a justice that is specifically there as a deterrence mechanism, and focus on the root causes of why crime happens. Okay? this is not simply about black people. This is about all people across the board in every fucking country throughout time. That's it.
Wow.
You can resort to stereotyping and be like, nah, black people are fucking only stealing shoes and they're doing riots all day, every day. But ultimately, even when you think about people, any type of person stealing fucking shit from a big box store, okay? That crime is not happening in that moment specifically because they're like, oh man, there is no real morality behind it. They're not doing it because they're like, oh, I deserve this in the form of reparations, or the justification for it doesn't come from that at all. Okay? If you want to solve it, solve people's material inequalities. Something that every single person, at least on this side of the panel, has agreed with so far. Solve the systemic inequalities and people will not fucking riot. That's it.
Okay.
There's also more prescient, more important kinds of crime that never get punished.
Is it prescient or is it prescient? I think I've said prescient. It might be prescient. Is it prescient or prescient?
Prescient.
Oh, it is prescient. Oh, okay, sorry. Jesus. Gaslighting me.
Punished. It's a nice dream, but like the closer you are to solving these material equalities, the better society gets. That's it. It's the truth. I've talked about this so many fucking times before and have been proven right by just time passing. People used to say this about the Walgreens shit when people constantly were like, oh, Walgreens are closing down in San Francisco due to rampant crime, organized, serialized, rampant crime that's occurring in San Francisco.
He's about to do the meme where it's like, it actually wasn't about crime at all. They were just greedy capitalists, but that's not true.
I told you at the time that was bullshit. Everybody fucking yelled at me, including Gnome Man over there. I didn't hear any apologies from him when the Walgreens CFO openly came out and was like, yeah, we were greatly exaggerating the crime thing.
Yeah.
It was absolutely a narrative that they went along with because they wanted to shelter the real reason why they were closing their fucking stores, which was because, you know, rent's too fucking high even for Walgreens. Okay. And brick and mortar retail across the board is not exactly profitable with e-commerce blowing the fuck up. Shouts out to Amazon for that.
Am I wrong? Are CVS or Walgreens competing with Amazon? I feel like the majority of people go to these stores for small things and like groceries and shit. Am I wrong? When I'm running to CVS or Walgreens, is it shit that I would normally buy on Amazon? I guess it's possible. I don't know. That's weird. I would imagine like big box retail stores are facing more competition, or like for instance like pharmacies, I would say, but maybe I don't know. No. Oh god, I did it. I knew I was gonna do this eventually. I got stuck. Is there a way to get unstuck, or do I have to deconstruct shit?
Okay, but instead of admitting that, which would have genuinely hurt their stock prices, they decided to hide the reason why they were down.
Why would that hurt their stock prices? To say we're closing stores in an unaffordable area, that would hurt their stock prices. But saying that we're closing stores because shoplifting is forced, that wouldn't hurt their stock prices? What? What is that logic?
Downsizing in certain areas by feeding into a narrative that already had existed. A narrative that was very, very top of mind at the time. Okay? I never got an apology from any of the people, whether it be LSF commentators or Destiny or his community, when the CFO of Walgreens openly admitted that they greatly exaggerated that. Okay?
Greatly.
And as far as crime and what kind of crime is totally allowed and valid and seen as permissible.
Oh my God, wage theft.
I mean,
wage
look no
theft.
further than the minor amount of fines that you incur
For?
when you hire minors to work in your place of business.
That's wage theft, guys. He's gonna say wage theft. He'll say it. He'll say it. Hold on.
If the punishment
that is wage
is
theft.
simply a fine you can pay,
say wage
and it
theft.
greatly outweighs.
He'll say it. Hold on.
Or it doesn't even come anywhere near the amount of money you can save by violating said rules, then that's simply a fee to purchase. That's simply a fee to allow you to work children in your place of business. Another crime that people rarely ever talk about is wage theft.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
that
which
was
is
close. Sorry.
much larger than even grand larceny and I believe Grand Theft Auto combined. Okay? Yeah, when this 17-year-old working in Michigan lost his hand in a grinder, the owner of the meat business in Western Michigan was ordered to pay $1,143. Okay?
Okay.
Wage theft is larger than all other forms of theft combined.
Read the full article. What's the point of reading this full article? Meat processor ordered to pay fines hand. This is an AP story. The owner of a meat business in Western Michigan was ordered to pay $1,143 Tuesday after a 17-year-old worker lost hand in a grinder. Where that was a horrible tragedy, but didn't warrant jail or probation. The teenager lost his hand in 2019 while working at you. First of all, that's an incredibly small fee. $1,000 for a person's hand, but okay. The teenager lost his hand in 2019 while working in the U.S. Guys Processing. We was investigating for employment. 2 months later, we wouldn't even be here. The judge said no, the teen soon would have been turned 18 anyway. So, this was filed by the Attorney General. Wait, what is this even? What is even the point of the story that Hasan brought up? Your opponent on modern day debate backed out. Wait, did he really?
Ever gets punished. Wage theft is $3. Grand Theft Auto Michigan was ordered to pay $1,143. Okay?
Oh, he thinks that the guy... Oh, he thinks that the guy is being fined for hiring a teenager? Well, he kind of is. Why are people saying that wasn't? He was investigated for employing a minor in hazardous work and not getting work permits. It sounds like that is what happened, though. I don't know if chat knows what the fuck they're talking about, but okay.
Wage theft is larger than all other forms of theft combined, and yet rarely ever gets punished. This conversation also ignores something that I think you center during these riots, which is that the media utilizes images of black people rioting in a very specific and insidious way. It's disgusting race baiting. Yes, absolutely. Every time I talk about the media coverage of like rioters, whether it be Black Lives Matter protests or whether it be just like the Kai Cenat meetup, I am almost always covering it from the angle of look at the media covering this as like this incredibly gross, incredibly violent display of charlatans. Whereas if it's not expressly or completely all black people engaging in said rioting or even looting, breaking into storefronts and whatnot, it is rarely ever covered with such terms. The solution is not...
Is that even true? Because like I feel like we heard about a ton of rioting and stuff during BLM riots. Wasn't that a lot of it the white people? Or when we heard about the Chaz stuff in Seattle, wasn't a lot of that white people? I'm not sure if I buy this anymore. I'm sure that like in the 90s for like the LA riots and shit, I bet it was true. But I don't know if I believe this narrative as much. I feel like people are way more conscientious of this. I'd be curious to see like an analysis of the media, if there's been like some kind of like study or sociological survey that goes through like a ton of stuff to see if this is actually the case. I'm curious about that.
Not necessarily to make sure that all matter of coverage is just as brutal and demand more draconian punishments, The solution should be to cover it even-handedly, maybe cover it both in the similar fashion. But in the other way, not in the more violent direction. Anyway.
Oh my God. How much longer does this go on for? I don't know if I can handle another 30 minutes of this, guys. Can I be done?
People think you rightfully pushing back against media narrative is coddling black people. They just want to they want you to let their liberal racism fly. For the most part, yes.
True.
If you consider...
I do.
If you consider that kind of coverage to be like, why is the media covering, this is an old meme at this point because the media has definitely changed their perspective on their coverage. But if... What is this? I'm a juicer. I'm kind of mold brain. You're saying poor people see little option for getting lettuce, so they steal. Please explain more. Thank you. No, it's not. It's usually not even direct.
What is it? Explain it to it, Hasan.
It's usually not even direct, like, oh, I'm going to steal a fucking loaf of bread. Okay? The point is, there are many different reasons for why people steal shit, but the overwhelming majority of why, like, organized crime or whatever the fuck happens, okay, or where they're stealing bags, like Gucci bags and shit, is because you can pay your rent with a Gucci bag.
Can I get a source on that? The majority of organized retail theft. The majority of organized retail theft is for people that are just trying to get by.
You sell to a fence, or you are basically getting hired to steal by some other dude who is still extracting your surplus labor value, this time in the form of theft. That is your labor. Okay? You sell the Gucci bag to buy fucking loaves of bread for a month. You steal one loaf of bread.
How much does he think a loaf of bread costs? Does he think these people are buying bread? Like,
only eat until that loaf of bread goes bad. That's why people steal shit that is valuable but small. Okay? And absolutely zero people.
Just real quick, the reason why people steal shit that's valuable and small is just because it's the highest, like, it's like a density to cost ratio. The reason why you steal valuable but small stuff, it doesn't have to do with like bread or Gucci or reason. It's just because like that's the most valuable shit to steal. If I steal PS5 games, I can run out of a store with $600 of games in my, or probably $5,000 of games in my hands pretty easily. But if I'm trying to steal like $600 worth of pillows, like I'm gonna have like 2 pillows. I can't hold anything, right? That's the reason why people you still like the it's got to be like cost to density or cost to weight size ratio or something. It's not. Yeah, I mean,
people think it's cool and fun and great, myself included, that like random people get robbed at gunpoint. I don't think that is a good thing. Okay? I do not think that is a good thing at all. Clearly. I hope people understand that.
Traditionally, the most stolen thing in grocery stores are razors. That's not even surprising. I feel like when I buy the Gillette, I feel like those Gillette 5-blade Hydroglide things, I want to say for a small pack, isn't it like $40? Am I crazy? Gillette razor fusion refill for 12 cartridges. I feel like it's even more expensive in person. 4-pack is $20. 8-pack is $30.
Having said that, however, if you want to fucking stop that kind of gunpoint robbery from occurring, then you have to solve the underlying problems. Okay? We're not giving any options to black children living in underserved neighborhoods. We're putting them in a system. We're basically marking them from a very early age. We're not giving them any avenue to I don't know, focus on creative things that they might want to do. We're telling them that their life is fucked, and we're showing them their lives are fucked. There's no after-school special programs or anything like that. And then we're expecting that like someone overcome these insane, hurdles. Like, how are you gonna fucking clear that when you're 12 years old? You know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean?
A big problem that I have with debate lords in general is that, like, this part of the conversation never gets mentioned. And
True. We've never talked about the underlying socioeconomic conditions that fuck over, like, black neighborhoods. That's so true. God, Hasan is so smart. I wish I would have even thought of it. I thought black people just stole because they were, like, genetically wired for it. I thought they had, like, the rogue gene. That was what I thought all this time. Maybe I played too much D&D. I've never actually considered that there might be, like, underlying socioeconomic conditions that, like, predispose certain groups of people towards committing crime. Fuck. Thank you, Hasan. I've learned a lot today from you. Thank you.
The only part that is, like, the most clippable part is what they keep hammering onto, where they craft a genuinely different narrative than one I have intended to mention. Okay? Sometimes it's not as quippy, especially when you're fucking describing complex shit.
Thank you, Hasan. True king. What a true king. It's not clippable.
They're gonna see this Gucci bag take and do exactly that, lol. I know, but I've said that many, many times over. Oh, anyway, who cares? You know.
Yeah.
It happens every time.
Yeah.
I wish
it's gotta be exhausting being such a victim
to have a level of charitability.
I find that very offensive.
Yeah.
I find it
Really
extremely. It upsets me to hear that because we're just like you. We just have a different skin color. And to hear.
Remember when Hasan got mad at you for talking exactly about that topic? Wait, what?
Right. In these ways, minority people can't really exercise racism against majority people because they don't really have the status or the power in society in order to do so.
I vote for Destiny. It's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of making us wait.
So we didn't have to list a fucking Hasan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it makes me feel like we have the cheat sheet right here.
Honestly, like, it's funny because, like, the only way. It's such a fucking retarded thing to say. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying, it's on you, okay? I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Wes.
You said the R word. He literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
You can say retard on Twitch. Zeta Poppin says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then.
No, wait, relax. Hey, come on now, Wes.
I remember this. Jesus.
That you have to help me is offensive to me. I can do it on my own.
Well, we have to break down sometimes why these riots happen. You know, MLK once said that riots are the voice of the unheard. So if you are to address the problem and stop the riots, you have to address the underlying inequality that has historically been pervasive. You know, even if you as individual people are doing fine and you don't want anybody else to get in the way of that, that's cool, and I'm not going to be the one to get in the way, but the disparities are undeniable.
So if you take pride in having like a white savior complex, what is it that you think that you're doing to save black people, and what is it that you think that you're saving black people from?
It's Osmond. The first thing morons will say is, let's steal from his mega mansion since he loves theft so much. I know. Like, I don't know.
Is he gonna say, I don't have anything valuable to steal? Is he about to say some ultra retarded shit, or is he just gonna say some kind of retarded shit? Let's see.
What to say to that person who's like, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna rob you.
Oh, or he might just say, well, I'm not a big business like Walmart. I'm just an individual.
Like, I just genuinely don't understand how you can't comprehend the point I'm trying to make. But also, it seems like you don't have an issue with theft in that regard, I guess, then. Like,
oh my God, I don't even know what he's saying.
You know? But yeah, him just saying he has white savior complex is not great. I don't. Alec fucked up there.
I'm trying to make the world a better place through whatever means I can, and.
But you're doing it on the backs of us.
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I actually do. I feel like you want to be a savior and you're using me to make yourself feel good.
No, she's right. That is what white savior is. That's literally what it is. She's absolutely right.
Uh-oh.
Because no matter how conservative, she's still black. And she's probably experienced that kind of racial discrimination.
That's what
How
I'm
am I
hearing.
hurting you?
You're not letting me have my own voice. You're not letting me speak.
How? You're speaking now?
No.
You're cutting her off.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I have to.
Yeah. Well, what's happening, I mean, you're speaking right now in this particular setting.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're saying is, like you took it back to riots and so forth, and it makes it seem like the only way that we as black people can have a voice is by riots, and then you need to come along and you need to say, okay, poor little black child, let me help you. That's offensive to me, and I feel like you're making yourself feel good about trying to help us, and it.
I also think that, like, when we talk about damage, I think especially when it comes to a lot of the shoplifting stuff that's going on in certain cities, you get a lot of white people that live in nice suburbs saying things like shoplifting is no big deal, that's fine.
Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. To portray like white liberals in the suburbs as defending shoplifting is the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. It's the classic trope. I'm gonna die.
Oh no.
Oh God. Yeah, no, that's precisely what they're doing. You want to know what fucking white people in the suburbs are doing when they see black people protesting, dude? What is that fucking couple? What the ones that like ran?
What?
What is it? The white couple
does Hasan not
with
know
guns
that
that fucking came out with their AR-15s?
Talking about him?
The McCloskeys, yes. This is what. Let me tell you something, okay? This is what fucking white people are doing when they see black people in their neighborhoods. Okay? Get the fuck out of here, dog. Get the absolute fuck out of here. Who do you think is closer to like a wealthy white person living in the suburbs? What mentality is closer to a wealthy white person living in the suburbs? A person who's like, oh man, I'm so fucking woke. Like, I think shoplifting is not a big deal. A person that you have invented in your mind that you say, I am exactly like, or this person, or fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, this is so incredibly fucking dumb. This is 100% closer to the average mentality of the wealthy person living in the suburbs as far as like shoplifting happens, because they are the ones who own the fucking shops. If anything, no, I love this. That's one example. Okay, let me give you more than one example. If you look at who's wealthier, like which party wealthier people on average are voting for, do you think it's the Democratic Party or do you think it's the Republican Party?
That's a hard one. It wouldn't surprise me if the median income skewed a bit higher for Republicans because of people voting for tax brackets, but Democrats tend to live in cities, which tend to make more money, and Democrats also tend to be higher educated, which make more money. I don't actually know 100% who the wealthier voter is. I could totally see that going either way.
Answer to this question will determine how incredibly online you are. Okay? Go ahead.
Income distribution.
Go ahead. Explain. Yeah, they do. So shut the fuck up. What do you think Republicans' attitudes are on shoplifting? This is so stupid. What do you think liberals' attitudes are on shoplifting? Have you ever fucking talked to a California liberal living in a wealthy suburb? Have you ever...
Like you? So poor people tend to be Democrat. It's probably made up of minorities. And then as you climb the income bracket, so like even at this 100K or more, the split is 44 Democrat, 47 Republican. That's not that surprising to me, because even though I bet wealthy people tend to vote Republican for income bracket reasons, the Democratic Party over here, I bet just because they skew higher in education level cities, I bet they tend to be over here. So yeah, this makes sense.
Or talk to a New York liberal living in a wealthy area. Crime hysteria is off the fucking charts in places like this. When I talk about shoplifting and how big of a fucking problem it is, the reason why people shove that back down my fucking throat every single goddamn time is because it is not as bad as they represented. Crime across the board is much, much lower than it was year over fucking year. That's it. That's the only thing I point out, which is not even my perspective. It's the perspective that police are delivering, okay? It is the crime numbers that they release.
Okay.
It's so incredibly stupid.
Okay.
The worst aspect of crime isn't necessarily the genuine fucking shareholder value that's hurting or whatever.
It's people's
okay,
perceptions.
that one is
With
baked
the media
in.
making things up.
Crime and And theft of this magnitude, retail theft of this magnitude, is already baked into their fucking profit margins. They already know that. They already account for it, okay?
That's so stupid. Why do you say that? Retail theft is already baked in? If it increases or decreases in certain areas, they're just going to close the stores. What do you mean? Like, nobody's going to tolerate, like, ultra-high inventory shrink, right? Like... Oh, God. It's this one quote of maybe we cried too much. It's this one quote. I hear this one wheeled out over and over and over again. Like, oh, look, it's proof that, like, all the retail theft is bullshit. It's not. They might have overestimated it a bit for 1 year, but... Or they might have overestimated it in some area, but, like, the retail theft shit is real. Like, again, just spend any time in these stores, and you can see every single thing in these shops is behind, like, literal fucking, literal glass panes for everything. It's insane now at some of these stores. It's wild.
The worst aspect of this kind of crime that is regularly portrayed in all aspects of news and also has been greatly overemphasized due to like apps like Nextdoor, Ring, and numerous other like protective services that want to freak you out so you buy more of their fucking product, even though crime is always a fucking constant when there is material inequality. The worst aspect of it is that it freaks people the fuck out and suckers them into giving more money to the police that do a horrible job of dealing with it, partially because it's not supposed to be their responsibility to deal with the underlying reasons as to why crime exists to begin with, which is...
What the fuck are the police supposed to deal with if not crime? There might be underlying conditions, but that doesn't mean the police aren't there to deal with the crime that happens at the end of the chain of conditions that cause people to commit crime. Same thing with murders and shit too. There's probably underlying reasons why people commit murder and other things too. Doesn't mean the police aren't there to deal with it.
Material inequality. That's it. Anyway. What is this? You are unlikable? You are just the mayor of Yapville, aren't you? Okay, that's pretty funny. I don't know why he fucking unbanned this person. Come on. This guy is pretty funny. I am the mayor of Yapville. That is true. You got me. Okay, you fucking owe me on that one.
And then you'll catch YouTube videos of them later on being in a Walgreens in like a shoddy neighborhood, and they're like, man, why is the deodorant behind a locked case? It's very easy to sit behind a gated community and say, oh, well, you know, it's not a big deal, you know. They steal because they have to. Riots are the language.
Dude, no one living in the fucking gated community is saying, I'm sorry, dude, come on. I know this...
Anybody got the Vosh clip of him being like, I went to the store yesterday and I can't believe that they put so much stuff behind glass. Load up the Vosh clip, please.
No one living in the fucking gated community is saying, I'm sorry, dude, come on. I know this meme about, like, this is literally just me. He's saying, like, I'm saying this. I don't live in a fucking gated community, dumbass. God damn it, this shit pisses me. No, I do, actually. To all my haters, I do live in a gated community with auto turrets. Remember that. There are literal auto turrets outside and a moat with crocodiles in it. I will fucking... If you come here...
Why? People keep linking this.
To realize... That's so gross. God, I hate this fucking... I hate this medium. He literally...
Oh, guys.
I went grocery shopping the other day because I kind of wanted to get some sun, you know? And, okay. I really hate grocery shopping, man. When I was a kid, I would go grocery shopping with my mom, like when I was 10 or whatever. And, like, it's kind of cool because there's all that stuff there, you know? And keep in mind, I grew up in Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills is a very, very safe neighborhood. Like, seriously, you can, like, 3 a.m. walking around, whatever. That's fine. But, like, I don't know how much of it is because I'm outside of the hills and how much of it is just times a-changing. But I think a lot of it is times a-changing because it didn't used to be like this, even when I was outside of Beverly Hills. But, like, now, okay, one of the grocery stores that I would go to, there's a Target in Seattle, okay? And, like, it's near the touristy areas, and they have security guards there. And these security guards aren't store security. They're contracted security. These guys have flak vests and guns. In a grocery store, there are multiple of them. They have put so much of the stuff in the store behind glass, like glass shelves. Like you need to call someone over to open them, which is insane. Like sometimes homeless people walk in or whatever, but like however much money Target is saving on stolen goods, I swear, like there's no way. Those guards are costing them like 6 figures a person per year. Like insane, you know?
Crazy, huh?
Absolutely insane. Yeah, the toothpaste, you have to call them over to open up the toothpaste, like behind the glass doors, you know? Toothpaste. $3 thing of toothpaste. So I went to a different grocery store the other day because it's like bad vibe. I went
Anyway, nobody's saying this, dude.
Outside an emote with crocodiles in it, I will fucking if you come here, okay? I live in a gated community. Okay, certainly. Definitely. Attack dogs is a Rust compound, okay? Remember that. Don't say bet, dumbass. You're gonna get fucking banned. Anyway. Once again, yeah, I got bodyguards and security detail. All of that is true. Okay, don't even try me. But the point is, a lot of people love pointing to this like straw man that they've created of me, where it's like, oh, Hasan lives in a gated community, that's why he doesn't care about crime. It's like, motherfucker, you live in like Miami, don't you? Where the fuck does this guy live? I know he doesn't live in LA anymore, right? Or does he still live in LA? Like, I live in an
like how he knows where I moved to and he revealed it, and then he accidentally realized it. That makes him so obsessed, so he had to backtrack. Like, you live in Miami, or I mean, don't you? Does he still live in LA? Does anybody know if he moved or not?
That's why he doesn't care about crime. It's like, motherfucker, you live in like Miami, don't you? Where the fuck does this guy live? I know he doesn't live in LA anymore, right? Or does he still live in LA? Like, I live in an area that is literally portrayed as one of the highest crime neighborhoods in Los Angeles on local news all the fucking time. Okay.
Bro, when I could be wrong, I don't remember the areas of LA that well, but when people talk about West Hollywood being dog shit for crime, aren't they talking about like the area with the stars and the store? Because I think there's an Afters down that I used to go to. They're like, I don't think people are talking about outside the houses. People are talking about like in the fucking fuck, where did I used to go to down there so much? Like West Hollywood is where there's like the area with the stars and stuff, right? Am I making that up? Or because that's where I would see a bunch of like wacky dudes. Hollywood Boulevard. That's where the wacky, crazy homeless dudes are. Bose will attest to that, as well as other friends hang out. You see a lot of crazy people in there. But if you go like deep into like the residential areas, is that where you're seeing like crime and shit? Are you seeing crazy, homeless, weirdo, criminal people in the suburbs of WeHo? Is that true? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever had friends that lived in those areas. I don't know if I've walked there much. But like, I've been to suburbs and like the White Signs and Beverly Hills and all that shit. You don't normally see, I've never seen homeless people wandering those areas. Generally in the suburbs, that's not where they are. They're out like in the main streets with like the stores and everything else, but.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? Organized retail theft is happening in my neighborhood all the time. Literally, all the fucking time.
Organized retail theft doesn't happen in neighborhoods. That happens to retail establishments. That's not what organized retail theft is, right?
Like, what does this take? It's so stupid. It's not real. It's literally, it's just like, it happens. It happens every now and then. No, they don't do organized retail theft in Compton, dummy. Like, they do it in fucking neighborhoods where they have Gucci stores at, okay? Bro was not talking about you. Come on, man. Wait, didn't he literally...
Here I was talking about Vosh. I was thinking about Vosh's clip.
Admit he was, I thought. It doesn't matter, ultimately. It just does not fucking matter. Yeah, as a poor white guy, I love hearing rich whites say how dangerous it is. It isn't. Yeah, I hate this fucking narrative. Like, who are we crafting this narrative towards? Like Like rich white guys, really? Like a lot of rich white guys are saying it's okay to do fucking crime. Like what the fuck? If there's only one rich white guy who says it's okay to do fucking crime, it's me, okay? That's who you're talking about. And even that's not real. You've just, kept solidifying that perspective by clip chimping me 1,000 times over. So now a lot of brain broken dumbasses legitimately believe that. But the reality is, like, who the fuck are we talking about when we say rich white guys? They love crime. They love having crime happen.
Hey, man.
Hammer and Sickle Twitter, which you hate as well, broke his brain, and he sees you as their leader when they don't even like you either. Yeah, they fucking despise me. Hammer and Sickle Twitter despises my ass.
Yes, every single left content creator hates every other single left content creator because you guys are aspy as fuck. I'm aware of this. Thank you. But actually, though, for Hasan, the reason isn't even because of the aspiness. The reason is because Hasan intentionally will not share clout with any other person. Even the people that would agree with him, like Denims or Mike from PA, Central Committee, like these other dipshits, Hasan does not share clout. Clout does not come for free. If you want to get on Hasan's stream, you have to be ultra clouted up. That's the reason why these people probably don't like you, is because you've done absolutely nothing to build any other type of figure from the left on your platform. The only people you ever bring on are like AOC or anybody that's more popular than you that you can gain clout from. So please let me be done with this.
Yeah, the whole fucking reason the suburbs exist is because crime hysteria. Look at voting patterns. Look at where the crime hysteric DAs run. Hell, our DA and OC ran on the slogan, keep LA out of OC. This is true across counties. Yeah, my biggest problem with this is that, like, a lot of small-brained dipshits will go, lol, he's talking about you. Lol, like, there are rich white guys. You, Omega lol, you don't care. And it's like, okay, I'm one fucking guy. Let's say I'm, like, super pro fucking theft and stealing. Do you think that is the reality across the board for rich white people? Do you think that that is a good fucking counter? Do you understand? It's not. You have deluded yourself into thinking of a singular example that you have been made to believe is like this representation, and now you just have this complete false notion in your mind and you're operating with it. And maybe it makes you feel good, maybe it makes you feel right that you do believe in draconian punishments, okay? But now you've moved way beyond the reality.
Hasan's take on retail theft, because apparently I'm inventing all this in my mind.
Thoughts on stealing of the shampoo from Walgreens? Yeah, I saw this. This is so fucking stupid, dude. Like, just let people steal shit, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? They're not hurting anybody. Like, that's unironically my take. Like, what is this? This is like actually dry snitching, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, are they stealing from you? No, they're stealing from Walgreens. Like, what are you, Mr. Wall or Mr. Green? Like, why are you fucking doing that? Thoughts on stealing?
Does that make sense?
Language of the unheard. I think people haven't read the full context of that quote. When MLK was saying riots were the language of the unheard and you need to address the underlying condition, he wasn't condoning the rioting. He was just understanding it.
Obviously, there are a lot.
That's okay. So I guess at least I'm in agreement with MLK on that one.
Bunch of white people that
well, no, because you condone it, right?
Feel they need to be a savior, but I think there's a difference between.
Maybe talking about people like your uncle, brother. My uncle is a perfect example of a dude who's upper middle class who has broken his brain about fucking crime happening in big cities. He is like the entire Young Turks has dramatically shifted their perspective. Damn near the entirety of the Young Turks commentators have dramatically shifted their perspective on crime. They literally are the guy who's like, fucking crime is out of control. It's going crazy. Who I've argued with publicly.
Helping and saving. Like, I don't think I would need to save black people, but I would tremendously love to help and make sure everyone has like equal outcome, or not equal outcome, but at least equal opportunity, which in my opinion, I feel we do not have in this country.
This is awkward. Hi, guys.
Yeah, Jank literally endorsed Rick Caruso. What the fuck are we talking about? If there's anyone who's like a hysteric, crime hysteric, it's him. Crime is a constant in cities and also rural areas alike. Different kinds of crime exist in different kinds of places in the United States of America. If you want to solve crime, if you want to eliminate, eradicate crime, you have to fix underlying material conditions that foster crime, that create crime, okay? A draconian attitude towards crime and punishment as a deterrence measure is demonstrably a failure. That's why when you look at European cities, that's why when you look at European nations, as a matter of fact, with higher levels of social safety nets, even though they're not perfect either, they have lower levels of crime in general, even if they are more aggressive about documenting every single instance of crime. The part of the reason why is not because they have worse prison conditions overall or that their cops are fucking...
I'm just going to this is boring now. I'm bored.
Brutal and militarized overall. The problem is, or the reason why their fucking crime rates are way lower is because if you have food in your belly, if you have a better paying fucking job, that's it. I hate that. Okay, or like additional police brutality and additional police presence is seen as a necessity and they're fucking brutal and then like all hell breaks loose. Okay? That's not good. It's not good to experience
930 plus and you can skip. Okay, if I get a 940, I can be done with this, please. Please, God. What? Hold on, shit is glitched, yo. Wait, hold up. Wait. Hold up. This is the one. This is a 930 plus.
Bedlam, okay? All of this signals that there is societal collapse that is imminent. There's a way to solve this problem, but everyone keeps avoiding it, like the top of the fucking hour. You know what I mean? Like a subscriber at the top of the hour who avoids the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. I'm happy. This is truly what I'm trying to say here, and that's great. Good on you. Have fun with that. But we're not arriving at a solution. If you truly do care about the truth, which I don't think anyone really does, but if you do care about solutions, like there's only one fucking way out of this. Well, there's two ways out of this: socialism or barbarism. Here's the right now.
So I can step forward just because I don't want to broad brush all white liberals as having a white savior complex. I have experienced white liberals who do have that, and they're very unpleasant people. But I don't think every single white person who's a liberal or who is an activist for BLM or any of those things necessarily has a white savior complex. I think that there's a lot of white people who genuinely think that black people are oppressed and they want to help, and that's what they're told.
What it seems like to me when most people have savior complex, regardless of whom they're trying to save, it's like they're taking real pain and real trauma and using that as a way to push this political agenda, but also to alleviate themselves of whatever guilt that they feel unnecessarily. Like, I don't know why a white person today would feel guilty for things that happened decades ago, let alone something that happened centuries ago.
I've never seen a white person say, I personally feel guilty for slavery. Maybe they're out there, but I've never heard that.
Yeah, how do I see the efficiency of these?
Spend their entire time looking at black kids in that classroom. How was I supposed to not think, wow, these people are feeling guilty for something that they have no involvement in and I have no
Every kid in my classroom understood the context.
People hate feeling uncomfortable, and obviously you don't feel like the bad guy, and so I feel like it comes from places like, oh, well, like, let me make sure that I'm different, and like I'm showing.
I don't understand. This is one conversation that escapes me completely. Whenever people say like I have like white guilt and I am a white savior or whatever, I don't get it because like I didn't grow up in this country, so I like slavery and its impact. Shadow slavery and its impact is not something that I have ever internalized. You know what I mean? Like my people enslaved a lot of white people. Okay, that's what they did. It was mostly white people. That's why a lot of people hate fucking Turkish people. And 4chan levels of racism are always like they've never given up on that. Where they're like, oh my god, they were the white people that you say fuck you, that sort of shit. So I've never felt this white guilt. I don't know. I genuinely don't know where it comes from beyond like only trying to understand it from the perspective of like what conservatives are saying. I've never said that it didn't happen. You know what I mean? As it's a falsehood. So like even on that front, I don't, dude. I mean, it's like
because what happens is when you put yourself as the white savior, what you do is you elevate yourself above the black person because you feel then like you have to save us. So just stop it. Just treat everybody regular and normal. Just like I would treat you regular and normal. You treat us regular and normal rather than trying to save us.
It's so funny that the black conservatives arrived at a classic Hasan trope, which is just be normal. I say this a million times a day. I say it quite frequently when we're talking about black issues in this very white audience. I say it all the time. It's true. Just be fucking normal. She's right. That's probably the only right thing that she said so far.
I wanted to bring up earlier about taxes because you were saying that you had your job and you were talking about how like you get the tax every time and you're like seeing your tax go up. I worked in nursing homes in 2020 COVID. The last thing that was on my mind when I watched 60 and 70-year-olds on their deathbeds suffocating to death was taxes. I was worried about healthcare. I didn't give a shit about taxes in that.
Oh, the soy rant.
So when I go to work every day, that's what I see. That's what I want to fix.
I see you once again elevating yourself above the rest of us, and particularly.
Wait, what? What do you mean? He did not do that at all. What the fuck?
At me, a white man elevating himself above a black person.
He called me a bootlicker. He called me a bootlicker.
Oh no, I triggered them all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm chilling.
Yes, you are.
What I hope comes out of this conversation.
Wait, what the fuck? Bro, I swear to God, dude. This lady's just insanely insecure. I mean, it's on 2 points. Like, she's like a business lady, right? She loves Reagan and stuff. So I think it's she hates him on 2 different accounts. Like, 1, she perceives him as a liberal, and 2, she perceives him as like a liberal who wants to fucking take more money out of her pocket.
Is that we're all Americans, and because we're all Americans, we know that America has a bunch of problems, and I think every person here wants to solve the problems, and I think everybody's bringing what they have to the table with their ideas on how to get us to unify. This kind of stuff, right? But you got something in there. Hopefully, I mean, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you have something in there that's redeeming about you that would bring.
You cannot convince me the older generations don't have brain damage from leaded gasoline. I 1,000% believe that. I mean, it's not a conspiracy.
All of Americans together. So I hope that we end on the note of American.
Like when Ronald Reagan brought crack cocaine into the black neighborhoods, I fucking love that. That's why I voted for him, and I was like, big fan of that, which was great. And I'm personally, I thought very cool things happened after that.
UNITY.
I would like to say we're all made in the image of God, and so we're our skin.
I've definitely been guilty in the past of throwing around the Uncle Tom word. I used to be hardcore progressive. I'm still relatively progressive. But something that I've learned as time has gone on is being a white person isolates you from a lot of different types of racial struggles that people go through. Times in the way that people grow and develop, right? Like, am I betraying my race? If I am a political people, you have to treat them I mean, tools and not just come at it with this like you're black.
But you're black.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I mean, there's way more terms that he uses than Uncle Tom regularly, but
regularly. Okay.
I love how badly they all want the last word. So cringe. I mean, yeah, Jubilee gave it to him. Good video overall. I did think that Destiny's debate performance here was very shitty. Surprisingly shitty. I thought he would be way more fucking vicious. There were so many
vicious on the show called Middle Ground. Way more vicious.
Different opportunities. There were so many different opportunities for him to be vicious. He spent a lot of the time not necessarily pushing back on bad arguments even, which I thought was interesting. Maybe a lot of that stuff got cut. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, again, we shot 3.5 hours of content. This is a 48-minute video, okay? I feel like I had like 3 responses in this whole video, and I feel like I talked quite a bit when we actually shot.
But yeah, because it was like shocking, from my perspective at least. The only people he debated the whole video were the 2 more progressive people. Yeah, like he spent.
Not really. I don't even think I really debated them that much. I mean, like 2 jokes.
He didn't just spend a lot of time debating the more progressive people, but he definitely did do poorly in comparison to what I expected. For the record, people saying like, "Oh, Destiny doesn't do that in person," that's not true. Oh man, people are ripping Alec. Whatever. Fuck those people.
Oh no.
That was most comfortable because they found out he really isn't a progressive liberal. I doubt it. Get ready for videos being made of you for 3 to 5 months straight. I think Straw Hat Yakub, not gonna lie, it kind of hurt you thought I was a lib despite my takes on here, but I also definitely get it. I definitely have that look on me, but like I said, I do owe a lot of you in terms of my political growth. Oh, are you Straw Hat Yakub? I assume you're the other One Piece shirt wearing Andy in the stream. Listen, I didn't get a lot of your perspectives because it was just like I couldn't tell at first. I think he was softballs to invite back. I think Alec did a good job as well, but he ran into the problem of speaking too much and then having people shit on him as a consequence of that, or like not getting himself across in the best way, which will always happen. See my last shadow. I also want to say, watching this, like watching someone else who has control over your body. I don't know why I said some of the things like I did in the moment. It's bizarre. I beat myself a lot over it in the past couple of days. Sad, you could say professionally, okay? And it's almost impossible to fully describe your perspective. You're always coming at it from an angle of people receiving information that is new. That's easier to debate. It's much easier to debate if you are debating from the perspective of the pre-existing social ever beat yourself of 18 thing on. I'm supposed to be, yeah. Oh, I didn't watch the Meat Candy video. Here, I'll watch it now. The tragedy of a reaction streamer.
Oh God, thank God, we're out of here. Oh, okay. Listen, I love you guys.